All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Gravity Rush 2956, where we have an incredible cast here, and we're going to be going through the room, but we have such incredible talent and racers here from Star Citizen and around the verse. But let's kick it off here. Tint, welcome back, man. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. It's been a hectic couple of days, but I'm excited to dig into some racing and see some spaceships go real fast.
All right, man. Excited to have you back as one of our analysts. So welcome back. I appreciate it. And of course, our next analyst is going to be Jacketin. Jacketin, how you feeling, man? Welcome back, my friend.
Oh, I'm doing great, man. I'm so happy to be back. I'm just been looking forward to Gravity Rush forever. I'm really excited to get this thing going. 4.8 has been absolutely
words.
killer.
No, that's awesome, man. I'm glad you're excited. Anything you're looking forward to?
I mean, the races that we have coming up are going to be quite an interesting spread of challenges towards the racers. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how everyone's going to be handling them. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, we'll cover a little bit more of that, but we have one of our casters. We got Lens Nation joining us, who played a huge part at Enter Atmosphere 2956. Lens Nation, welcome, my friend. Welcome to Gravity Rush. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's very cold where I am. I am in Pyro right now. It's very cold. And before you say anything, I know I look like I'm in the hood, but hey, I got my Atmo merch. Okay, I have it. It's just very cold, and I can't wear it during the cast. But I'm very happy to be in this awesome company. Actually, looking forward to casting with CyberFox.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. And then of course, back CyberFox. Welcome, my friend. An incredible voice here, part of Gravity Rush and any races happening in Star Citizen. But how you doing, man? Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm thrilled to be here again, as everybody is, repping the Gravity Rush t-shirt, of course. I just want to give a shout out to Croncy as well, man. He's not joining us this time around, but you know, he's always been a steadfast commentator and a steadfast host, and now we've got Lens Nation joining us this time. So thrilled to be partnering with you, Lens.
Yeah, Croncy's got a young kid. My kid is grown up, so I got the advantage.
Yeah, something with kids happening that he can't make it, but so, yeah, it's all right. But throwing it back to you, CyberFox, what are you most looking forward to? Knowing a little bit about the races, but what are you looking forward to seeing at Gravity Rush 2956? This round one so far.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing those people who are returning. So there's returning names like Liquid and Shaqnu. So we kind of know that they're going to bring it this time around. And then we've got a bunch of newcomers as well. I won't go into too much detail, but you know, half the pack to me are quite new to the racing scene. They've been putting up times over the last 2 weeks to the qualifiers. I've seen them filling out the scoreboards since 4.8 was released as well. And it's just going to be nice to see a bunch of new names coming to clash with the giants that we normally used to seeing.
All right, love to see it, and we have seen some newcomers, and am excited to see those guys and how they perform throughout Gravity Rush. But Lens, what are you most looking forward to this time around Gravity Rush 2956, my friend?
When I watched the Gravity Rush last year from the sidelines, the way the stories developed, how Liquid came and the battle with Shaqnu, Ninjetti giving combat, Jelly versus Splen in Zero G. There were so many different battle stories, and when I get involved in racing, that's what I look forward to: the battles that develop, the stories that come forward as the competition progresses. That's what I want to see. We are just at the beginning, and we have so much of racing to do. Which names here? Liquid, is he going to defend well? What's going to happen? I'm cheering for Rain, our female pilot this year. I'm going to cheer for Rain. I'm looking forward to Neo, my really good friend, Rook 37, who did amazing in the 24 hours. There's so many names here. Daddy Dunk is here. Hashtag Daddy Dunk. Come on, chat. Let's do it. So I'm looking forward to how these stories develop. That's it. And I'm also looking forward to listening to Tint's analysis and Jacqueline's analysis, because the things that they notice is just eye-opening, and it's just knowledgeable. And of course, looking forward to spending some time in the commentator's booth with the CyberFox. And and of course, always love hanging out with you.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Yeah, I'll make sure to not ask you who's your favorite race, because you might pick all of them.
All of them.
Oh man, well, Jacket, and throwing it back your way. I know you kind of mentioned a little bit about what you're looking forward to, man. But any names out there that you're excited to see that you really want to see shine during Gravity Rush this time around?
I mean, I gotta throw a shout out to my Sanguis boys, right? I mean, Liquid Prime already, he's the Gravity Rush champion from last year, coming back to, I guess, defend the title, right? And yeah, we got Paper Hands coming in. We got Dunk taking part as well this time. So really looking forward to seeing how my teammates perform. But yeah, there's a lot of new people who have been getting that drive with racing, that have been really putting in the hours. So I'm really interested to see how that practice translates when you finally get on the track with other racers. The jitters always kick in, no matter how experienced you are. They always come in. So it will be interesting to see how they develop throughout, because the first race will always be a bit tough, and then as you settle in, things start to just feel more natural and things flow. So that's the point where I'm going to be really looking out for, to see where these racers get in those comfort zone.
Yep, no, totally agree. And Tim, before we jump over to you, just want to remind everybody at home that Gravity Rush is a single player based racing league. This is not team. So, and we'll talk about the rules and everything else here shortly, but I'll throw it back to you, Tint. What are you most looking forward to, for Gravity Rush 2956? And if you can chat a little bit about what, 4.0 just came out, what kind of changes you think we'll see going into, this season of Gravity Rush as well?
I mean, it may be a singles event, but Jacko and I have to hold our team biases. It's just the way it rolls. I'm really excited. Last year we saw a pretty strong kind of differential developing, and we kind of had this battle going between the old school and the new school. We had Splend, Shacknu, Canadian Maverick, Ninjetti, some of the old hands of racing going up against Liquid, Ordito, some of the absolute new school phenoms. This go around, especially with the 4.8 changes rolling in, I think it's really going to be a battle of adaptability. We've seen some changes to how Gs are being managed. We've seen some changes to how racers are having to orient their lines. Some ships are now handling differently in yaw versus pitch than compared to how they did last year. So I'm really looking forward to seeing people who are not just good at running the tracks over and over again, but who are good at flexing their lines on the fly, who are good at bringing the energy that the moment needs right to the forefront, excel this year.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that as well. And just to ask the question again, what have you seen so far for changes for going into 4.8? I know speeds are a little bit different, but anything major that you've seen that might become a challenge for some of the racers this year?
We've definitely seen some changes in how G resistance is managed, and of course, with the new G suits coming out, while the pilots are in Arena Commander, they will have the benefit of the highest tier of G suit available to them. You automatically get equipped with the 100% racing suits in classic race mode. But even still, there's been some differences. I've noticed myself some blackouts on turns. I wasn't seeing them before. Some difficulty holding sustained Gs at lower levels than we used to. So there will be some changes to lines that we're seeing across all of these events, and some racers who are having to mix up ways they've maybe been racing tracks for years at this point.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward. I know not only will the changes will be a little bit of a challenge, but also some of the AC servers, but hopefully we can have some luck today. But let's chat about the tracks we are going to be pushing today with some of these racers in. We'll talk also about the races of Group 1. So if we can head on over to our tracks, and we'll kick it off here in Jacket, and we'll start it off with you, but I think we're kicking things off in Lorville Outskirts. If we can get our points and tracks up. Yeah, so we're kicking things off with Lorville Outskirts. Jacket, and I'll start it off with you. Tell us a little bit about this track, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect start to the race. I feel like Lorville Outskirts is a perfect start to a racing career in general. It's got really nice, it's got long straights, it's got tight hairpins, it's got chicanes, S-bends, it's got everything that you need to have a fully complete track experience. So it's really good to start with this track. The biggest challenge that's going to be coming out of this one, though, is the weather conditions. So in Arena Commander, Lorville Outskirts, especially in online mode, that's kind of like a 50-50 dice roll of whether or not you're going to get clear weather or rainy weather. And if anyone's experienced the rainy weather on Lorville, you would know you can barely see a thing. So it's really going to push the racers to basically have memorized the track, kind of like with their eyes closed. So a lot of the corners are going to be struggling to see in these conditions. So if we do manage to get a rainy race, it's going to be interesting to see how these racers handle those conditions.
Yeah, and something that everybody has to remember too, they're racing with 4 other people around them. So, everybody has to have, that spatial awareness as well. When to, kind of take the turn, because in Gravity Rush, if you crash, there is no penalty. You're officially out of the race. So they need to be careful, have that spatial awareness in order to, if 2 people are going into the same turn, somebody needs to kind of give it up or their race could be over. So throwing it over to you, Lens. How you feeling about Lorville Outskirts? I know you made me race this one during the podcast, but how are you feeling about this one, man? I know you really enjoyed Lorville Outskirts.
Yeah, that is our top secret racetrack from Top Hangar, just off the M15. Just don't tell anybody. We took it on the lease from Mr. Huston. And I will let you guys know that the Crucian is the slowest racer on this track, even behind Corsair. Just putting it out there. So I love this track. Yes, the weather on this track. This is the track that I have flown the most. This is the one that I have raced the most in the Aurora. And this is a track where it's not in the straights, but in the corners where you win the race. The brake check, the drop, that's where you make up for the lost time. Really, it's an amazing track. Gets so much weather, and different ships also have different level of darkness. I noticed that in the last year's Gravity Rush, like that kind of makes an impact. Weird enough, maybe it's just your gamma a little bit. So yeah, looking forward to Lorville. Always good to go back to Lorville.
Awesome. Yeah, this is a very interesting one, and can really punish you if you don't know those turns, because that's why I have the worst lap time, so it's okay. Summer Fox, throwing it your way, my friend. What are you most looking forward to seeing here at Lorville Outskirts?
Well, I mean, this was our qualifying track, right? So we actually have got quite a lot of information about what we might have a preview of seeing. So, for example, our top 3 times, Shaknu, Liquid, and Dunk, of course, these are sorts of time trial times, all racing in the M50, all within a second of each other, 52 seconds, 53 seconds, followed closely by Neojet at 55 seconds. So, they're going to be laying down that pace. And I think it's for the rest of the pack, the rest of the group to keep up with them. So it's just, yeah, I think what I'm looking forward to is seeing is how does that pack keep up? And it's also the battle of the ships as well, because we've got M50s, we've got Furies, we've got a couple of Razors, I think, and we've got one person racing P-72 snub ship. So it's kind of like a battle of the pilots, but also a battle of the ships. Who's going to come out on top, but also which ship is going to come out on top. And I feel like Lorville at 0.9 atmospheres, the M50 is a top ship for this track. It can cut really sharp. It can grip the atmo really well. I remember being told during EA 56 that Mistrust said flying the M50 is not a conversation, it's an argument. But these racers are used to arguing with that ship. So yeah, I feel like overall, I'm just looking to see what's the word? Like the front runners just dragging everybody as far behind them, almost like slipstreaming. I wonder if there'll be any gaps that they pull ahead. I wonder if they'll do any what's the word? To have a bit more of a lead than we're used to seeing, but we'll see.
All right. Well, that's all good. Well, this is going to be our first track. Tint, any last thoughts here on that anybody probably didn't cover on Lorville Outskirts that you think is going to be interesting to see these groups go into it for the first time today?
I think we may see more crashes on this one than we might expect to otherwise, both with it being our first track up and with those weather conditions. One of the core ways that pilots are used to combating those weather conditions is using the precision targeting mode, but that, of course, completely locks out your peripheral vision. So it's a high-risk decision to use. So hopefully our pilots fly safe and everybody makes it through the race, but I will not be surprised at all if we see some merges and collisions on the first couple corners.
Ooh, that's a very, very good point. All right, let's jump into our next track, but let's check out our points because I want to talk a little bit about points here. So for those people that are watching, each group is gonna have 5 racers. So There were going to be a total of 6, but because there's only 5, we're going to go from 5 points all the way down to 1. And then if they crash before lap number 1, they'll end up with a DNF. Once they pass the first lap, they'll get points depending on their placements, which should be, very, very interesting. And once again, for those of you guys that are first tuning into the first Gravity Rush ever here at Gravity Rush 2956, any crashes before lap number 1 is going to be considered a DNF, and you're going to be out of the race permanently. So, that's going to keep high risk, high reward going into these tracks. But for our next track that we're going to be running Old Vanderval, I believe, is going to be in the Aurora MR Mark 1. So, Jackety, I'm going to throw it back to you, man. How are we feeling about, running Auroras here in Old Vanderval, and how is it going to run?
I mean, truthfully, I think this is going to be the most relaxed experience the racers are going to have today. Every track has something that's going to really challenge the racers. Old Vanderval, especially in the Aurora, which has insanely good handling, and the fact that Old Vanderval now doesn't have any buildings in the way. It's very open, so people can give space to each other without risking collisions. The Aurora handles well enough that you're able to adjust your line relatively safely without the ship fighting you back. And the track itself, the lap time is quite short, so this is going to be, I think, a breath of fresh air for our racers today to just make sure to secure their points, right? Because every single track is going to throw something their way, and this is their chance for them to secure the highest that they can.
Yeah, it should be interesting too. I haven't, other than Lorville Outskirts, that's the only time I've ever raced in Aurora, and I normally have the Peregrine to go to. But Tint, any thoughts here in Old Vanderval in the Aurora?
It's an interesting one. The Aurora's gotten a lot looser in the recent flight models, so this one will be really probably a lot closer than we might have expected, because the Aurora is going to tolerate different flight styles very well right now, whether people are drifting, whether they're using a more traditional roll and pitch flight style. The Aurora kind of puts up with all of it, so it'll really come down to boost management and handling the track shape.
Yeah, I mean, this one is always this used to be like one of the first tracks, Tint, back in like 2.6 where that I used to race. So and this one, believe it or not, I've never been able to finish it. So I'm gonna have to go back and try it out with the Aurora this time. But that's pretty embarrassing. But Cyberfox, throwing it your way, man. Old Vanderval, my friend. Anything interesting about this track that stands out to you, or because we're racing in Auroras going into this group?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, yeah, this is the first Aurora showcase of the Gravity Rush tournament, right? This ship has been a mainstay of racing. People fly it to Planet Hop. They use it for their daily life in the verse. Its design has warmed to people over the years, and it's now loved by many in the community. It's one of the best-selling ships across Star Citizen. And it helps that it's one of the best ships to fly in the game as well. So, not just one of the most popular game packages, but they're pretty much everywhere because they're just such a joy. So while this ship is being sunset, obviously the Atmo team and pilots here, I believe we're all thrilled to give it the send-off it deserves. So, I just want to have a shout out for the Aurora Mark 1. I don't actually own one, but I'm thinking about picking one up just before I can't anymore. But in terms of the actual track itself, yeah, I was expecting a tight fight. I was expecting a traffic jam through the first few turns. I was expecting a bit more of a battle. And yeah, I think Jacqueline's right in the sense that it's going to be more relaxed, mainly because the lack of buildings, because there's going to be less obstacles. They're going to have a lot of open air to fly around in. So it's going to be nice to watch. Again, I think we're going to get a few people pulling out ahead of the pack, despite the fact that they're all racing the same ships. But yeah, so those are my two thoughts on the Aurora and the track. But yeah, shout out for the Aurora, everybody.
Hey, even though we have no buildings, I still have to go through those small, I mean, not small, but those checkpoints. So, so we'll see if there's too many people going through those checkpoints at the same time. Last but not least, of course, we're throwing it right back to Lens. Lens, what are your thoughts here, man? Old Vanderval and the Aurora Mark 1, my friend.
I'm going to talk about those rings. Like, yeah, they look they are big, but when you're flying inside the cockpit, they always look very small. And somehow I just always gravitate towards them and crash out. But Old Vanderval, figure of 8, an amazing crossover in the middle of the track, and this track always creates a lap one chaos, especially around the horseshoe bend. That's where either you take a lead or you lose the lead. And because you have a tight pack, you have to, if you're racing side by side or if you're thinking of an overtake, you have to concede your position because you have to adjust according to that ring hole checkpoint system. It's not like Lorville Outskirts where you have a lot of space to maneuver. So yeah, short track, love it. And Aurora, absolutely. It's just exactly like Sabre said. Yeah, that ship. And Jacqueline always says, that's the perfect ship to train on. I don't know, man. It just doesn't work for me. I just find it very hard to fly inside the Aurora. But here at Atmo, this is such a good addition that we are going to fly this special track, one of the oldest tracks in the game. And we will be sending off Aurora on the old Vanderval.
Yep, yep. I mean, hey, if you have one, make sure you keep it because that Mark 1 is going to be valuable later on. So, with that being said, this is going to be our map number 2 here for our group day 1. So, our next race is going to go right into our first 0G map. Is going to be Stanton Pyro Jump Point, which that one is going to be super, super exciting. I kind of like 0G quite a bit. Maybe I'm a masochist. I'm not sure, but break us, take us through Stanton Pyro Jump Point, my friend.
This one is one where I think a lot of racers are going to be tempted to bite off more than they can chew. And especially when we have this many newcomers, it's really easy for them to get lasered in when they see somebody gapping out ahead of them and say, oh, I need to catch up. I need to push harder. And in 0G, that is exactly the wrong answer. The answer in 0G is always speed management. It's about keeping the ship at the speed you know you can make your corners at. It's about slowing down in preparation for corners. It's very technical. So I am expecting to see some of our novice racers chasing down some of our old hands, overspeeding and winding up eating the side of a ring. But that brings me to the other thing that is sketchy about Stanton Pyro specifically is that we do have those ring checkpoints, whereas on most of our other 0G tracks, you've got lots of space to make the corner however you see fit. Here, slinging through those rings sideways is always just an absolute nail biter to watch.
Yeah, this one's always an interesting track. I remember that Splen last year during the previous Gravity Rush was like one of the only ones not in a snub fighter, which, you know, kind of gave him a pretty massive advantage in some of the 0G maps. So looking forward to seeing, you know, a lot of people in the M50 this time around in the Fury, which wasn't even chose last year. So very, very excited to see those out there in the wild. But throwing it over right back to you, Lens Nation. Tell us a little bit about Stanton Pyro Jump Point. What are you most looking forward to in this map, in this track?
Exactly what you said. Splen flying in his M50 on Stanton Pyro. Dude, that gave me goosebumps. Okay, let me say it. That gave me rush. That gave me gravity rush. He was so masterful. Him versus Jelly and his P72, and he was still keeping up. That skill, that masterclass, that's what I want to look on this track. And of course, it has a huge long stretch. One thing which was very awesome, which Tint pointed out last year, Ninjetti was doing turn and burn to stop after the long straight at checkpoint 5. He would turn his ship around and just use that to slow him down. I don't think I've ever seen anybody use that kind of technique. I don't know. I think a crazy track like this, I am expecting to see a lot of crazy techniques by different racers. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing on this track.
Awesome. Cyberfox, right back to you, man. Stanton Pyro Jump Point. Well, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, well, sort of echoing what Tint and Lens have been saying, being a 0G track, it's about throttle and velocity control more than anything. You need to be able to reliably fly at top speed and perform in extraordinarily tight sections, meaning that consistency is going to be the best trait when you're trying to select a ship. You know, people saying biting off more than you can chew is because you've got the fast long straights and then the short slalom sections as well. The nav sections like push the ships right to their top speeds, and the SCM sections force the racers to slow down and be more disciplined. So, you know, if you get the racer versus chaser issue, then yeah, you're going to see people overshooting. You're going to see people hitting hitting the geometry. On checkpoint 12, there's a risk of crashing if pilots haven't slowed down enough. And it also tests pilots' concentration and focus as well. It's the longest track, especially in this round as well. It requires expert level control to run at these speeds, and it will take at least 5 minutes to lap it. Around 3. Are we doing two laps, or are we doing 3 laps this time? I don't know, but it's still the longest track and the longest they're going to have to concentrate for. So yeah, I think this is going to take a lot of focus, and I'm just looking to see that people don't lose that focus more than anything, because one small slip up could set them back, and then you know what it's like. You get tilted, and you start to make more mistakes if you lose that focus.
Yeah, it is going to be 2 laps this time around, because this track is pretty lengthy, but it should still be enough for hopefully racers to overtake and be able to, for anybody that really wants that win, to get that win. So, Jacket, in the last thoughts here of Stanton, Pyro, Jump Boy, my friend. Any other thoughts, mentions about this track that you're interested in seeing today?
Yeah, I mean, everybody said it, and I agree with them. This is the nail biter of the track. I think probably from all of the whole lineup of Gravity Rush, this is probably one of the toughest challenges for our racers. But I think the biggest thing that's one to watch, I guess. Obviously, the rings make it insanely difficult as it is in 0G, so you really got to make sure to pick your line and control the speed. So I think we're going to be seeing a mix of the really confident people staying in nav mode and really trying to push it. I know there's a lot of competitive people like Shaqnu and Liquid, for example, to point out too, that can't stand having someone in front of them. So we're going to be seeing that kind of slingshot effect in 0G and how well they control their speed. But maybe some of the newer racers, they might get comfortable just doing the whole thing in SCM, right? Which has its ups and downs, because it's controlling the ship in SCM, especially in 0G, can get a little finicky when you're constantly getting on and off boost, because it kind of vector locks you a little bit. So there's a challenge in itself to fly in SCM. But coming off to what Len said, in the checkpoints 2, 3, and 4 that we see on the map here, there's after having come from a really long straight, you have to make a sudden left-hand turn and then an even sharper right-hand turn as you curve towards checkpoint 5. So we're going to see turn and burns from people who are super confident. We did see it last year, and I do expect to see it again this year. We might also be seeing some racers using the SCM braking mechanic, right? Where you're coming into nav mode, you swap over to SCM really quickly and swap over to nav, which immediately kills your speed. You could be going at 1200 meters per second and immediately get shut down to 400. So it gives you that kind of like cushion where, okay, I'm going to slow down, but that could create a potential collision zone. And for those using the Fury is locked in SCM. So there is no SCM braking in the Fury. So for those pilots that are going to be using the Fury LX, it really is going to come down to speed control. And I say it to a lot of students when we're running the racing school over next GR, especially when you're in 0G, is find the speed that you're comfortable controlling. 0G, it's very easy to overspeed, and especially, as the other guys mentioned, when you see someone in front of you to push more. But it's all in the discipline of knowing where your limit is and then building on your own limit. Don't look at everyone else. It's all you.
No, very, very well said, and I'm looking forward to it. And for those of you guys that don't know, obviously the Fury, for those who are watching the first time, Fury doesn't have SCM mode because it doesn't have a quantum drive. So just that way for people that maybe they'll know that, because I didn't know that a little while ago. So I know that now, though, so I appreciate it. All right, we'll go into our last map, and as our racers, guys, we're almost here. Race 1, Group 1 is currently upon us right now. So for our last race, we got Caplan Circuit. And Jacqueline, let's start right back with you, man. Talk to us about Caplan Circuit, because this is by far one of my favorite races of, in Arena Commander, but also in the PU with Caplan Stadium.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is one of my favorites as well. The biggest downside of it is probably going to be the biggest challenge of this, which is just the heavy turbulence that is affecting Horizon in general, or Crusader in general, sorry. We've seen this last year. In last year's Gravity Rush, where we had a lot of people really pushing hard, but then the wind just immediately bites you. I believe last year we were using the map layout with the fold, whereas this year we're going to be using the full Arena Commander layout. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if so, we're going to have an extra 2 chicanes at the very end section where the checkpoint 4 is currently on the map that are quite technical. So especially coming out of the long shoot from checkpoint 3, it's really going to come down a lot to the speed control, and especially whilst you're fighting the wind, to be able to take those checkpoints. And obviously the slalom section is the cream of the crop in this kind of in this track. We're going to see a lot of techniques. I don't expect to see a lot of dolphin diving, especially with the wind. I do think using yaw is going to be the safer route, especially because we're running one life for these races. So yeah, it's going to be one to watch how people handle the winds.
Yep. Now, very, very well said. Tint, we'll throw it to you, man. Caplan Circuit, how you feeling about this one? Because, this one can, take or break people at the same time, especially with that turbulence that was spoken of.
Yeah, there's a time I would have absolutely called Caplan one of my favorite tracks, but these days the dice roll that the turbulence throws into the mix is absolutely a tough sell, especially for a lot of these racers who are otherwise so confidently in control of their ships. They're used to flying really close to the ragged edge, and with the way the turbulence plays out, that just isn't sustainable on this track, especially given its length. So, it's normally the tortoise and the hare is kind of a joke when it comes to racing, but here on Caplan, we may see it in the sense that there's definitely going to be some people who are pushing as hard as they can, flying as close as they can to the track geometry, take one bad gust of wind and eat it into a wall, especially with the entire field being in these super light racing ships. I mean, the heaviest ship we have, I think, today is the Razor, which is just kind of wild.
Yeah, that one. That was used. I had a couple races on Caplan last year. We actually did Stadium, so. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Cyberfox, we'll throw it over to you, man. Caplan Circuit. What are you most looking forward to this track?
Yeah, I mean, it's become a staple amongst the racing community. It's sort of the mid-difficulty circuit that racers can enjoy once they've graduated from the beginner-level tracks. But I have to kind of partially agree with Tint here that it is it's a little bit broken with the turbulence bug. And so what you've got is a group of ships. You got the Fury LX, got the M50, you got your snub, the Archimedes, and you got the Razor, and they're all affected differently by the winds. And for those of you who don't know, it's sort of like a one-to-one push if you're flying a heavy ship. So if you've got a weightier ship, you get thrown around more than if you got a lighter ship, which is kind of counterintuitive, really. So those racers who are in the M50 and the Razor, they're going to have a harder time than those racers in the Fury LX and the Archimedes. The Fury LX here is, of course, the meta ship because it has no atmospheric drag model whatsoever. So it's completely immune to the wind and the turbulence. And now in this patch, the bichord and trichord is restored. So, my question for the Fury LX is like, how will the boost tanks fare? Because it's not got a nav mode, of course, being a snub ship. So they're going to have to boost and then reach the boost limit and then refill the boost. And then they're going to be constantly boosting, but they're going to have free reign because there's no turbulence and no wind against them. So, I'm leaning towards it being more of a ship battle than a pilot battle. But yeah, we'll see how everybody fares.
All right. And then last but not least, we got Lens. Lens, talk to us about Caplan Circuit, man. What are you most looking forward to this one before we start jumping into these races here shortly?
Yeah, I mean, XGR gave us this madness of a track, and what a beauty it is. Technical, tough, and the turbulence, Boltok is asking, what is the weather prediction? And Geek in the chat says, just a moderate hurricane. Yeah, that hurricane wind can even catch you at the least expected moment and push you away from a checkpoint like it did to Sheknu last year. Like, he was having a great race, just got pushed by the wind, missed a checkpoint. And remember EF56, when we were having the race, Dupe was so far ahead, half the track, and remembers, I missed a checkpoint half a track away. Very easy to miss a checkpoint because of the geometry. You don't even realize you missed a checkpoint. Same thing happened in that race with the Iceman. It gives you so much of unpredictability on Caplan. If I was racing, I would just try to survive it. We have seen Samtastic survive this. Everybody else crashed out. It's just it is so unpredictable. And then the slalom section, those 11 pillars of mayhem. different, like Jacqueline calls drift chaining, Papa Juggernaut calls it rocking the boat. So many different techniques to tackle that, and NeoJet has his own style. I want to ask Neo, how does he even do that? The negative pitch turning, that looks so crazy, but he's so masterful at that. So Caplan Stadium, and we have it as our last race. This can really change the points altogether. So the crazy Caplan just at the perfect placement.
All right. Well, we'll see how these groups. Remember, we're running 3 groups today. We're going to be running over 15 racers, and it's going to be a crazy day of just speed, momentum, and kind of like how we say here at Gravity Rush, throttle over fear. So don't have fear, because these tracks are about to come at you very, very soon. And one thing I will say is that we have Lens Nation and CyberFox, who's going to be covering all the action while it's happening. With that being said, we're about to get started here shortly. But before we do, we have a cool video from Jacket in here that will kind of talk to you a little bit more about going into track number 1. We'll be back soon.
Lorville Outskirts, aptly named as it can be found just outside the city of Lorville on Hurston, is a track consisting of 16 checkpoints around an industrial excavation site just outside the city. This track will have racers S-bending through cranes, taking sharp hairpin turns, and fitting through tight, dangerous sections. One of the unique features of Lorville Outskirts as a track is the fact that it has dynamic weather enabled, so it can bring an extra challenge of visibility to the racers. Going through the lap, the first set of turns will have you fly a tight weave through the cranes, and at the end of it, make a sharp left turn around the large yellow structure. Coming out of the turn, racers must pass through the gap between the rocks and prepare for another sharp right-hand turn. Make sure to utilize the full width of the track to stay away from the walls. From here, utilize the width of the track and break this next left-hand turn into 2 sections to make sure that you're maintaining straight line momentum. Straighten up and send it. Make sure to maintain the altitude and approach right of the upcoming checkpoint. This next checkpoint requires some more precision as it's a very tight hairpin turn, as you now make your way through to 2 mailbox slots in the cranes. Watch out for the hanging crane heads and be careful not to tag a wingtip as you pass through. One more hairpin turn lines you up for the final straight, and as we make our way over to the start finish, make sure to hit that final checkpoint gate as it's slightly more to the right than what you'd expect. And that is Lorville Outskirts. Fly safe and happy racing.
All right, welcome back. Easy run there by Jacketed, man. That was kind of smooth, man. That was kind of smooth.
That video, that was awesome.
Yeah, so if you guys want to check him out, please, ! in the channel, ! Jacketed, and you can go follow him on YouTube if you want to learn how to race any track here in Gravity Rush 2956. There's going to be a lot more of those coming as we go per track, so that should be very, very interesting. So we have about a couple more minutes left before the race begins here. So I'm going to kind of talk about group number 1, guys. So group number 1, we have Dirk, we got NeoJet, we have Herbie, we got Rain, and then we have Marseille. So I'm going to go around the room really quickly, kind of talk about, how we're feeling about group 1 and get some predictions. You guys can be biased if you want. You guys, we just want some predictions. This is a non-serious prediction, because there's some teams that may take stuff serious. It's just prediction, guys, so take it easy. But we're going to throw it right over to you, CyberFox. Start from that right side and come left this way. Group 1, what do you think?
Yeah, Dirk versus Neo is going to be my my battle of this round, to be honest. And yeah, really looking forward to seeing what the others can do. Rain, Mars, I'm unfamiliar with their flying style, so just looking forward to what they bring. But yeah, my prediction, Dirk versus Neo all the way.
All right, Lens.
Yeah, I mean, you can't deny hashtag Daddy Dunk. I'm gonna make this immortal. This hashtag, I'm on it. But NeoJet is my mate, and I know he is in a really weird time zone as well. So I am gonna cheer for NeoJet. Also, looking forward to what Marseille does, because complete unknown, complete beginner, and we are very happy when somebody new jumps into the racing scene. So we will all cheer for Marseille.
Awesome. Jacketed, what about yourself? Group number 1.
I mean, I think the bias has to go towards Dirk for this one. I mean, obviously being part of the Sanguis Luna team, and I even in Group 1 we actually have 2 representation from Sanguis Luna with Herbie as well. But you know, with Dirk, he's insanely competitive. Not saying the other ones are not, but I don't think Dirk is gonna let anyone go past him in these early stages. I think the aim is to go to the top really quickly and then basically just try to fight it out towards the end. So yeah, Dirk versus Neo is definitely going to be like the big fight in the front. Both of them very, very fast and very consistent. Hoping that it does not end up being working against them where the competition drives them into each other. But if that were to be the case, then we have Mr. Consistent himself, Herbie, there in the mix as well. You know, Herbie always plays the safe route, plays the consistent line, and somehow always manages to make it work to get a top spot. Also, want to definitely shout out Rain. We've seen a really good performance from Rain in recent times. Relatively new to the racing scene, but definitely making her mark. And Mars Eyes, also pretty unknown to me, so I'm really going to keep my eyes out open for them to see what they're going to bring to the table today.
Hey, shout outs to the newcomers and shout outs to, you know, the people who are trying to make their name out there in racing. Tint, what are your thoughts here, Group number 1? How you feeling about these racers today?
I mean, I think we're going to see Neo either do really well or we're going to see him crash, because this is, I will always say this about Neo. Neo is like, if all gas, no brakes were a person, that's Neo Jet. So, you know, it'll either work for him or it won't. And I'm going to hope that Dirk is leaning into that more conservative flight style, that he is pacing himself and not letting himself get sucked into the race. But I also know he's a competitor at heart. So, yeah, the second Neojet winds up in front of him, that may go straight out the window. So I think we may see a strong contrast with Rain and Herbie, who will definitely be flying that more sort of calm, collected style, racing their own pace, pushing the lines they know they can handle. And especially with Rain and the Fury, I think there's a lot of room for that safe pace to still be quite competitive. And, you know, who doesn't love a wild card? So I'm definitely keeping an eye on Mars as well. No idea what to expect.
All righty. Well, with that being said, we're going to toss it over here. Lens Nation, Cyberfox, this one's going to be all on you. We have race number 1 here for Group number 1, Lorville Outskirts, about to start here shortly. See you guys.
All right. Lens, how you doing, bruh?
Yeah, man, let's start this
You
show.
ready for this?
I don't know what Crucian and all the guys were talking about. This is our show. Come on, give it to us.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Absolutely. Well, I'm just thrilled to be here with you. I'm so happy that you're joining us. I had such a good time with you at EA 56. It was great seeing Jung Plunga as well in person. So, yeah, just thrilled to have you, man.
Thank you, Cyberfox. Yes, we talked about it, that it'll be awesome if we both jump into the room together, and it's happening. Really cool. It's just Star Citizen community is all about that, Sabre. You know it, and just want to have a great time. And you put in a lot of effort into your commentating, into your shortcasting, and it is really good when racers do their best to bring the racing action. And we should, as production team, should do our best to represent them, and that's how I feel, man.
Well, you know, Atmo does their best for the production, don't they? I think everybody here, just a shout out to the Atmo team, the most phenomenal team that I've ever worked with. I just literally can't believe the level of production and the level of skill and the number of people who are involved in this community, this org, this production team. I don't know what to call it, really. It's just a bit of everything, a bit of a family. And yeah, EA 56 was really special to me, and so to come back for Gravity Rush after doing that live event, so we've had 2 live events and now I've done 2. This is my second Gravity Rush, I think. Just absolutely thrilled to just keep coming back and keep working with everybody.
Yes, it's definitely your second Gravity Rush, I can tell you that. But what have you been doing in the meantime? I think we have time to talk, so I'm gonna follow your lead. So
yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, well, I'm based in the UK. I'm British, so I came from a hot summer in Australia back to the cold. So I've mainly just been keeping up with work and keeping warm. But I know that one of our racers, I think Rain, is British as well, isn't she? Ostara Stormwalls. So looking forward to having another Brit represent. So I'm excited for that. How about you? How have you been keeping? I'm surprised as well to hear that you've been re-watching all of the Gravity Rush events, the prior events, in preparation for this. So I'm not the only one who's prepared, Lens.
Yeah, because Gravity Rush, because of the Atmo events and because I'm in Perth, Australia, the time zones are always at a clash. So I always miss out on commentating or shoutcasting, or they conflict with other events. So I missed out on the Gravity Rush last year, but I knew this was really an amazing event put together by Atmo. So the only way to prep was to watch the last streams, and it was just, and I did that during EA56 because of the racing analysis, and just to, and to be honest, I started watching them to prepare. But then it just developed into, I got invested. Like, okay, who's gonna go where? It got so tight, the battles, and it was so engaging. So it had its own story to tell, and yeah, it was very much engaging. So I just did that and watched it, and yeah, that's all. Nothing special, but always, of course, I mean, as the racing is growing, Sabre, in Star Citizen, I think this kind of preparation. I think we talked about this. That this is like investing into the future. The more you watch the races, the more your understanding grows and the better you get. Okay, over to you. I think we're getting ready.
Yeah, it looks like all the racers are on the grid, which is good because this patch, Alpha 4.8, is definitely been sponsored by Drake Interplanetary this time around. And we've seen where, you know, changing a weapon means accidentally disconnecting the entire flight computer on Arena Commander. So I'm pleased that everybody has been able to drop in nice and safe. We've got Dunk over there in the top left, followed by Neojet, Herbie, Rain the Serotonin Slurper, Mars Eyes. I don't know if that's how to pronounce it. Mars, you're going to have to tell me after the race. And then we've got a free-roaming Atmo camera, which is really thrilling to see as well. So just orienting myself to everybody's viewpoints. It's going to be really exciting to see all of these racers come back, especially Dirk and Neo and Herbie returning from previous events.
Yeah, Dunk was not in the Gravity Rush. It was Neo and Herbie in the last Gravity Rush, but Dunk is known. He's known to Atmo. He's known to all the racing scene. He's the leader of the Sangus Luna racing team. Neo comes from Sire, the Spanish community, really aggressive. And Tint said it, guys. No brakes, all gas. Now that's the motto Neojet needs to adapt, because I think it's pretty awesome. Herbie, really good friend of mine. Punch. He's also part of Sangasuna, but Punch Nomis, the king of the ground racing, a real gentleman of the sport, always shares. And
it looks like they're off. Sorry, we did have a countdown. It stopped at 15 and I missed it, but so we've got a very quick start. We've got Dunk and Neo approaching the second or third checkpoint. Herbie taking it nice and wide. Rain drifting through, going down towards the drop. Mars Eyes slightly behind her, and then the Atmo camera just giving a nice POV over everything. So it looks like Dunk's in the lead, followed by Neo, and then just slightly behind by Herbie.
Yeah, Dunk and Neojet are in the same ship, but you can see how close to Black and out Dunk is throughout. Like, even since he started his lap 1, he's been very close to the edge, or maybe it's the contrast on his screen. Rain is drifting, because I think that is how the Fury LX would be the best possible way to fly, but also Rain's first time over here. Mars is in the Razor. Oh!
We just had a DNF by Neo.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was very close behind Dirk chasing. Maybe lost a little bit of control. Did he clip the geometry?
I think he did. He did. I think he clipped his wing, and he has his wings. But I think that's Tint's prediction coming true. There you go. He goes fast.
Yeah.
He just goes fast. Yeah.
So Dirk is on the second lap. Herbie is still on the first, just crossing the checkpoint now. Obviously, they're battling a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain. And we can see Dirk's viewpoint over here. You've got to know the track like the back of your hand. Because it's very cloudy, and of course you've got all of the water on top of your windshield as well. Very hard to see. Visibility and the lights don't actually help. All they're doing is blurring the vision.
Absolutely.
We've got another incident.
We have another DNF. Marseille has also been DNF'd again in the Razor, not going good. I think Rain has also DNF'd. Right now, only Dirk And Herbie as well? Is
Yeah,
Dirk the
it
only
looks like
participant right now?
Herbie's
Herbie's
pulled out.
stationary.
Dirk's the only participant. Yeah. Oh dear. Well,
Okay, Dirk,
it looks
you
like
can,
they needed to warm up.
you can slow down. You just need to survive this. That's Lorville Outskirts, and I reckon this is a really good call. Actually, I like this rule that if you DNF, if you crash out, you do not get to rejoin the race. There are consequences to going extremely fast and not being serious. I think this has something to do with the warm up race, isn't it? Isn't it, Sabre?
Yeah, absolutely. We always see this. Pilots always take a little bit of time to get settled in. It takes the pro like Dirk to be completely familiar on the track as soon as they're all set up, especially after the sort of, delays and checks that we have to do. So Dirk's flying slightly sideways here. Not got the TVI on center. He's having slightly different flying approach than what I'm used to seeing. It's on his 90-degree. Oh, I'm just about missing the geometry. Oh no, he did hit it. I thought that was a bit tight. Pushing out of the letterbox as well.
All DNF, but
Everybody
I reckon Dirk will
DNF'd.
get the points. Yes, Dirk will take, I think, the first position. Herbie will take the second. Now, if you remember last year's Gravity Rush, first race, exactly where we are right now, it was Neojet, Ninjetti, Samtastic, and Neojet and Ninjetti both crashed out, and Samtastic. Oh, sorry, Ricky Tiki. And Ricky Tiki won that race. It's a repeat of history. So I think they're just carrying on the tradition. Or are we looking at Gravity Rush curse, race 1 curse right now?
Well, the flight physics feel like they were manufactured by Drake, and your survival rate absolutely lacks the warranty in this race for this patch. So, yeah, I blame Drake for this patch. You got to sort it out, guys. Come on.
You're not gonna let this go this time, right? You're just gonna keep repeating and blame Drake for it. Okay, keep it up. We're gonna do that. Let's do that. All right.
Now they got to spawn their ships, right? From the well, not ASOP, but they got to spawn their ships. And you know what Drake are like? They're just gonna hand them a roll of tape and a wrench to fix the ships up.
Drake do come with their own gaffer tape. The Drake gaffer tape. It just fixes everything. And I'm pretty sure that when a Drake ship crashes, it doesn't go to waste. The ships, the manufacturer, that's just a subsidiary of Drake. It's a conspiracy theory.
Drake hospitality.
If it ain't Drake, you ain't baked, or something. I don't know. Rich in the chat. Sorry.
That's great. So they're going to be setting up for the second race, which is Stanton Pyro jump point. 2 laps, 0G. So they're going to go from 0.9 to 1 atmosphere race in the wind, in the rain, to absolute clarity, but 0 gravity. So it's going to test their focus, test their... Oh, are we jumping into... this is not the... This is not the right
Aurora.
video. I think we're going to switch that up. This is the Aurora race.
Are we doing... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we're going to do
My
the
bad.
Vanderval.
So we are doing Vanderval first.
That's all right. That's okay. We are also warming up. Oh, just something I need to update you. Just something I need to update you. From the first race, top points to Dirk. You know who got the second position? Rain. Rain got the second position. Herbie got the third position. How good is that? All the Stormwalls in the chat rejoice.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I remember saying on the predictions and the questions at the start, what did I want to see? What did I predict? What was going to happen? And I said, I really want to see what the newcomers can bring to this event. The fact that we've got, a bunch of DNFs at the start doesn't take away from that. Points on the board and all that. So yeah, it's about survival just as much as about going fast, especially with the DNF rules. So yeah, really pleased to see that Rain, she's got 4 points for second place, and Dirk has got 5 points for first. So on the board, 5, 4, and 3 with 2 zeros for Neojet and Mars because they didn't complete they didn't complete lap 1, so they scored 0.
And I think a chat needs to be had about how the amazing format of the Gravity Rush system, because exactly as you said, it's a survival, it's a long run, and a lot of what happens in qualifying it the races that we are having, the rounds we are having now, it all resets when we go to the semifinals. The stories need to be rewritten, the scores needs to be re-earned. So it's a really, really clever setup. So you have to be persistently good and just survive the races. Surviving is a very
Yeah.
good strategy in this in Gravity Rush.
Yeah, I love the way
At
that you
least in
put
the
it as well.
first
'Cause this
rounds.
is always, yeah, this is always the thing that draws me in, as well as is the stories, the narratives, the battles, as you say, and then having to clear that up for the semifinals, for the finals, when things are reset, having to go through all that again after everybody's warmed up is yeah, a really fantastic way to run these events. I can see Rain in the chat saying "Gotta go fast." I wonder. It reminds me of Splen. Is she quoting Splen or is she quoting Sonic the Hedgehog? Because I think that's a Sonic quote as well.
I think that's every racer. Like generically, every racer gotta go fast. Yeah. Okay. Auroras are spawning on the old Vanderval, and do we predict lap 1 chaos? Do you reckon we will have a few racers crashing into each other?
I'm going to go a step further. I'm going to say checkpoint 1 chaos. And I think after the first 2 checkpoints, I think we might be safe.
Yeah.
But, you know, those tiny
oh,
little...
no. You know the horseshoe bend? The horseshoe bend, that is checkpoint 3, I think. The checkpoint 2 and checkpoint 3, that's the horseshoe. That is... like my son Jung Plunga, he races this track and he's like, that's where I know if I made it or that's it, I'm crashing out. So the horseshoe bend, 180-degree turn, and the fastest way, the way you see the lap times, like Jelly's got 35 seconds, Tails got 36 seconds, Junk's he's got 38 seconds. The way they do it is negative pitch turn. They do it in the M50, and it's all to be done completely blind if you want to have that kind of time on this track.
Yeah, that's sort of time trial lines with racing ships rather than with Auroras, I would say.
Yeah,
and, you know,
that's
you were talking about getting
how they do it.
Yeah, absolutely. You're talking about getting the bug after EA56 and watching the Gravity Rush videos, but it sounds like Jung Plunga has got the bug as well, putting down a 38-second lap. That's just incredible. Shout out to Jung Plunga. Congrats, dude. That is so good. And right behind Tails and right in front of Neojet as well. So that's a very dedicated racer you've got on your hands there, Lens. How do you feel about that?
Yeah. Oh, I'm very proud
have you
of
got
that.
Have you got the bug as a family? Were you training together or?
No. He's doing it on his own completely. I am a ground racer. I'm not good at ship racing. But for the chat, if you don't know, Jung Plunga is my son. He's only 12 years old. And he's caught the bug of racing during inter-atmosphere in Sydney. And I promised him that if he could show himself up in the top 10 in the leaderboard, I will buy him VKB joysticks. So he just went crazy. And this lap time is actually slower. He set another lap time after this. So I think he's got a 37-second lap time now.
No way.
So he's doing... Yeah, he's very much... He's doing the right-hand joystick and the keyboard on the left. So now I have asked him to stop, not race anymore, because I don't want him to pick up the habits, the muscle memory from that. I'm like, let me get you the VKBs now, and then you start racing again.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely feel like a real pilot when you've got joysticks and hostess in your hands. I know there are a lot of keyboard and mouse race warriors here, but you know, joysticks for me, dual joysticks is something that I really enjoy. And yeah, if you've given him VKBs as a carrot to race for, I'm not surprised. Got a slight delay in the lobby. I'm not going to blame Drake on this one. Apparently the wrong ship was selected, so they had to reset the lobby. So you know, I can't blame Drake Interplanetary this time. It was perhaps one of them ended up selecting a Drake ship. Maybe it was forced. Maybe the patch is like, no, you're going to fly in a Corsair.
The old Vanderval, and I'm surprised. So the one thing which Christian mentioned, there are no more buildings on the old Vanderval. The glitch which has been introduced with 4. I don't know if it's a glitch or if it's a blessing, because the geometry on this track, as you can see, is if those buildings are there, it's so confusing. For me to navigate on the old Vanderval, on the Rickard Memorial and the Daffodling is nightmare, because everything looks the same. There's just no clarity of where you're going. That adds an extra layer of challenge. And those billboards, those are physicalized billboards. You crash into them. Those are not just holograms. So many challenges on these tracks, but beautiful visit to the LS system.
Absolutely. And I feel like when you get used to this track, when you learn it, when you figure out that it's a figure of eight, if you watch it from the top camera viewpoint, if you fly above it, it will start to make more sense. And I feel like the challenge of getting around the buildings through those narrow checkpoints is what makes it so difficult to learn for beginners, combined with the fact that it's 0.4 to 0.6 atmospheres. So it's very easy to overspeed. It's very easy to drift. It's very easy to miss the checkpoint, and really it rewards flow. You've got to get the entry and exit point of these checkpoints accurately to flow into the next one and thread them together. And you know, it becomes technical because of the low atmo and because of the small rings and because of the buildings in the way. But it's so rewarding when you do get it right. And I'd be interested to know how many of these racers, how many of the newcomers have been practicing this race, especially because, you know, you say obviously there's fewer buildings there for confusion, but now there's fewer, what's the word, like milestones, isn't there? So I don't know if they're going to be going a straight line to the checkpoint marker, because if they do, I think that's going to hurt them, because they have to take a wider, rounder line in order to line up those flow lines that I was talking about, those entry and exit lines.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of effect really comes into play on the skyscraper, where you have to take a late apex. I think it's not that much of a problem on the old Vanderval, but one really tricky thing that happens on old Vanderval and Rickett Memorial is that on lap 2, because you're coming from a straight, you have more speed. So you need to slow down after checkpoint 1, after the first ring. Otherwise, it's very, very easy to miss the next checkpoint, which makes Old Vanderval really a challenge in race format as compared to a time trial format. Because in the second lap, you're carrying so much speed, and the horseshoe bend is where you need to. Your strategy for the lap 1 and lap 2 is completely different.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like the grid is set. We had one more delay. Somebody wiggled a wire and their ship exploded. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Poor Drake.
Come on, go ahead. Blame it on the Drake. Blame it on the Drake. It's all good.
But we're in Auroras for this race, and like I said in the intro, I'm really thrilled to see an Aurora focus and Aurora showcase for this Atmo event. I think that the Aurora deserves the love that the community has given it. It deserves the spotlight. It races at nav speed at about 1,230 meters per second. It's a really stable and easy to control ship, and it's capable of absorbing some contact as well. So, you know, we might have a few people bouncing off of each other around these checkpoints, having a little bit of collision, having a little bit of contact, and then being able to enjoy seeing them bounce off each other rather than direct explosion. So I really do hope that this beginner-friendly compact ship will give us some delights to look at.
Sabre, do we know if they're all flying the same Aurora or the different variations of the Aurora?
That's a good question. I'm not sure specifically, so I haven't seen if they've selected different variants. It looks like we got a few different paint jobs on them. I do know that the Mark 1 MR is the Mark 1 MR is the faster of the variants. So so I would expect that if you're in a race that you would pick the one with the highest nav top speed. That would make sense. So if anybody's not in an MR, I'd love to know the reason why. It looks like we've got one.
Because last year there was a mix-up. There was a mix, like there was last year there was MR
of course.
and LX. There was a mix-up. And Ricky, of course, the words of wisdom, all Aurora Mk.I. Wow, we didn't even think of that, bro.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like, you know, RSI with their cockpits, with the grids along the windshield, makes it like one of those ships that you wouldn't normally pick for a race, and yet it's so embedded within the community because it's so beginner friendly. because it's so consistent. Did you say that you like this ship or not? Is this a ship that Mars is getting a little bit agitated on stream here? Like, come on, I gotta go fast, I gotta go. Oh.
We love it, Mars. If you're listening to us, that's the right attitude. Yes, respond to the commentators. Yeah, I don't know if it's true for everybody or not, but today one of the paint jobs has appeared in my hangar in Star Citizen, a disco job or something. Let me have a look. Is it global? How? I don't know. Is it a glitch?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. But
yeah, there's a paint job which has suddenly appeared. Is it a gift to everybody? It's called the disco paint. Yeah, Aurora Mark 1 disco paint. I don't know where it has come from. In my
is that the one that we claimed? Is that like Disco Lando disco paint? Is that a Disco Lando reference?
I haven't checked it out. Oh, Jacko didn't. So if you have a Mark 1, they gave everyone. That's really cool. Okay, that's solves the mystery.
Oh, it's for the original owners. Yeah. So just for those viewers who are watching, we're just waiting to update Rain's stream. You can see that Rain's view on the bottom left is frozen at the moment. So a little bit of a technical issue. You know what I'm all thinking. Everybody knows why this is happening, of course. But we're just going to give Rain a little bit of time to sort that out with our production team to make sure that it's fair, to make sure that we can give the viewers the best experience here. It's not unheard of to pause, to make sure that we get everything right, because we want everything right. And then quite often what we'll see is we'll get it right, and then Rain will just collide into something, and then it'll all be for naught.
Yeah. Hey, see, this is the thing, that the event is global, so everybody's joining from different time zones, different gear, different computers, different kind of internet. And looks like Rain's problem is with the internet connection. Do you remember last year for one of the races, NeoJet was in a cyber cafe? Imagine carrying your gear to a cyber cafe, installing Star Citizen on a cyber cafe's PC, and how much money did NeoJet pay that cyber cafe? You understand, right? Many different factors, but the dedication is there. So we definitely appreciate Rain being here. So we will definitely try everything that we can to bring Rain into the race. Meanwhile, all the races are wiggling so that they don't time out, I think. So we're gonna wait for Rain, but. Yeah, let's see how this pans out. But a lot of different racers go to extreme lengths, to be here. Like some commentators, like in Australia, who wake up at 1 a.m. to be here for commentary. I'm not gonna say who.
Yeah, it's just all these nerdy players, isn't it? Really, all these nerdy people, a bunch of geeks around the world. Why would you stay up to 1 a.m. for a space MMO race?
No idea. I don't know.
We're really pleased to have you here, Lens. And let me know if you feel like you need a bit of support. If I wouldn't be surprised. Obviously, you're off camera now, so you can have a pillow behind your head. You can get a blanket. You can settle in.
Dude, you have no idea. I do. I'm gonna show it behind the camera. Like I'm showing my hoodie. I'm actually like sitting in my dona, and I'm like very relaxed right now.
That's amazing. So it looks like we're going to back out to menus. We're going to give it a little while, and we might load up one of Jackedin's old Vanderval videos just to fill in some of this time. Sounds like they're ready for that, so handing it over to Jackedin.
Old Vanderval, one of the first tracks added to Arena Commander. Taking place in the Ellis system, this track has you running through 12 checkpoint rings. As of 4.7, the buildings have been temporarily removed from the game, giving you a lot less obstacles in your way and making it a much more straightforward track. Starting the lap, exiting the tunnel, make your way through the first ring and prepare for a gradual right-hand turn. A sharp 90-degree right through 2 checkpoints, and you start the climb up towards the crossover section. Be very careful as this line does intersect with the start-finish line, so if you're in a race setting, try to avoid collisions by going higher or lower. Getting towards the end of this climb, take note of the directions of the arrows ahead and align yourself for a left-hand drop to the left as you dive down and you start picking up some speed. Find your line and pitch up hard, and get that TVI back as quick as you can as you make your way up to the final stretch. Pitch up, and make sure to control the pitch to avoid blacking out. And as soon as you get through this checkpoint ring, it's the home stretch, making your way through the final set of rings and setting up for the next lap. This track is quite simple, but the lack of buildings can disorient you if you don't know where you're going, so keep an eye on the arrows guiding you through to the next turn. And mind your boost strategy to make sure that you have it in the straights when you'll need it. Fly safe and happy racing.
So that was a great video by our fantastic expert Jackedin talking us through the track. It looks like the racers are just setting their speed bug, which is just flying to a high level on the track, setting their speed, and then getting ready back on the grid. But I can say from the perspective of somebody else who's in the UK that, you know, British internet speeds are not the best. So it's unsurprising to have a bit of a disconnect from Rain, who's in Britain here along with me. I know for a fact that the internet suppliers here, there's not much fiber around. There's not much. They're mostly copper lines at the moment, and they still need to upgrade most of the country. So I have a similar issue with Star Citizen. It can be quite bandwidth hungry, and sometimes my computer, like the 50 gig update for 4.8, took quite a long time. I had to leave my laptop on overnight. So unsurprising, really, that we get a few technical issues.
You're talking about Britain's internet. Talk about Australian internet. I can tell you some horror stories. Like when I used to
Come on, then.
stream, and I didn't have the hard cable connection to my PC. I would need to open my garage door to be able to stream it. It's true
That's
story.
amazing.
Yes, it's a known.
That's a
true
wonderful
fact.
story.
And like, oh, it is horrible over here in Australia. Oh my God. It's a favorite meme. It's a favorite joke. That's what everybody talks about on the Australian subreddit. But yes, so that happens. That always happens.
That's wonderful. That kind of reminds me of the old school having to tune the satellite TV by moving the satellite dish around. I don't know if you ever did anything like that.
Yes.
Having
yes.
to catch the right
Yep.
satellite to get your TV streaming channel live. When digital first came in as well, that was very interesting.
Yeah.
Opening your garage door, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, modern times. And you're talking about a shortage of optic fiber. There's a shortage of everything. There's not enough RAM. There's not enough hard drives. What is going on? Oh, please give us our RAMs back. Give us our gaming back. Please, hashtag no AI slop.
So it looks like they're fighting the lobbies with disconnects. And
but it looks like Rain is back, however. Rain, we see the screen has changed. Hopefully things have been sorted. Looking at the chat, what about I just said, like, they were like Ricky was saying that after the Aurora, players are going to stop practicing in the Aurora very soon. So what other ship will they use? And I said, if Sabre could help it, it will be a Drake. But interestingly, what about Pitbull? It will be interesting to see, right?
So I definitely think the Pitbull's an interesting ship, but we've got a lot of flight changes happening in 4.8, and I'm sure we're going to see more in the future. I think what's going to happen is the current standing of how ships fly and how ships race and their speeds and their durability and their handling and everything, all of that's going to change. And I think it's going to change over the next couple of patches while they're doing all of these integrated tests with communities. You know, they've got their test groups who are feeding into things like armor and shield and weapon changes. And they're going to be testing into flight changes as well. So I would love to see all these tiny little ships flying around, but I'm really not sure what the racing landscape is going to look like after all of these changes. I mean, snub ships used to dominate in the previous patch, and now, you know, we've got P72, one of our racers has selected it. I don't think the snub ships are going to do very well in this patch. So yeah, I think it swings and roundabouts, really, in answer to your question. I haven't flown the ship myself. I haven't flown any of the new ships yet. I would love to give them a go. But yeah, I'm really not
Yeah.
sure where the sort of cards are going to lay at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, Ricky in the chat is saying the Pitbull flies a little bit stubborn for the starters. And yeah, even I haven't flown any of the new ships. I haven't even played the game since the new patch drop because we had Perth Bar Citizen just the other day. So we were extremely busy organizing that. Dupe and me, I mean, Dupe mostly, we organized the Perth Bar Citizen. So because of that, we were like, okay. And also we knew that the patch drop was a little bit problematic. So we were like, okay, let's give it a few days. But yeah, Pitbull haven't had the chance, but if we believe Ricky, which we shouldn't, is that it's not a really good start. Yeah, me and Ricky have some history. So yeah, let's see how these things unfold. But I also know that at Atmo, we always try to bring the new ships in to different racing events.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure we will find a way to have these new ships, especially the M80, which looks very beautiful. Especially
looks
the M80
amazing.
to be part of this. But it's very much a Kruger ship. I'm gonna just say it. It's like Origin snatched a few interns from Kruger, and this was their first assignment. So I'm just gonna say it. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, so two points here really. One is the new Origin ship, and then two, I want to bring in the new Aurora, the Aurora Mark II, which I'll move on to in a sec. But yeah, the new Origin ship, it's missing the Origin nose. It's got a pointy nose, and I think in terms of the design language, if it had the Origin nose, I think it would look like an Origin ship. So, you know, you're an artist, Lens. Are there any other sort of Origin looking features that you think are missing from the M80?
Mate, it's funny you say that because I've just started doing, like, I've released 4 videos on YouTube. I've started doing design reviews of ships, like from an artist's point of view. Yeah. So I did Hull B, and I done the comparison of design language between the Aurora Mark 1 and a Mark 2. And yes, so nose, you're absolutely correct about it. It's the nose, the sharp edge. The sharp edge and the sharp nose is the defining feature of the Kruger. It's really, I don't know how CIG has done this, because Origin is soft curves. They never have a sharp edge. They always, except for the M50. But at that time, Origin didn't really have a design language defined, but also it's kind of part of Mirai, which has its own different design language. But absolutely correct. It is a Kruger ship. If I didn't tell you that this was Origin, and if it had chrome vibe to it, a little bit of chrome like Wolf, you would mistake it for Kruger.
Yeah, the Origin M50 though, it's still got a little bit of a flat, like it's pointy, but it's flat at the end, and it's got like a sort of a sandwiched or a stepped look, doesn't it? So I think the M50 still has that Origin nose, even though it's much thinner.
Yeah.
And yeah, in terms of the, going back to the M80 and the new ships, the Aurora Mark II is very interesting because it is in the middle of the Aurora Mark 1 and the Scorpius in terms of its handling, in terms of its speed, in terms of its, terms of its size as well. And I wonder whether, and I haven't tried this myself, I wonder how well it flies with its wings folded. Because one of the beautiful things that I love about the Aurora is how small and condensed it is. And we're going to see this today. But you can fit a lot of them in a small space in a pack, and you can get them really close together. But when you got the Scorpius wings and the Aurora Mark II wings, it makes it much more difficult to get through these round checkpoints, to get through narrow spaces, and to fly close together. So I'd be very interested to see if the Aurora Mark II flies well with the wings folded. I'd love it if it does.
So very interesting point there. And because I did the video on YouTube of the design comparative analysis of the continuity of the design of Mark 1 to Mark 2 in PvP community. So basically you can fold the wings. So in the game, it is actually attached with the landing gear. When you deploy the landing gear, the wings unfold. But if you use Alt-K, the left Alt-K, you can unfold the wings independently. In the PvP community, when they fly the Aurora Mark II, they always fold their wings. So even the Scorpius, whenever the PvP community is flying the Scorpius, like that's what Gondor and Pialo from Zap told me, don't open your wings, just fly the ship with folded wings. So it looks like Yeah, that's the way to go. But as Ricky, somebody in the chat said, yeah, the MK2 and Mark II and Mark One, they have nothing in common when it comes to design. Yes, that is true. It's a big, and as you said, it's a Scorpius. It's a baby Scorpius. It's like that's the joke I made in that video. It's like it's the Scorpius MK0.
Yeah, Scorpius Mark Zero. But forget the track, forget the ships. The real race right now is just trying to stay in the lobby.
Yeah.
It's a matchmaking system clearly manufactured by Drake, where your connection to the server absolutely lacks a warranty. And they're basically just battling the disconnects that I've written a bunch of Drake, for this patch. The entire netcode feels manufactured by Drake.
Yeah, you have done the Drake joke 6 times. Let's see how many times you do this during this gravity rush. Okay.
I was prepared because I knew this was going to happen. And you know, a lot of people they criticize the game, they lay it on hard, but it's a live alpha. We're testing a game that is in development. It is the most futuristic, the most insane technology behind it. We're going to get a few hiccups. We've got to have a little bit of patience. And I feel like massive shout out to CIG. Huge respect for their team. They do an absolutely fantastic job. They've cancelled the free fly for this current patch until it starts stabilizing. And I just thought, this Drake angle gives them an out, doesn't it? Because it is the Drake event in game at the moment. So, in lore, this is all Drake's fault.
We have a Drake fan in the chat. Zollner is in the chat. She bleeds jet fuel. Drake fan alert. There you go. If this was Drake, if this was made by Drake, then it would just work. It would just,
with no frills.
Just with no frills, yeah. Can I point something really cool to you right now? Look at the
go
screen. Ahead. Look at Dunk's screen. Do you see the Sangus Luna logo right there?
I do
at
indeed.
The branding. Sangus Luna branding right there. I love their logo. It's very, very fearsome logo, and Dunk doesn't miss out on branding chance at all. There you go in the chat right now, Daddy Luna.
Yeah, well, it's like we were talking about in the intro as well. Star Citizen's all about the communities. You can come and fly with Atmo anytime. You can come and fly with XGR anytime, with Sanguis Luna, with Sky Racing Team, Frontier Consolidated. We've got some new ones here. Rizzy Fortuna Space Solutions. We've got Ostara Stormwalls. We got a rep from Black Star. We got a rep from Tracers, who I haven't seen fly at all before, so excited to see them. If you're into racing, if you're watching this stream in 2957, 2958, and you come back to watch the greats and the historic races of 2956, then all of these communities are here to help you guys out. If you're feeling like you want to get into racing, if you're feeling like you're maybe not as pro as some of the people on stream today, don't fret, don't worry about it. You can tune into Jackadin's YouTube channel to check out his race tips. You can join XGR's racing school. You can have Tint as your professional race trainer as well. So there's loads of people in the community here, loads of orgs, loads of groups of players coming together to help everybody get into the game and get into racing. And so, yeah, it doesn't matter about these hiccups. I think it's all about the community.
That's true, man. And I felt the power of a community during the Enter Atmosphere 2956 in Sydney. That was a great moment. And that was the reason why I took my son, my wife there, because Jung Planga is very much involved, but I wanted my wife to also experience it. Like, okay, this is, she knows I'm a gamer since we met. So this community is really, really strong. I trust my son with the racers, and I think he's having a great childhood, to be honest, or teenage years now, pretty much preteens, because of the great community, getting to meet people. And even in the Perth Bar Citizen yesterday, we had a blast. It's a really, really cool community, and it's been growing over the years. It's getting better and better. And the racing community is a niche community. We are very we are like a subset of a subset, and very close to each other. Everybody gets along really, really well. And if somebody just likes to like Drake, we just kick them out. Sorry, I had to make the joke.
Yeah, one sneeze from Drake's servers and the whole grid disconnects. It looks like we've got Mars Eyes is having a little bit of a connection issue here, but the lobby did launch successfully. So it looks like some people are setting their speed bug. They are seeing if they can get it to run. And yeah, not sure what's happening with Mars Eyes, but we will keep you updated and informed as we go on. But back to, I think, this this racetrack. So this is one of the classic races in the Ellis system. We've got a few checkpoint races like this in a sort of high-rise building situation. You can see, you can see the sort of like very expensive apartments. Imagine having to live. It's like Monza, isn't it? Where your flat is right outside a racetrack, which sounds incredible to me. Monaco, not Monza.
Yeah, Monaco.
I just think this is
Monza too. Monza also has a lot of residential buildings around there, especially at the starting straight. Yeah. Italy is all about racing. However, to your point, you don't want to live in these apartment buildings, man. These racing people always causing riot on this track.
It's okay as long as you're not on the apex of a turn, right? So as long as you're away from checkpoint, away from an apex, then you won't have to claim on insurance very often. But I could imagine just hanging out here in game. Can you imagine like one day when the Ellis system is open and available, and then hopping between these racetracks and watching it live? It's the same as Grim Hex having a racetrack right outside. I'd love to be my character in game, experiencing it in POV, perhaps even in VR, in first person, watching them whiz by all of the apartments here and seeing all the spectators. I think it's a fantastic map. Really looking forward to see all these new systems evolve as well. So we've got Pyro, we've got Nyx, and Nyx is going to be developed live as we see it. So there's going to be lots of exploration, and I just hope it's going to be the same for Ellis as well, because really thrilled by all of the variation of these tracks. We've had them for a very long time. I'm really comfortable with them. I think they're sort of one of the most distinctive looking Star Citizen races as well. I don't know about what you think, again, back to a design point of view, but when you see the Ellis system, when you see this odd Vanderval, when you see these racetracks, they're very distinctive, and you kind of know they're from a space game, and you know they're from Star Citizen because you're familiar with it. So yeah, what do you think about the design language of these clean, sort of ceramic-looking apartments?
No, they are beautiful. I mean, for geometry and architectural point of view, because Doob is an architect, so he loves these buildings. And they kind of always feel Origin kind of a design language to me, right? They're very close to the Origin, and the Origin branding is all there. One interesting thing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, anybody in the chat, because Tint definitely can do that. So this is one of the oldest tracks, which it's just like 11-year-old content that we can still play in the game. And this was designed when we had the 6 degrees of motion in the game, and this track definitely caters to that. Is it old Vanderval or is it Rickon Memorial that I'm confusing it with? So then it used to be different. I have seen Ninjetti race on this track like 10 years ago in the Crux Cup, and Cats. I remember the OGs who used to race on this track, and they're still racing. This was and another interesting thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. Again, the track was designed first, and the buildings were added later to this track. Yes,
so
it is
I'm
the old
not
track.
aware
Tint is confirming that.
Just this Tint is correcting. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it is
Old
a little
Van
bit
is the
different.
old
Yeah,
track.
slightly different. It is slightly different. Rickon Memorial is more different than it used to be original, and Defford Link is a completely different track now, like from the original, what it used to be. Yeah, I think these are very technical tracks. These, from like the way Echo says it, is like these tracks were designed by the people who knew what they were doing. They really wanted to showcase the flight system that Star Citizen had back then.
Yeah, and the elevation, as you were talking about it, on these new Horizon sort of circuits. The elevation is quite varied on Rickard and Defford, so there's a lot of challenging elevation changes, but I think Old Vanderval is the one where it's a little bit more flat, so you go up and down a little bit, sort of mild elevation changes, nothing too challenging in the sense, but the other two have more dramatic changes up and down quite regularly. So I think that's the difference between the three, especially from a learner's POV. You get thrown about. You can see it here just a moment ago. Actually, it does lift up around one end of the figure of 8, but it's kind of a smooth flow. Whereas the others, they're a bit more up and down. It's a little bit more of a roller coaster.
Yeah, that spire, that's kind of the tricky place. So the horseshoe bend and that spire turning, taking a right-hander and going down, that doing the dive, those are your blackout zones. That's where you can easily black out. And the important part in that spire is important to know when to let go. We are about to start our race. Really appreciate, I don't know if it was where the issue was, but I'm very happy that all the races are here together. If it was Drake's problem, or it was a PC problem or broadcasting problem, I am pretty sure it was more of a Drake problem, but we are here. We're gonna have a race very, very soon, and I'm gonna pass it over to Sabre for that.
Yeah, I can see that we got 30 seconds getting ready to count down. So we'll do a countdown after
you used
10
to do
seconds,
you did that in the last Gravity Rush.
Yeah, we counted with it. Which is that?
Oh, no. The 10, 9, 8.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We missed it the first time, but we got it on screen. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, look at this. A fantastic over... Yeah, look at this. Neo and Dirk having a fight already around the first turn, getting really close together around that first apex, staying close together. I can't believe how tight they are. They're literally a few meters apart.
A little bit wide.
Backing out. So Dirk is a little bit behind Neo. Can we jump into Dirk's POV?
Yes.
Can we get Dirk up on screen? Can we fill him up? He's right behind Neo.
It happened.
There we go.
It happened right at the horseshoe bend where Dirk went a little bit wide and Neojet took the lead. Now all Neojet needs to do is sustain it and not let Dirk pass. This is the dive. Now they're gonna come up, and that's the turn that I was talking about, where they need to let go of the speed a little bit to not black out masterfully. Oh, completely different line by Neojet. He just I think rolled a little bit over there.
Yeah, and we got 2 DNFs. We've got Mars Eyes and Herbie have DNF'd, unfortunately, probably clipped one of the checkpoints. But this is a real battle between Dirk and Neojet. I think Neo's gaining some time on him. So it looks like he's expanding his lead. And Dirk is flying really, really clean here, keeping that nose on the TVI, pulling around the corner, keeping it wide as well. So not just going from checkpoint to checkpoint, putting it right on the edge of the G-forces that his character can withstand. And still, Neo is expanding his lead. He's still just gaining even more distance from Dirk, just meter after meter. So whatever mix Neo has got is really working out for him. I wonder if it's to do with the difference in boost position. We can see that Dirk has got 30% boost, 20% boost. He's going into the red, using all of his boost to go up to fight gravity, and now out of boost, using gravity to pulling back down. So a real battle here between Neo and Dirk, and it looks like it's going to be a battle of boost tanks for the final lap as they come across the checkpoint for lap 2.
Neojet is not letting go. He's 1.3 kilometers ahead of Dirk. That lead is exceeding, as just as you said. They're coming to the horseshoe bend right now. This right there. Now they're coming to the horseshoe bend. You can see how tight that is. They're gonna bring it down. This is where Dirk goes slightly wide and Neojet takes it very tightly. But now they're gonna go deep down after this checkpoint, which will probably have the cross. They're just above the crossover. This is one of the little bit of a technical turns where they're coming. Oh, Rain is in the deathly spin.
Rain collided with the checkpoint on the way down.
Spin.
They were about to lap her, so she was a back marker and she was on the same part of the track, that final top, the elevation change corner. But the consistency with Dirk and Neojet is absolutely amazing. So it looks like they're going to be Dirk in second position, Neojet taking first, and Rain taking third. Survival and consistency.
Almost, he did chip away the lead.
He was catching up a little bit.
If there was one more lap to go, there could have been a proper battle. But hey, because of Herbie and Mars' DNFing out and Rain being there and DNFing after 2 laps, Rain will still get points. That's I mean, Herbie is at back foot and Mars is at the back foot right now. How interesting is that? This is where it all goes. We still have 2 more races to go for this group of racers, and that's our Stanton Pyro jump point and the Caplan Circuit. Things can change. Things can change.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a
good
really
job by
fantastic
Neojet.
race.
I gotta say that. Good job by Neojet. He did not give in to the pressure of Dunk.
Yeah. So Neojet got 5 points, Dunk got 4, and Rain got 3 points in that round. So that means the total, Dunk has got 9, Neojet has got 5, Rain has got 7, Herbie's got 3. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be a close one. Obviously, it's going to be clustered a little bit, but yeah, Mars' with 0 at the moment throughout the entire round. I think it's the only one with 0 points and no points on the board. So I'm looking forward to seeing Mars' survive the Stanton Pyro jump point, which is going to be quite a challenge. We can see it here on screen as well, right outside the Stanton jump gate. So yeah, all eyes on Mars' to see if he can
all eyes
survive.
On Mars' eyes. Yeah. Oh no, so the thing is, that's okay. That's okay. It's first time for Mars' eyes. That's all good. We saw a lot of new racers last year as well. There was White Rice, I remember, a few other names, Nickel DJ. Things are not easy. You are competing with the cream right here. These racers are really, really good. And if you ask them, they will help you out. They will train you. They'll make you really, really good. So please do not feel discouraged. We still cheer for you, Mars. We are happy to have you. Just keep at it. Herbie, another really, really good racer. He's very consistent, as we have seen. Very, very conservative. Just the Mr. Economy. Let's call him Mr. Economy. And but that economy is a little bit getting damped today with only 3 points so far. 2 more races to go. And Rain, just by the virtue of being consistent and surviving the races, is on the second position after 2 races with 7 points, just 2 points behind Dunk. But cheers to Neojet for really nailing the Aurora race. I think Aurora race should have more points, just double the points. And then,
that's not a bad show. I like that. Yeah.
Right. Like little bit of jeopardy, little bit of twist there, little bit. Neojet will like that, I reckon.
Yeah. So
getting
we
ready
can see
for the
that
next
we've
race.
done 2 out of the 4 tracks for round 1. We've got 3 groups here today, so we're still on group 1, as you can see, and Lens has read out all of the points for us. We are just getting set up into the lobby for Stanton Pyro jump point, and hopefully we should just be straight in. Not expecting any issues now that they've been ironed out. Hopefully we've got all of the races stream set up correctly. We've done two down, 2 more to go. So looking forward to having this run through nice and smooth. Having a look at the chat as well, seeing what people are thinking. Oh, sorry, you go on.
Oh, thank you. I love the chat is awesome. Just loving the interaction with the chat, and even our racers like Dunk. I want to penalize him 5 points, dude. Race on chat. Do you want to be ball talk? I like to do short penalties to racers when they're chatting while they're racing. But of course, he's just getting ready right now. The Stanton Pyro jump gate. Sabre, man, tell me your favorite moment from the last Gravity Rush.
Well, obviously this was the Splen showcase of skill, wasn't it? If I remember correctly. You know, everybody in the community has a lot of love for Splen. He gave me the first opportunity in commentary. We worked on the Black Star Underground race together as well, and he commentated on that with me. So, you know, I've just got a huge place in my heart for Splen. He's a fantastic member of this community. And to see him race is just you know, it's just a whole other thing. Nobody in Star Citizen can fly the way that he flies, and this track as well is one of those tracks where you can't really improvise so much, or so I thought until I saw Splen fly this track. And you just didn't think that you could see
No.
Yeah, I just didn't think that you could see people fly that way. But it looks like we got everybody set up. We got 30 seconds to the race start. Do you want to take this one away, Lens? Do you want to have the countdown? Have you got the countdown on screen with 25 seconds to go?
I will take the honor. Yes, sir. I will do the countdown for you guys. And yes, we are going to dedicate this race to Splen for his masterful skill. It's a beautiful track. And we shall see what happens in 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and away you go! Looks like Dirk has taken the lead from mine. He's almost about to black out. And NeoJet, same. Ditto, screen to screen. Herbie taking very consistently. Rain's screen is frozen. We do not know what is going on. Is Rain racing or has she disconnected? Dirk doing the turn and burn. Dirk doing the turn and burn what the Ninjetti did last year. That is really exceptional to see, but it's taking time for him to come back. NeoJet is taking... it's very hard to tell what checkpoints they are on at this stage.
Yeah, so Dirk and NeoJet are way out in the lead, I think, with Herbie and Mars Eyes taking a little more conservatively. But Dirk really throwing around sideways. Looks like NeoJet's just in front of him. He is using the TVI, placing on the checkpoint for those who are beginners and who are looking to figure out what's happening. So you can see that little floating circle with the lines on it. That's how Dirk is lining up his ship with the checkpoint, boosting, using sort of an expanse style, using the main thrusters to push him towards the checkpoint, because obviously you get the most velocity, the most throttle output from your mains as well. And not overspeeding. They've managed to come into the slower part of the track very nice and tidily. NeoJet sort of, weaving very smoothly. I'm very impressed by both of these racers. And it looks like NeoJet is still out in the lead, just a little bit ahead.
It's Dirk is in the lead.
Am I right?
Dirk is in the lead.
Dirk is in the lead, and NeoJet's just behind. Sorry.
NeoJet is chasing. Yeah, NeoJet is slightly slower. So watching them together because we have the privilege to watch the 6 point of views together, he's slightly slower through the slalom section. Oh, very beautiful turn, but 360 turn, but Dirk just rolled all over and took really good care of his ship. NeoJet is taking a little bit of a restrictive approach to that. It looks like he's struggling to control the TV a little bit. There's not that fluidity that we saw with Splen, but you can see Dirk's flying style is a little bit more cohesive, slightly closer to Splen's flying style. He's managing it really well. He's actually on the straight right now. He's coming to the end of that. This is the turn and burn section. He's going to slow it down here. And then he's going to manage the ship. This is where those tight sections come in. This track has a very long straight, lot of speed, and then it slows down. It's very hard to gauge where you are on this track if you're watching it. The slalom section is extremely hard. As compared to Caplan, which is an atmosphere but is also a horizontal slalom section. This is up and down and up and down and left and right. It's just crazy how different it is.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by Herbie and Rain. You can see in Rain's view, she's not far behind the pilot in front of her. I can't read the text there. Mars Eyes, sorry. So we've just got onto lap 2 for Rain and Mars Eyes, whereas Dirk and Neo did that in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds versus the 3 minutes and 4 seconds by Rain. So there's a bit of 30-second difference. So I don't think we're going to see anybody lapping anybody on this race. Obviously, it's a 2-lap race as well. So Dirk and Neo are going to be coming around towards the end of their race as well at the moment. So I think we should probably focus on them for the next 60 seconds or so while they complete their race, and then we can catch up to Rain and Mars Eyes and see if Rain has closed that gap. Dunk, I think, is just feathering the throttle. You can see it on the left. He's throttling and then releasing, throttling and then releasing. So 200 meters per second, dropping down to 150, 200 meters per second, and just using that throttle feather to get him over, doing like a roll, a barrel roll as well to get through these checkpoints. Very clean. And yeah, I can see what you mean in terms of the similarity to Splen's style. 45ing all the way through, and now we're on the final straight coming up to the start finish line. So Dunk's going to take it. I wonder how far. Oh, and Mars Eyes has just DNF'd. Dunk has just finished, and it looks like Neojet's just coming in a few seconds behind him. And so we've got Herbie versus Rain, but Rain's stream has cut out from us. So I think we should just either have a look at the we could have a look at the overlay. If we could get into the Atmo cam, it's following Herbie from the outside and just following him around from a distance. So here we can see he's taking a nice wide line. And, you know, I've always said in all of these events, Herbie has a nice, clean, consistent racing style. Here he is getting ready to cross the start-finish line. Just a fantastic performance by Dunk overall, but glad to see that Herbie made it through as well. So the points are just being worked out, the points just being calculated, and we'll have those with you shortly.
Yeah, Rain and Marseille, they both DNF'd in that race. So Herbie did good with that, and really good flying. But Dunk it looked like Splen Light to me. That's what it looked like. Yeah. And Neojet, because Splen was extremely impressive. I had goosebumps watching him flying in that race. So Dunk was exceptionally well. Neojet little bit restrictive. You know what? I can't wait for the breakdown by the analysts. I don't know what Tim's gonna say for this. I don't know what Jagger is gonna say. They're definitely gonna pick something which we just didn't see at all. But really good flying by Dunk. And just like you said, yes, Dunk was masterfully controlling his throttle, just like Splen was, just feathering it, just applying enough thrust that he needed. All right, let's move on to our next race, the fourth and the last race for this group, which is going to be the Caplan Circuit. The Caplan Circuit, where the wind is your nemesis. The turbulence of the planet is your nemesis. You don't fight against your other racers who are in the race with you, but you are actually fighting the weather. What a tough track this is, given to us by XGR.
Yeah, well, again, I said at the start, this is sort of a middling ability track until you factor in the wind turbulence. We got the points from the last races up as well. So Dunk's got 5 points in first, Neojet's got 4 points in second, Herbie's got 3 points in third. Mars Eye's got 2 points because he obviously completed a few laps before he DNF'd, and same with Rain as well with 1 point. So glad that they just glad that they got points on the board. Fastest lap was by Neojet as well with 2 minutes and 4 seconds. So even though that Dunk was hooning it all the way around the track, Neojet managed to pip him to the fastest lap, 3 seconds faster than Dunk's fastest lap, which was 2 minutes and 7 seconds, which is interesting. So the total points that we've got for Group 1 at this stage as we move on to the fourth and final race is Dunk in first with 14 points, Neojet in second with 9 points, Herbie in third with 8 points, Rain in fourth with 6 points, and Mars Eyes in fifth with 2 points. So I'm really pleased to see all racers having points on the board here before we go into Caplan Circuit.
Marsa is very happy for you to open your account with 2 points. Very happy for that. And Rain doing really good showing with 6 points. And now in this race, I think we got to watch out what happens with Herbie, because where does he finish if Neojet crashes? Because he crashed a lot on Caplan last year, a lot. So if Neojet crashes, Herbie has a chance to jump in the points behind Dunk. Dunk is very safe with 14 points now. He can take it easy. As Jacqueline said, his whole strategy is to just go strong, have an early lead, have really good points, and not worry about them later. So Neojet's just gotta Neojet's gotta. It's Neojet who needs to ramp up his game. He needs to take the lead and win this one. And with his really exceptional way of tackling the slalom section, I'm very sure we will see it very soon when the race happens, to pitch up, shift down, pitch, turn to the left, pitch up, pitch down. It's extremely hard to understand what kind of inputs he's putting into on his devices to do that slalom section that way. So I hope he does that this year, and we get to see it. So he needs to really finish strong in this one. But if he crashes out, then Rain or Herbie, they have a chance to jump ahead of Neojet, and that will change our grid.
Yeah, and it's like you said, it's all about the narrative here. So it sounds like our grid is ready, so it won't be long before we get the countdown timer as well. But you were talking about this track and the layout, and of course we're going to send it in a minute. This is around Crusader's August Dunlow spaceport. It's a compact and technical track, and XGR have hosted several memorable events around this platform as well, including the Pro-Am Mustang race day, which for me was a very memorable race. And I feel like the atmosphere of Crusader, it adds an extra dimension of challenge to the mix with the catwalk slaloms, as you were talking about. It's got the trench runs, it's got open skyline sections, so it's kind of like a mix of different racing disciplines all in one track. And because of that, it's become a staple amongst the racing community. And again, like I said, racers can enjoy this once they graduated from the beginner level tracks. It is a shame that the turbulence and the wind is still an unsolved bug here. But we've got the countdown timer started. We've got 20 seconds to go, and I'm interested to see how the races fare. The Fury LX here is, of course, the meta ship because it's not affected by the turbulence. But we're going to race in 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
Oh, definitely Drunk took the lead on that one. Definitely. I could see that. He went really, really fast in his M50. Rain in the Fury, and they're going to take a turn here and come back.
Yeah, so they're going around the first
Neojet
into the slalom. But it'd be great to see the overhead here to see, because it's a bit blinding on Neojet's view.
Yeah, Neojet is not doing his technique from the last year.
Here we go. Yeah. So Dunk is one slalom checkpoint ahead of Neojet. Nice and easy. Rain keeping up and Herbie close behind her. This is actually a really good start. So the pack is spread out, which means that they're going to be focusing on themselves a bit more than they're going to be focused on each other. I think Dunk and Neo are, of course, going to have a more of a battle between each other. But
something with Dunk. Dunk had a Neojet has taken the lead. Dunk has fallen behind. Something happened before the cargo alley for Dunk. I don't know what it was. Yeah, Neojet is in the chute right now, and this is where they... Yeah, probably missed the checkpoint. This is where the checkpoint can convert your confidence into panic just in a split second. That's what Caplan Circuit is known about. Caplan, check your checkpoint.
And Dunk's just DNF'd.
Dunks, yes.
In the trench run. And again, we can't...
Neojet needs to take it slow.
Yeah, so confirmed he missed the checkpoint, and it might be that the turbulence and the wind threw Dunk sideways. It's one of those things, isn't it? You've got to gamble with your ship in the race tournament, because you are fixed with your ship. What ship you choose, you take through all of the races apart from the Aurora Showcase, of course. And Dunk in the M50 has unfortunately fallen foul of the ship choice lottery in this race. Unfortunately, Herbie in the Fury here completely immune to all of this. A few kilometers, 500 meters behind Rain. So it's going to be a nice battle between these two to pick up second and third place, because Neojet is way out ahead. And as long as Neo can survive, it looks like Rain and Herbie are going to be the two to battle and to give us that excitement this race.
I can tell you, Rain is a fantastic racer, and we're seeing that right now because Herbie is also a very, very capable racer. But giving challenge to Herbie right now, Rain. And let me tell you, Osara Stormwall's not just Rain, the other teammate, Shale. She is even faster than Rain. I can attest to that. And Zolnar, you can't even discount Zolnar. I can tell you that if we had had this Gravity Rush 1 week later, both Shell and Zollner would be competing in this Gravity Rush. I think they just couldn't update the game and they just couldn't set the lap times that were not able to participate. But these ladies, the Astra Somwal at this stage is all female squad, and what a great showing. But Herbie right here doing the right thing by the Fury, just going to the cargo alley, getting ready to take the challenge to Rain because now they're going to come to the shoot. And this is where Herbie should be able to make up a little bit of ground, see if he can do that. The distance right now is 400 meters, 500 meters. Looks like it's increasing, 600 meters. And Herbie not using his boost at all, not using the tricod technique, which you can actually use on Caplan Circuit. I think a little bit of survivability for Herbie, that's on his mind, that he doesn't want to crash out and wants the points even if they are behind Rain. Oh, beautiful. This is where the Fury took a tighter turn as compared to Rain, a little bit tighter turn. Rain is also in the Fury, but slightly wider, but Herbie's going a little bit tight. Coming to the end point of we're coming to the another shoot section.
Yeah, and it looks like Herbie is using his boost to correct more than anything. So he's not overspeeding, being quite conservative, and then using the boost when he comes around a corner to get his ship and his TVI on the nose. Of course, again, you could tricord with the Fury in this patch, and Neojet is weaving around the slalom.
Herbie has overtaken Rain from
Neo?
what I could. Because I think no, not Neo. Rain. Neo has already. I think Neo has already finished the race, or his stream is. Oh no, his stream was frozen. His stream was frozen.
Yeah, he's on the final lap coming around. Yeah.
Yeah. But Herbie looks like he is ahead of. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so, Herbie's ahead. Herbie's ahead. Yes, Herbie has overtaken. Wonderful job.
And I think
that's what the consistency pays off.
Yeah, this is exactly what you're talking about. He was taking the corners a little bit tighter. He was using his boost to correct. So maybe Rain made a little bit of a mistake, and Herbie capitalized on that. Really pleased to see that Neo is still surviving. We had a little bit of a lag out of his stream there, but yeah, he's still way out in lead, coming around to the end of his third lap here as well. So it's just a battle between Rain and Herbie to see through to the end. Oh, cutting it tight in the trench run. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. We saw Rain made another mistake at the cargo alley, taking a very wide turn, and she had to struggle to come back to the line, and that resulted. Herbie is 2.5 kilometers ahead of Rain right now. So every single mistake costs you. Herbie will pick a line and stick to it. Herbie will not make a mistake. He will be slower, but he will stick to the line unless he crashes out. So we saw that really pay off for Herbie in this one. But really good for Neojet, because Neojet's going to take all the points. Dirk is going to miss all the points. But Herbie and Rain, everybody's going to benefit from this, except for Marseille. Marseille has DNF'd in this one.
Yeah. So it is going to shuffle the leaderboard around a bit. Coming through to the finish line now. Neojet, of course, finishing in first, and we saw the countdown timer, but I'm glad that they all got through the start-finish line as well towards the end. A great race that was. Shame to see Dirk crash out in the trenches. Unfortunately, I'm guessing that was the wind bug, the turbulence that caught him out there. But really pleased to see Neo surviving. I can see they're getting back into the lobby, and we'll have final points.
What this means is
shortly.
Yeah, what this means is Neojet and Turk are going to have a tie now. They both are going to be on the 14 points each. I love the Gravity Rush format. They're both going to end up 14. We will have the confirmation of that because he's going to get all the 5 points, my friend. And then Herbie's going to get 5 points as well. So he's going to have 11 points. So that bumps him into the third position. Very close to Dirk and Neojet, who are on 40 points. What an amazing fourth race. We have already got so much drama. I love it.
Absolutely. And what we're going to do is we're going to throw it down to the analyst desk to hear what Group 1 felt like from the analyst's perspective. So over to you guys.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Sorry to Gravity Rush 2956. Yeah, I was muted for a second, but I know that second race took a little bit long, but we got through the last two races, which went a lot quicker. Some incredible racing, especially on Caplan Circuit, and we're gonna break it all down for you guys with, of course, Tint and Jacketing. Welcome back, guys, and let's kick things off with Lorville Outskirts with I believe it was Dirk who took first place on that one, and Tint, we'll kick it off to you, my friend.
Yeah, so we saw Dirk take an early lead, and Neo get pretty aggressive off the line, trying to recover that ground, like we talked about in the pre-show. And unfortunately, that gamble just not paying off for him, pushing the lines a little bit tighter than he was able to handle, and clipping some geometry. We did also see, I think, some pretty solid evidence of heavy desync in this race. There were some racers that were clipping in some places where they probably weren't expecting to. So it's one of those things that it's difficult to practice for, because when you're sitting by yourself, at your desk in offline mode, your server connection is flawless, and so especially getting these bigger race teams gives you the opportunity to practice with other people. That's where we tend to see an advantage for people like Dirk, people like Neo, who have these larger teams behind them to practice with.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, I'll talk about this about a little bit later, but I saw so many teams or racers just getting better across the day. So anyways, Jacket in Lorville Outskirts, my friend, what were your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, absolute bloodbath for one. I think we only, not even Dirk actually finished it at the end. However, we did see Dirk kind of showcasing what the M50 can do if you kind of fly it sideways. There's this kind of like a yaw bug for it that he was showcasing in the last lap, but he also showcased the dangers of it, where going through the mailbox slot, the M50's bucking. Which is one of the things that a lot of people hate about the M50 is that it's so wild to fly, taking over in the mailbox slot and kind of clipping the wing there. But yeah, it was also very sad to see Mars having some issues off of the start. It took them quite a while to get off. Would have really liked to see how much they would have been able to push, because everybody seemed relatively comfortable in this track. And as Tim said, unfortunately, the very very obvious desync issues happening here. A lot of people were caught out in places where you probably wouldn't expect to get caught out. But yeah, I think overall solid performance from Dirk. You could see that pretty much he was almost always on the gray outline. We talked about this already with 4.8 introducing these new G-force resistance changes. It did eventually end up being an overall nerf to how much we resist G-forces. So you'd stay on the blackout line a lot more these days, and we could see that with Dirk pushing it a lot. Very, very obvious that was the comfort zone track for him today.
Yeah, and the results of that was Dirk landing in that first place spot with 5 points. So we had Rain, did an incredible job. Seems to be getting comfortable throughout the race as well. Probably this is a lot of these first people's times racing with, hopefully, I would say at a high level with other people. Herbie in third, NeoJet DNF'd in that lap number 1, so 0 points, and then Marseille's also DNF'd in that lap number 1, which also landed 0 points. Obviously, patch 4.8 is not helping with the performance of AC, but it's okay. We're going to continue pushing here. It's all good. I think the racers are getting a little bit more comfortable as they go. So, but jumping in into the next map, Jacqueline, right back to you. Old Vanderval. That was a pretty good, interesting kickoff in Old Vanderval, where NeoJet took that first place spot in the Aurora Mark 1. Give us your thoughts on that track.
Yeah, so I think I cursed it when I said that this was going to be a breath of fresh air because of all the issues that ended up happening with the lobby. So hopefully that was not analyst cursed for you. But yeah, overall, I think the Dirk versus Neo fight was as close as it can get. We saw NeoJet take on an early lead because Dirk went a little bit wide around these two set of checkpoints that we're seeing here on the replay, which allowed NeoJet to get a bit of a tighter line and take the lead there. and kept the lead for the majority of the track, and then for the race, sorry, and then during being able to catch up closer and closer towards the end. It was super close. Any mistake from anyone at that point would have cost the lead, but they both kept it pretty clean, and that's why the race ended the way it was. Another thing that was really interesting to see, we saw a lot of the more consistent flyers, Herbie and Rain, using more of the yawing to take the turns rather than pitching. Now, the Aurora can do both easily. However, we did see both Rain and Herbie crash out in the drop section here, which is pretty much the only place that you can get caught out at the moment. You take the turn in too fast, too tight towards the inside of the checkpoint, and you either clip the top of the ring or you just don't have enough aero to carry it through, which is sad to see both of them losing out on the same checkpoint here. But yeah, good performance from Dirk and Neo for this one too.
Awesome. Then your
It was interesting to see. So we saw Neo really, really aggressive off the line, especially with the way he cut the inside of that first corner. Definitely kind of everybody can get out of my way or they can't approach to that turn, because definitely he left Dirk with the unfortunate choice of, do I yield or do I crash? And Dirk made the right call, keeping the 4 points for the heat, but also definitely, like I said, Neo, all gas, no brakes. It's exactly what I expect from him. I think both Herbie and Rain probably thrown a little bit by having spent so much time lately in the Fury. Both of them took the drop crash exactly the same way, and it reads to me like somebody who's expecting the ship to drift when it doesn't. They both pulled up into the checkpoint and hit the top edge, where if they were in a Fury when that happened, the Fury would have just kept going in a straight line, and you could have pushed it back up with thrusters. But the Aurora grabs just that little bit, and it catches, and then that's all she wrote. We also saw kind of a different strategy between Dirk and Neo in the hairpin checkpoints 2 and 3, that 180 at the beginning of the track, where Neo was doing sort of what I consider the more classic approach of segmenting the turn. So he was taking each checkpoint as its own individual block and as a kind of a 90-degree turn on its own, whereas Dirk was stringing them together into one single 180-degree turn. And I think that was ultimately a little bit slower, and it did cost Dirk a little bit.
Oh wow, okay. Yeah, that was definitely a fun battle right there in the beginning, and you saw NeoJet taking the different lines, as you guys mentioned a couple times, which Rain also apparently was racing without checkpoints and even seeing the races, and still got a few laps in, which is pretty cool. But your results here for race number 2 was NeoJet with 5 points, Dirk with 4, and Rain with 3, and then you had Marseille and Herbie DNF in that first lap, so no points for them. But totally okay, right? It's like we mentioned, this is a high risk, high reward. So if you crash, there's no penalties. You're going to go ahead and you're pretty much out, which I kind of starting to like more and more as we're into the second season here of Gravity Rush, which I think is pretty cool. So yeah. Anyways, jumping into this next race, Stanton Pyro jump point. That was a lot of fun to watch. I really enjoyed it. Seeing the drift, seeing the 0 Gs, everything was incredible by Racer. Seeing Herbie take that on too, that was a lot of fun to watch. But Tent, throwing it to you, Stanton Pyro jump point. What were your thoughts on that track?
It's going to be interesting, I think, to see some contrast between the Fury piloting we just saw on Stanton Pyro and what we're probably going to see from some of the later heats, because both Herbie and Rain were taking these sort of very stable, safe approach to this track, just making sure they got through it, making sure that they were clearing all the checkpoints with lots of room to spare. So we saw a pretty strong gap develop between them and Neo and Dirk, where the Fury can probably keep a lot closer to the M50. The M50 is going to be able to pull away on that straight section, obviously, but in that back half with all the twisting and turning, the Fury can gain a lot of ground if it's piloted aggressively, but that comes with a really high level of risk. We also got to see kind of 2 different turning dynamics in the back half between Neo and Dirk. Dirk taking kind of the opposite of what we saw on Old Van. Dirk taking a more segmented approach, taking each checkpoint one at a time, lining up the vector, getting his turn set up for the next one, and then pushing into the next one. So you saw that kind of sawtooth speed, where as he's coming into each checkpoint, he's slowing down, and then he pushes out, slow down, push out. Neo trying to kind of chain the checkpoints together into a single fluid line, which is what we would see at the highest end of a time trial racing environment, but it's a much more difficult thing to sustain, especially in live.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, that was it's such a good mention, and I know how much like in zero G racing how much important head tracking is as well. So you can see a lot of that being used as well. But Jackatin, your thoughts on Stanton Pyro jump point as well?
Yeah, honestly, just gonna build up on what Tint was saying with the difference in the flight styles between Dirk and Neo. We saw even in the very beginning, Dirk went with the turn and burn maneuver towards checkpoints 2 and 3, and we saw immediately that Neo was able to just keep it slightly tighter and get through towards the next set of checkpoints first, which just goes to show that even though using the turn and burn can be faster, you do have to nail it, right? So in fact, we did see then eventually Dirk opting not to use it and then control their speed, because we saw that everyone was really focused on survival. And in fact, I think it was the only race from the 4 that everyone scored points in, even though we did have DNFs, and everyone did manage to get through all of the track at least once, right? So we did see everybody really focusing on survival a lot. Even the lap times were all over 2 minutes, which, if you were to look at the top end times, it's like in the low 1.5 minutes, something like that. So everybody was focusing on survival, which really worked out. In the second half of the track, Tint already went through this, where Dirk was taking a little bit of a more segmented approach between one ring and the other, and Neo was trying to chain them together. The interesting thing that I saw was, I think Neo was able to do that because he actually dropped down to SCM for that later half of the track. So he didn't have that much speed to fight versus Dirk in nav mode. So it was a lot tougher for Dirk to make sure to not overspeed, and therefore the safest approach to that is to segment it. Whereas Neo was able to keep the area flowing, and eventually Neo did end up scoring the fastest lap of the night, so maybe that did give him a little bit of edge in this particular race.
Yeah, I mean, quick question, and this is normally for people at home though. How difficult is that technique in order to change the SCM to the kind of SCM break and then change back and then kind of continue racing? Is that something that's difficult, or something that you just kind of learn over time fairly quickly?
I mean, it is it's a double-edged sword, right? Because the SCM break in itself allows you to drop speed really quickly. And in fact, for those who were full sending it throughout from the start finish of the first 3 checkpoints, an SCM break, they dropped to 400 meters per second in less than 2 seconds. So it is an instant break, and anywhere between 400 and 600 meters per second is pretty much relatively easy control for the thrust output that these ships can handle. However, on the flip side, as of 4.5, I believe, with the race tunings, it is longer for the racing ships to get back into nav mode. So if you're going to be doing the swap from nav to SCM for the break, going back from SCM to nav mode is about 9 seconds now, which is quite a lot of time, you being essentially vector locked in SCM and having to fly those 9 seconds with those SCM limitations until you can get back up to nav. And sometimes it can catch you off guard and immediately, give you that thrust in nav mode if you're holding it while you're SCM capped. So it's that kind of like juggling of advantages and disadvantages.
Yep, nope, that makes total sense. So thanks for breaking that down. Any last thoughts on that kind of switching style, Tint?
It's one of those things that it's kind of a difficult thing to recommend. We always, when we're teaching people 0G, it's kind of a break glass in case of emergency strategy. There's some very specific tracks and there's some very specific situations where it can be really advantageous. And I think the back half of Stanton Pyro is one where it's kind of on the edge. If you're somebody who you're not going to trust yourself to not overspeed, which I think in NeoJet's case, we can say, if we give him the ability to speed, he will speed. So if you're not going to trust yourself with it, then it's a great tool to restrict yourself, to hold yourself back and make sure that you're not pushing the ship faster than what it can handle. But in a perfect world, we would want to see that accessibility of nav mode, because there are some small gaps in there where you can push back past the SCM envelope without needing the boost if you're in nav mode. And that leaves you both able to recharge your boost for that burst back into the main straight, and also keeps the boost as an emergency tool. And this is the other thing that we see a lot when people switch into SCM mode is they start draining the boost tank really fast. And when they get into trouble again in SCN mode, they don't have the boost to get out of it.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for breaking that down to both of you. Really appreciate it. Always good to let the people that are watching at home, how that switching works and if it's a risk or not. It's always good to understand. But going into race 3, we had Dirk in first place, scoring 5 points, Neojet with 4, Herbie with 3, and Marseille with 2, landing those 2 points, and then Rain with 1 going into race number 4, which is a Caplan Circuit, and that one was actually a lot of fun to watch. Unfortunately, Dirk had that little mishap, missing the checkpoint, and then kind of, going DNF on that one. But hey, that's the tough part of Caplan Circuit, right? You need to be able to, not saying it's easy, just manage that turbulence. But yeah, throwing it right back to you, Jacqueline. Caplan Circuit, man, break it down for us here for group number 1.
Yeah, I think one of the first things that I noticed was Neojet's experience from last year really coming, really coming in clutch for this one. Because we noticed that in all of the straight sections where normally the turbulence is a real killer, Neojet was using a 45-degree angle as he was flying through it, which we saw last year. Even though it doesn't change how the wind affects you, it does give you that a little bit more stability within those tunnels to be able to fight off the wind, right? And yeah, just as we're seeing in the replay here, staying straight and having the TVI just constantly bounce up and down. The vertical thrusters are not enough to fight the wind here, so unfortunately the wind did end up pushing Dirk down into the chutes there. Unfortunate for Dirk there, has been going had a really solid first 3 races. Had an unfortunate miss of the checkpoint, which funnily enough, the gate looks bigger than what the checkpoint gate actually is. It's a very common checkpoint to miss there. Fortunately, Dirk did end up getting bitten by that. But yeah, solid performance throughout Neo. Again, bringing that experience from last year's Gravity Rush and being able to survive the full 3 laps. And I also have to give a massive shout out to Herbie and Rain. They gave us a really, really nice battle, especially on that last lap, where Herbie did overtake crossing into the start of the 3rd lap and was able to maintain it there. But Rain utilizing sort of like a tricord in the 1st lap that really allowed Rain to keep up with the M50s of Neo and Dirk, just because the Fury was able to fight off that wind a little bit more. But then Rain went back, decided I'd rather survive this race, went a bit more of a conservative approach, and eventually did end up finishing all 3 laps as well and securing that 3rd place spot. So really nice to see that consistency, but when given the chance to do that push.
Yep, and that's why I kind of mentioned I see a lot of the races getting a little bit more comfortable, going into more and more of these races. So, but yeah, throwing it to you, Tim, before we jump into our next group in our next races, your thoughts on Caplan Circuit with group number 1?
Yeah, it was really good to see sort of the control choices coming into play here too, because we saw both Herbie and Rain on keyboard for their throttle control. Flying the Fury again in a very conservative way. We're gonna probably see some people pushing the Fury a little bit harder, tricording more, especially tricording in other parts of the track, where we saw this kind of very smooth, very flat, yaw-heavy style from both Rain and Herbie. Herbie, I think, also just being more situationally aware, bringing that experience to the forefront, because as soon as we hit the point where it was pretty clear that Neo was going to finish the race, that's when we saw Herbie take the brakes off and stop flying safely. So he knew that sort of his position, his points were assured. He had at least 1 lap in the bag. So now it's a question of, am I getting 3rd or am I getting 2nd? And so once that sort of switch clicks over, you see him push hard, boosting out in front of Rain and managing to hold that gap through to the finish. And I want to also congratulate Rain on not getting tilted at seeing somebody pass, not letting that get the better of her, and instead holding her line, keeping the race safe, and actually finishing it out.
Yep, because that I totally agree. When somebody passes you or overtakes you, you kind of can start getting a little bit of that frustration, and then you kind of want to go a little bit faster to get that position back, and you can kind of lose it a little bit. So totally agree with you there. Which that means that during Caplan Circuit, absolutely great race, and like you mentioned, Jacqueline and Herbie definitely flying it safe. And I kind of like seeing him race because I feel like I can learn from that consistency before I start to book it as fast as I can. So it's very nice to see Herbie race there. But NeoJet landing the first place there with 5 points, Herbie with 4. Rain coming in with 3 in that third place spot, and then Dirk and Marseille, DNF before finishing lap number 1. So that'll be 0 points for them. But it's okay. Again, this is all an experience for a lot of these groups and a lot of these racers. So guys, keep racing, keep doing your best. We still have round 2 coming up in a couple weeks with some new tracks that we're going to be excited to see. But next race is ready for group number 2. So I'm going to go ahead and let Lens Nation and CyberFox take it away. We'll be back to the desk soon, guys. Peace.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to Lorville Outskirts. So here we are again. Lens, a fresh start for our new fresh racers. Do you have any predictions for this round at all going back into Lorville?
Well, we have the defending champion, Liquid Prime, in this group. And when Liquid Prime is there, I'm a big fan of Liquid Prime. Really, he has stepped up his game. He's so good. And actually, an apology, I got, when we did the 24 hours race, and we did the ship procession, it was Liquid Prime flying the pit crew Idris, and I mistakenly called it Fresh was flying it. So just if Liquid, you're hearing this, apologies for that, that's on me. But Liquid here, he's going to be formidable in all the races. But we have Kian, paper hands, not to be discounted. And Ricky, my really, really good friend, NeoJet's friends, again from Sire Racing, fidgety fingers. So my prediction, Sabre, Liquid Prime. He's just going to wipe the floor, mate. He's very good.
I am going to agree with you there. We've got 16 seconds to countdown. So looking forward to seeing these pilots push it to the limits in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go! And Liquid taking a very early lead off of the start of the line here, boosting, it looks like, all the way down into the first corner. And they're going to have a very tight first turn down into the drop, through the canyons, I guess, and then around the first and third corner and underneath the pipes. Kiem is really keeping up with Liquid here, giving him a bit of a challenge. Flying sideways 90 degrees, he's taken the lead. So Kiem is out in first position. It looks like Paper's DNF'd.
Paper
Is that right? It was Paper.
Yeah.
Paper.
No, he's still flying. He's still flying. He's on the skyway, but he's always
saved it.
He almost saved it. He saved it.
Gosh. So,
those hands are not made of paper. Those hands are made of steel. He's going through the boxes now, coming to the penultimate corner.
Yeah, I am absolutely thrilled. What a fantastic quick start to the race. So Liquid is now taking the lead again, overtaking Kiem, coming through to the start-finish line. We got lap 1 complete with Liquid in first, Kiem in second, and then Paper Hands and Ricky Tiki following closely behind. We're in Kiem's POV, coming back round to the drop, and you can see that Liquid is now extending his lead. So he's actually gaining some distance away from... Is it Killy? Oh, it's Killam. Killam, not Kiem. Sorry, I was mispronouncing. Oh, no, it is Kiem.
No,
it is Kiem.
No, it is Kiem.
Sorry, I sing an I and an L. It is Kiem. But they are both
I want to see
using
if Paper Hands can overtake Kiem.
Oh, I honestly, I think that they are so far ahead that I don't think that Paper Hands has a chance to catch up. Paper Hands is definitely pushing it, but because he pushed himself to the G-force limit, probably surprised by the new G-forces that are applied across the ships in this patch, I think his third position is a little bit further behind than second is to first. And still Liquid is expanding his lead. He's coming around to the final turn of the second lap, crossing the start-finish line there, and setting a lap time 2 minutes and 14 seconds, followed by 2 minutes and 13 seconds. So 3 seconds between first and second place. And Ricky Tiki, shout out to Ricky Tiki, keeping it consistent, keeping the pressure on, and not letting it upset him that he is not out in the lead. Paper Hands again struggling Paper Hands is blacking out because he went a bit wide through one checkpoint, having to go around. Paper Hands has now missed the start-finish line and going through it again.
Very wide. Very wide of a Paper Hands. If you pay attention to KM and Liquid Prime, KM's style is not that different from Liquid Prime. Both of them are using every bit of the real estate of the checkpoints, cutting it so close. Amazing performance by KM. And you can actually gauge KM's performance looking at how close he is flying to Liquid Prime. There's not much gap there. KM is somebody to be watched out for in the next races. We will see. And Paper Hands, because of his losing control in the very first lap, he's struggling with that. Ricky Tiki, he's still maintaining. Ricky Tiki is always an opportunist. If somebody crashes, he's always there to take use the benefit and get some scores. He's always done that. We saw that last year. Here, Liquid Prime has finished in first position. KM has finished in second position. Paper Hands has finished in third position, and Ricky Tiki will be finishing in the fourth position.
Yeah, and you can see the Liquid Prime extended his lead to 5 seconds by the end of that race as well.
Wow.
Ricky Tiki keeping it consistent, nice and clean. Really thrilled to see this race. Not the bloodbath that we saw stealing Jackaden's term from round 1. But yeah, Paper Hands and Ricky Tiki just coming in the last 2 checkpoints here for the start-finish line. It's incredible that Paper Hands blacked out and missed a checkpoint and had to flip around and survived. So absolutely fantastic control despite those mishaps, Paper Hands. Really shout out to you for a fantastic, brilliant, excellent, exciting first race.
I mean, that definitely was the most exciting bit when he blacked out and he was still surviving and he just missed the gate on the Skyway at the back straight. That was what a save that was. I think even the chat got thrilled by that. So I have Vidicus is in the house. Also, I saw Diplomat from scr.gg in the house earlier as well. So welcome, Vidicus, my really, really good friend. Nice to see you here. To answer your question, we had M50s and Ricky Tiki was in the Razor. So it was basically a competition between the M50s and the Razor. The ship choices do matter, but Ricky Tiki do like the Razor. Even in the last Gravity Rush, he did fly the Razor. Liquid Prime loves the M50. Liquid Prime's talent is not to be discounted, but I think my favorite in this race was KM. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I still got to give a shout out to Paper Hands and yeah, Liquid as well, gaining that extra 5 seconds after being in second place. Really, really fantastic. Just an exciting start to this round 2. So Liquid's got 5 points, KM's got 4 points, Paper Hands got 3 points, and Ricky Tiki's got 2 points. And all racers, all pilots finishing this first round, this first race of the group. Next up, though, the ships aren't going to make a difference because we are in Auroras in Old Vanderval. Mark 1 Auroras. We're just getting set up with the lobby. Hopefully, we won't see any missed checkpoints or going wide on this one. But switching ships from, racing ships to the Aurora, we saw it made a difference in the first round. I wonder if this group is going to have the same issue. Tint called it out, saying that some of the racers were thinking that the Aurora would drift like the Fury, but it doesn't. So they were turning into the checkpoints in the last group. So hopefully we don't see any of that, and these racers adapt to the new ship.
That's true. Aurora, it'll be interesting if our racers now Liquid, but I think they have already worked on this. They would have done their homework. They take the analysis from Tint and Jacqueline and try to implement it in the old Vanderval when we take the Aurora to the flight while our racers get ready. I'm waiting to see what were the lap times, the fastest lap times from Liquid and KM from the last race, because I want to compare them to what Neojet and Dunk were doing. That will also give us an indication what can we expect to see in the coming rounds, how they compare with each other. Because you remember the last year's Gravity Rush, it really got very interesting. Right now they're all racing in their individual groups, but when they come together to compete with one another, that's where we really start to see some really interesting things unfold.
Yeah, well, it's going to be hard to compare Neojet's time because he DNF'd on lap 1.
Oh, that one, long one. Yeah.
Because again, it was the bloodbath race. But Dunk, 1 minute and 7 seconds in Group 1.
Yeah.
And Liquid Prime, 1 minute 5 seconds. and Kiem 1 minute 7 seconds. So actually, we're going to have 3 people so far. If we're looking ahead when they come together in the later rounds, there's going to be 3 people at those fast times in Lorville who are sort of on that same level. Of course, a lot could change between now and then, and we'll have to see how the boards stands. It's not just about race times, of course. But yeah, you're absolutely right. They took it at a very, very similar pace.
It's going to be interesting dynamic between Liquid Prime. So we had Dirk and Neo fighting. Now it looks like Liquid and Cam will be having a battle. I'm quite happy to have that in our second group because these battles always make things interesting. What a good find, Cam. Fantastic. And a shout out to Ricky Tiki as well, who always is there to participate in every single race. And he's always there. He's always supporting NeoJet, representing Sire Racing Team. Paper Hands, I've seen Paper Hands race in a lot of races. I remember vividly Paper Hands racing in the luxury GP in Crux Cup where he flew the Origin, the jump. My God, he was really so awesome. And I remember him overtaking Engineer and Computer Jesus in that race. He was exceptionally good in that race. So Paper Hands also a lot of skill. And from Jacodin and Tint were telling us he's usually an industrial player, but now has transitioned into racing. And now we shall see them race in the Aurora on the old Vanderval. Who do you think, out of Paper Hands and Ricky Tiki, or Cam, Paper Hands, and Ricky Tiki, 3 of them, who is going to come on top between those 3?
Yeah, well, it looks like our grid is set. We've got a minute to go. And, you said we're going to have a battle between Liquid and Kiem. I think we might have a 4-way battle in this race because Ricky Tiki is a well-known name, as you say, in the racing community. And I love the fact that, people who are watching who are not familiar with racing, Liquid, Ricky Tiki, they're regulars. And it's great to see Paper Hands competing in other events as well to build a name for himself. And I'm hoping that we see more of him and more of Kiem as well, because, the more names, the more excitement there is. So we've got 20 seconds ready to go to the start of this Aurora special. And Lens, do you want to take this one away?
Yes, I will. 13 seconds to go. 12, 11. Racers, get ready. You are flying in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fly your Aurora now. And here we go.
So
the race is on. Are we going to get the lap 1 chaos, Cyberfox? We shall see.
Yeah.
Over to
they
you.
are squeezing through the first few checkpoints together. Near miss between Ricky Tiki and Paper Hands by the look of it. It's Kiem's and Liquid at the start. It looks like Paper Hands is probably off a little bit by... Yeah. They might have either collided or not. They've not collided with the checkpoint, but that was really close. It looked like they were going sideways, so I wonder if they'll be able to catch up. So Ricky Tiki, it looks like, is in 3rd place. Correct me if I'm wrong. With Kiem in 2nd and Liquid in 1st. Are they close together? Are they battling, or is Kiem and yeah? So Liquid and Kiem are up in 1st. They're so close together that their party markers are squishing together. Kiem cutting the lines a little shorter than Liquid, but still in 2nd place. Paper Hands, yes, has fallen behind a little bit, but an exciting start to this old Vanderval race. Coming through the start-finish line for the end of lap 1, 1 minute 3 seconds, 1 minute 4 seconds, less than a second between them. So let's see if Kiem can keep the pressure on Liquid.
This is going to be a very interesting battle going forward. Even we have 2 more races to see. That the technique is very close. Oh, Kiem did a really good turn over there, slightly tighter through the horseshoe bend. Liquid Prime was slightly wide there, but he's not gonna lose out quite a lot because by the time they're going through the crossover, Liquid Prime has again extended his lead. It looks like an uphill battle for Kiem to catch up with Liquid, but he's very comparable, almost about to pass out. They're gonna take a dive here, gonna go up the spire, and this is where, if Kiem wants to overtake, this is his chance.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Some distance.
Yeah, Kiem has exhausted his boost before he got to the pull-up of that section. So now he's boosting on the way down. So his boost strategy isn't quite as accurate as it could be. He boosted halfway up, fighting gravity, and then went into the red and then lost boost. So I think Liquid's going to be safely extending his lead. If Kiem wants to catch up, he needs to be conservative with his boost and then use it at the right moments around the track, would be my understanding. So we got Paper Hands and coming through the start-finish line as well. Quite far behind the rest of the racers. Ricky Ticky solidly in third place, and there's quite a bit of distance between third and fourth. So the battle is going to be between first and second for this race.
Doesn't look like anymore the battle is going to be there. Liquid is going to pretty much just... Oh, Kiem very close to blackout and
Negative
red
G's.
out and
Yeah,
whatever
red out.
kind of out is there. Wow, throwing the ships all to the extreme. This is what Aurora... I mean, I did not imagine the Aurora can be so extreme, but well, Kiem and Liquid Prime proving me wrong. Fantastic racing by these guys. Look at that Liquid Prime. He's coming to the section and crossing the start-finish line, and he was almost about to pass out.
Yeah, and it just,
Beautiful
I mean, it's
race.
just incredible. There's just about 2 seconds between these racers, and they were pushing the Aurora right to the edge. They are bloodthirsty. They are hungry for the win, I think. They just didn't let up throughout the pressure throughout that entire race. Absolutely fantastic showcase for all of them. Really fantastic to see Paper Hands completing the race, even though he had a little bit of a mishap earlier on as well. So we have all 4 racers finishing the race again. It's very different to Group 1, this Group 2, and it looks like we are in some really interesting battles for Group 2.
After that collision between Ricky Ticky and Paper Hands, I saw Ricky Ticky struggle a little bit with fighting his ship. It looked like he had a little bit of damage, but I'm really happy to see Ricky Ticky survive this race, because in the last year's Gravity Rush, Ricky Ticky had a little bit of a more tendency to crash out after a collision like that, but really, it looks like he's definitely improved quite a lot. And maybe it's just my recency bias, but looks like this year, Gravity Rush is very, very competitive. We are in the second round, and there were no battles like this last year, but this year, things are really, really tight. That was some good racing and great skill. Already, I see competition forming. It's Liquid Prime has a challenge on his hands to defend his title.
Yeah, he definitely does. It's not going to be just a comeback and coast through. It's definitely one of those situations where people are going to be fighting at his heels for the podium positions. So we've had Liquid in pole position 2 races in this round in Group 2. So he's got 10 points in total, and Kiem has come in second as well twice. So that is 8 points for Kiem. So only 2 points behind them. Now, Ricky Ticky and Paper Hands should be equal. They had 3 points and 2 points, and then they switched. So they went from third and fourth to fourth and third. So they should be on 5 points each as well. So that's 10, 8, 5, and 5 for this for halfway through this second group. I'm just absolutely thrilled as well, because it feels like the event is warming up. It feels like Arena Commander, here's all the points on the board now. It feels like Arena Commander has warmed up to us. It feels like, the pressure on Drake's back end has calmed down a little bit, and we're easing in. You can also see here the fastest lap is owned twice by Liquid Prime, which is again something that I pointed out earlier when you were talking about the comparison lens between Group 1 and Group 2. Neojet's got a 1 minute flat lap on Old Vanderval, and look at Old Vanderval now. Liquid Prime, 1 minute flat. So not only is Kiem giving him a challenge, but Dunk will and Neojet will as well, for sure.
Also, I'm going to point out that Dunk's lap on Lorville Outskirts was 1 minute and 7 seconds, and the lap time for Liquid Prime is 1 minute and 5 seconds. It's 2 seconds clear. It's not a lot, right? You're right. We will have a battle between Liquid Prime, Kiem, Neojet, and Dunk when they all come together. And let's not forget who will be in our next group. He's in the chat right now, Shaknu. Shaknu will be coming in. and he is. I
Yeah.
think he's out for blood this time. He's won the Daymar rally, and now I think he's gonna come back quite angry.
Yeah, it's also the pressure as well, isn't it? Because Group 3 are going to be watching possibly Group 2 and Group 1, and so they're going to know what they're up against before they even start. They might be an arena commander now, just practicing, just getting ready for their group, for their event, for their round. But it looks like the grid is ready. We've got 50 seconds for Stanton Pyro jump point. I'll be interested to see in this round whether anybody does any switches to SCM. I'll be interested to see what sort of flying style we see as well. Are we going to see the same sort of spinning around that we saw from Dirk? Or are we going to see more of a stable approach like Rain and Herbie? So yeah, very interested to see the different flying styles that will be on showcase today.
My eyes will be glued on Liquid Prime and KM's flying techniques. They're both in the M50, of course, and then Pepper is also in the M50. But I'm going to look at them. What is their flying style as compared to what we got to see previously?
Yeah. Well,
right?
it won't be long.
Okay,
In 9,
you
8,
take the countdown.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! So Liquid and KM straight on the boost.
Lead. Kim's right there.
Oh.
KM has just already overtaken the Liquid Prime, looks like, right?
They are moving sideways and weaving. Oh, KM is an early DNF. He just took it a little bit too far left. Obviously, just switching from the Aurora to the M50. Just got a little bit too excited.
Blackout. Paper hands doing the repeat of Lorville Outskirts. And he's gonna miss a checkpoint. He had to say, "Oh no, DNF!
Oh,
DNF
is
for
all.
Paper hands. He couldn't come back to the checkpoint. He just ended up crashing into the checkpoint. Too bad. Liquid Prime's race. This is Liquid Prime's race. He doesn't have to take it so hard. He can easily make the points here. Liquid hands, and you know who? The opportunist, Ricky Tiki. Ricky Tiki is going to score points in this one. He's going to take home 5 points if he just stays there and finishes a lap. Let's look at the technique by Liquid Prime. Let's have fun with that now, because now he can really show off. All he got to do is not crash. This is the tough section. Very, very tough. So you got to go up, down, left, right. Really crazy slalom section. I think this is really good control, Sabre. Look at that. Just feathering the throttle there. Great control.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice and tidy.
That was really close. That was very close to the ring.
In his ear in racer comms, he will have heard the DNFs from 2 of the racers, and knowing that KM was hot on his heels and KM is no longer pressuring him, I think Liquid is now going to try and play it safe. He's going to make sure that he finishes this race, make sure that Ricky Tiki doesn't steal the top points from him. Ooh, a little bit wide there, but managing to correct it with the mains. 4 minutes 11 seconds for this first lap. No, not 4 minutes 11. That's because of the grid setup. 1 minute 51 seconds for the lap time, and Ricky Tiki is quite a ways behind him. So I feel like Liquid is just going to glide through these checkpoints. The only challenge for Liquid now is that slow sort of SCM slalom section, I feel. Ricky Tiki still on the long curve around for the end of the first lap, so still got a ways to go yet before he finishes lap 1.
Yeah, Kim in the chat is saying, "Take me back to Atmo." He is another. I think he's a Jelly's mate who's not competing this year. Jelly. He also doesn't like 0G. However, even if we go back to last year's race, he still kept up with Splend in his 72. So Kim, you can also do that. But yeah, don't worry. We are going to.
Oh no!
Atmo.
We just had an upset. I'm sorry. We just had Ricky Tiki just
Ricky
flip
Tiki.
a checkpoint, and Ricky Tiki is now out. So the Liquid has got this in the bag now. He has just got to
Ricky
swim.
will still get the points.
He will still get the points,
Right,
yeah,
Ricky-
but even
he'll still
even
get
if
the
Liquid
points, yeah.
DNFs now, he's going to secure first place
Yeah.
points. So it's like,
Yeah.
so Liquid's just got it in the bag.
It's all good. I mean, Ricky did his job. He came here to survive this, take the opportunity if somebody in the front crashes, and he is going to get the points even with the DNF. So that's really, really good.
Yeah.
That's how we saw Rain progress in the Group 1. Here's Liquid Prime finally bringing it home. He's after this checkpoint is going to be the home on the home stretch. Really, really long one, but we will have a start finish. Congratulations to Liquid Prime. Very, very humble man who thinks it's easy peasy to win Gravity Rush.
Well, it's not easy to go from Atmo to 0G, and yeah, I feel like Kiem, as you said, just overcooked it just a little bit, got a little bit overexcited, and as Jacqueline and Tint were talking about at the start, and I agreed with them, it's about throttle control when you're in 0G. It's not about going the top nav, because your ship can reach top nav speed, but you don't really want that when you've got like a sharp corner a few hundred meters ahead of you. You want to be able to control your velocity, slow down in preparation for a turn, and take it easy. Slow is fast, or is it slow is smooth, smooth is fast?
Yeah,
I can't remember the mantra, but the race results are in anyway. So
yeah,
we've
top
got
hanger. Jeremy Clarkson. That's what he used to say. Yeah, if it looks slow, you're going fast. But you know what makes you go faster? Stripes on your ship, and hit it with the hammer a little bit.
So we've got the points in. We've got Liquid Prime with 5 points, Ricky Tiki with 4 points, and unfortunately, because it was a DNF on lap 1, Kiem and Paper Hands have 0 points for that round, because of course it's only a 2-lap race, so they got to survive the first lap in order to secure those points. So yeah, 5-4-0-0.
We gotta, I mean, we will have the point system very, very soon, but okay, let's go to the Caplan Circuit. This is where everything changed in the Group 1, and that can also happen with the Group 2. Liquid Prime was very dominating on the Caplan Circuit in last year's Gravity Rush, so this is for him, it's his homecoming, I reckon, so he shouldn't struggle a lot, but we shall see Kian perform on the Caplan Circuit for the first time. How he comes out of this race, that'll be interesting to see. Ricky Dicky had a lot of crashes last year, the Caplan Circuit as well, and Paper Hands, well, again, complete unknown for us. How he takes the challenge of the slalom section, or the chutes, or the turbulence of the Crusader system. Oh, and I'm reminded of what was the quote that Mistrust said to you about the Caplan?
It's not, well, no, it was about the M50. It was not a conversation, it's an argument with that ship.
He Mistrust, he always has these really fun quotes to say, and I remember we were having this conversation and he did say that to me as well, and I finished it up by saying, yeah, but on Caplan Circuit, it's the ship that wants to have the last word.
Yeah,
Circuit. So Caplan Circuit is where, you know, you're fighting it's not just you're fighting again, it's a repeat of what I said. Now, you're not fighting the other people that are competing with you. You're fighting the geometry, you're fighting your ship, you're fighting the turbulence, so many different variables here. And there's always an opportunity for somebody to just survive it. Just take it easy and just expect the front runners to make a mistake and grab the points like Rain did and like Herbie did in the Group 1.
Yeah, well, what's interesting about the points at the moment is Liquid's got 15 total points, right? And if he DNFs on lap 1, he gets 0 points. But Ricky Tiki has got 9 points. If Ricky Tiki comes in first, he's still only going to be at 14 points. So he's not going to overtake Liquid. Now, in Group 1, the top points were tied, I believe, in total between Dirk and Neo at 14 points each.
Yeah.
So Liquid could literally sit this race out and still be tied, or still be in first place compared to Group 1, but, you know, 1 point difference, 1 point ahead. So this is going to put, I believe, Liquid out in front.
Yeah. Okay, Sabre, don't encourage Liquid, okay? He's already saying in the chat, yeah, it's easy. Just don't, no, it's not safe, Liquid. You're not clear, mate. No, Daddy Dunk is coming for you. Just you gotta put some effort in, okay? This is the slalom section, a lot of turbulence, and I am gonna try a little bit of maybe I hope the commentator's curse is not true, but you guys did a lot of that last year. But I'm picking Liquid Prime as my favorite in the Caplan Circuit.
Yeah, and we're back in Atmo now, so I think Paper Hands is going to be a lot more comfortable. We got 14 seconds until the race starts, so
And
I'd like to go to the Atmo cam for the start of this race, if possible, in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and away they go. And we are seeing a very quick start off the line. We've got a chase cam right behind them, and it looks like Paper Hands has taken the inside line, whereas Ricky Tiki is going to cut across them, taking it a little bit wide. Liquid Prime coming in first, Ricky Tiki following in second, Kiem in third, and Paper Hands in fourth. So it looks like there's a very clean start to this race, a little bit of separation between them. Liquid Prime on the 45s, Kiem rolling around. Kiem doing some very interesting turns around here. What a fantastic approach. I don't think I've seen this before and it hasn't paid off. Oh, no. Oh, this is unbelievable. No. I was just admiring the skill and he just overcooked it again. So Liquid now coming through Cargo Alley is out in front. Yeah, what was funny?
Kiem and Paper Hands, they were both doing the same. If I was watching the 6 POV and they were both doing the same technique and both of them crashed out. Yes, they both crashed in exactly the same way. They were both doing the same technique. So that technique, maybe they need to work on that and not use it or maybe change it a little bit. We saw that happening, but Liquid Prime pretty much in the clear. And again, it's a repeat. Ricky Tiki, he's just gonna grab the points because he is consistent. He's opportunist. That's an exceptional skill for a racer to be there. To get the points, you have to be there. You have to finish. So that's what Ricky Tiki is doing. Oh, he's going too fast. He was gonna miss the checkpoint, but he's gonna come back. But meanwhile, Liquid Prime has crossed the start finish line once again, and he's just finished the he's on his next lap. Ricky Tiki is coming to the trench run. He's struggling a little bit. Looks like he's struggling, but Liquid Prime is having very easy run coming to the slalom. He's not going to be pushing. He's just going to take it easy. Very, very good control. Drift chaining, I think Jacodin will call this. That's what he calls it. Yeah. Drift chaining.
Well, the great thing about Liquid is he's got secured first place now. He's got 4 points secured. He doesn't actually... We said he didn't need to race this race, but now he's actually completed lap 1. He's going to get 4 points minimum, even if Ricky Tiki overtakes him, even if it DNFs. So he's going to be out in the lead in terms of points. And like you said, he doesn't need to push it. But it'd be interesting to see if the turbulence makes any difference between these two pilots. Ricky Tiki's now on the slalom, and Liquid's in the most dangerous part of the track. It doesn't look like the turbulence is affecting his ship too much. You can see the TVI wobbling a little bit. Oh, a little bit of a correction there. But yeah, it's not as... Oh, I thought he was overspeeding then a little bit. But it's not as... what's the word? It's not as forceful as it could have been. Oh, unfortunately,
Liquid. That was... I think he got pushed. I think he was pushed by the wind. Yeah, he just
as I was saying, he was going through. Yeah. He got lucky through the trench.
Remember? Yeah, the same thing happened to you last Gravity Rush, pushed by the wind. But Ricky Tiki, what a beauty!
Yeah, I mean the same thing happened to Glenn last time as well, didn't he?
Mr. Opportunist coming here. No. Herbie's Mr. Consistent. Ricky Tiki's an opportunist. He just knows how to, profit from people crashing in front of you. What a race. Caplan Circuit delivering. It's 2 years in a row. 2 years in a row.
Oh, he's overcooked it. He's gone a little bit wide. Now it's a difference between... It's a 1 point difference now. Is he going to get 5 points or is he going to get 4 points? Because he just has to make it around this corner and through the next checkpoints to overtake Liquid's position. I think this turn here... I think this turn here is where Liquid crashed.
This is where he crashed. And
now Ricky Tiki... Yeah, I think now Ricky Tiki has taken the 5 points, correct me if I'm wrong, through this checkpoint here, number 26. There we go. So Ricky Tiki now in first, getting the 5 points on the board, and literally just one turn away to secure lap 2.
Man, you have to love the Gravity Rush format. There's so much, even if your skill doesn't guarantee everything, there's a lot of luck. There's a lot of the true racing potential that you get to see. Congratulations to Ricky Tiki for just amazing performance and just being there to grab the points, because you have to finish to score points, and that's what Ricky Tiki is doing. Beautiful. And he's also really much in control. I remember Rikitiki really struggling with his controls because he struggles with his gear. His laptop is not really good, and he always he tells me that he struggles with the okay.
Oh, unfortunate.
Ah,
But
Ricky, you got greedy there, bro.
I think that was a great result for him. And honestly, I was surprised a little bit to see him continue past the point where Liquid crashed, because he could have just deliberately binned it, deliberately collided, ended the race early. But you know, he's in the ship, he loves to race, he's on stream, he's racing live in this event, he wants to enjoy it, he's shaking his head, you know, so he's
He's shaking
he's
his
not
head.
really yeah, he's agreeing with me. So he's not really thinking about, oh, I want to end this soon. But let's see what our analysts think about this Group 2 compared to Group 1.
All right, welcome everybody back to the desk here at Gravity Rush 2956. Man, that was a good start, and then it just started to go downwind. Caplan Circuit. Hey, look, man, downwind is I'm not trying to pun it. I'm just trying to be honest here, but man, what a great race here for Group 2. Man, seeing Kiem just come out of there in race number 1, I was like, dude, what's going on here? So, anyways, Tint, we'll kick it off with you, my friend. Lorville Outskirts for Group number 2, where we had Liquid Prime, Kiem, Paper Hands, Ricky Dicky. Break it down for us, my friend.
I mean, I'm amazingly proud of Keem. I'm gonna show my bias for a minute. This is his first live racing event, coming out of the Frontier team, and just absolutely killing it. Anybody who can give Liquid a run for their money has a long way to go in racing. And so seeing that come out of the gate was just absolutely phenomenal. I was bouncing up and down in my seat. We did see Paper Hands taking the using the yaw bug in the M50, whereas we saw Liquid and Keem on the much more traditional roll and pitch approach. And I think in reality, Paper Hands probably this is what caused him to have struggles with blackout and with missed checkpoints. Ricky also just showing an absolutely, I think, kind of night and day performance compared to last year across a lot of the races today. Uh, he's still on very much the safe line, which is what we saw out of him last year, but very much improved. So huge kudos to him, because it's been an absolute pleasure to see him actually kind of pushing the times and being more competitive this year.
Yeah, no, yeah, wholeheartedly agree there, and yeah, Kiem definitely brought some excitement in this first initial lap. First initial track. Jacqueline, your thoughts on Lorville Outskirts for here, this group number 2?
Yeah, well, firstly, the coin toss went the other way this time, and we have an absolutely beautiful conditions this time. So no rain, no darkness for everyone. So clean air for all the racers here. But yeah, I mean, I also have to commend Keem a lot. That the performance has been absolutely amazing, super clean, really giving Liquid a run for his money. Especially on the first lap, that's cut into turn 4. So basically coming out of that first hairpin through the gap in the rocks, managed to get a much tighter line, getting a later apex and getting a much wider exit allowed him to carry a lot more speed and get that overtake done on Liquid early on in the lap. Liquid did eventually get the overtake back, but it was really beautiful to see these lines, these different lines creating these overtaking moments. So beautiful stuff there from Game. Yeah, unfortunate from Paper Hands. The 45-degree flying in the M50 is a very difficult thing to get right, especially because the M50 does like to buck around, like we have been saying, and flying it on a 45-degree angle and trying to use the yaw bug does sometimes mean that the TVI does go above the crosshair, which induces all of the bucking that we see. So it's very difficult to, especially in a race setting, and you're trying to make sure to not crash into anyone, and you're trying to keep up the pace. It's tough to get everything to work in your favor. And yeah, another thing I want to point out, Ricky Tiki, Mr. Consistent today, in the base Razor, not in the Razor LX. So is probably the slowest racing ship at the moment, because the base Razor actually has fighter tunings right now. so it does not have the speed that the other racing ships have. I believe it is because of the wipe. Ricky did not have a Razor LX, and renting an Arena Commander is currently broken, so people fly what they currently have, but still really good performance coming out of just the base Razor, not knowing that they can't keep up with the speed, deciding to fly those safer lines and get a consistent finish.
You kind of mentioned, TVI for those of, Tint or Jacketin, whichever one of you who wants to answer it. But can you explain what TVI is to the people at home? Maybe for those people that are watching for the first time, don't kind of know a lot about ship racing. Maybe this helps them kind of understand that concept a little bit.
Go for it, Tint.
Yeah, I can. So the TVI is the total velocity indicator. That's your vector that is sort of summed up and is shown as that little floating circle with some little bits on the side of it. On the screen, you'll see it get a line through it when it's actually behind you. We'll see that more in the 0G sections. But it's a really critical part of how we think about racing because of the aerodynamics of the ship. So as we're flying through atmosphere, we want to keep that vector as close to the nose as we possibly can in most ships so that the ship is experiencing as little drag as possible, sort of streamlining the ship's experience.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for breaking that down. Very, very well there. But going into track number 2 here for this Group 2, which was Old Vanderval. But let me go over the results for race number 1, which I did forget there. Liquid Prime dropping in at first place, Kiem in second, landing him 4 points, Paper Hands in third, and Ricky Ticky in second. So, yeah, Old Vanderval, tossing it right back to you, Jacket, and break that one down for us here for this group number 2.
Yeah, so right off the bat, we can see a stark contrast from the other group that was very Fury LX heavy. These ones are all in M50s and the Razor. So every single one of these racers here was employing a pitch up into the turn. So you could see a lot more consistency exiting throughout the turns. We did see a collision early on from Paper Hands and Ricky, which fortunately enough for both, they both managed to survive. In fact, everybody finished the race this race, which was really nice to see. And also the lap times were actually relatively close to each other. We see fastest lap from Liquid at 1 minute and the slowest lap at a 1 minute 5, which is still relatively competitive with what we've seen in the first group as well. So pretty nice consistent racing from everyone here. One thing that really stood out for me that it's insane to see is how close Liquid and Keem were constantly fighting for the positions here, and Liquid Prime was using look behind in almost every single corner, which is something you don't really see a lot of racers do. But Liquid really wanted to make sure that he was doing everything in his power to be able to keep Keem behind. So we see Liquid Prime using that look behind like 5 or 6 times throughout this race, really trying to make sure that he is maintaining the lead and managed to get through it just enough. So really awesome battle here for that first place spot in OV.
Yeah, and then Kiem still, getting close to him, both with finishing not even, 1.9 seconds in between each other on that race, which was very, very close. Tin, your thoughts on Old Vanderval?
I want to throw in a little bit of context probably for some people who aren't as familiar with racing on these times. Like when we talk about Aurora's doing 1 minute around Old Vanderval, those are times that your average player isn't going to be able to touch in an M50. Like these are racers absolutely pushing these ships to their absolute limits, and it's absolutely beautiful to see everybody survive, everybody finish in under 3.5 minutes. It's just great, clean racing. Keem and Liquid both, like every racer's got a ship that is like the one ship in their heart. And Keem and Liquid, it's both of them, it's the M50. It's very obvious. They're both flying the Aurora like it is an M50. That down pitch into the dive, that like if there's not a stronger tell, I don't know what it would be for somebody who loves the M50 and is used to flying it. So I think we just saw Liquid's experience coming through a little bit more, contextualizing the boost strategy to the Aurora a little bit better, whereas Keem probably still taking the boost cues he's used to in the M50. Paper Hands also kind of carrying over a lot of what he's doing with the M50 to the Aurora, but again, that 45-degree rolled angle not playing quite as well. with the Aurora and with old.
Yeah, very, very good point there. Seeing them control that Aurora like it is an M50. That's a lot, to say about these guys, which is absolutely incredible. All right, well, yeah. So the results on this one was pretty much the same, except Ricky Ticky taking third and Paper Hands falling down into that fourth place spot where. But Liquid Prime still up there. Akeem, in that second place spot, taking home 4 points too as well. Seeing Liquid Prime race, man, is the consistency too. I know we call Ricky Zicky Mr. Consistency, but like, is Liquid Prime even trying? That's what I'm trying to figure out in my head. I'm like, come on, man. Like, but I think in that race one, maybe brought some nerves in there, but Kiem, man, I want to see that a little bit more, hopefully going into round number 2. So I'm excited for that. Then, like I keep saying, things are starting to go downwind here. Group number 2, race number 3. We are going into Stanton Pyro jump point, and that one, we had a lot of people DNF on that one, but Chin, right back to you, man. Break that one down for us because only 2 of 4 survived there.
And I think this is one where we do get to kind of point back at experience, where this type of event is particularly difficult to prepare for. These racers are having to learn 9 different tracks in 2 different ships within a relatively constrained time frame. And so for a racer like Team, where this is his first live racing experience, or a racer like Paper Hands, who's kind of got a limited pool of experience to pull from, there's not as much deep learning that's going into zero G. And it's, once racers have competed in a purely zero G event, they have sort of the time to sink into it, to get used to it, to build up their familiarity with the style. But in this preparation step for today, if you've only got a limited amount of time to work with, pushing Atmosphere is probably the smart play because it's the majority of the tracks that are being worked with. So I think we do see that come through, where Team and Paper were both pushing strategies that were a little too fast for them. They were overspeeding in the opening straight, and it just it's disaster. But this is why we tell people that the absolute king of zero G is throttle management, keeping the ship at a speed you can handle, keeping things safe, keeping things flowing.
Yep. Well put there. Jacketing, your thoughts on Stanton Pyro jump point. Man, this one, I don't like seeing this one compared and kind of seeing, them going from 2 atmospheric races right into zero G. Do you think once you give us your breakdown, do you think that's playing a big part in how they're racing and going into the zero G instead of like, do they feel as a racer yourself, do they feel like they're still trying to, control the ship like if they're in atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, that is the tricky part now, isn't it? Especially when you're transitioning from an Atmo track to a zero G track back to an Atmo track. There's a lot of muscle memory that you have to make sure that you are keeping in check, sorry. And yeah, we've seen this a lot, like especially there might have been an element of nerves with Game and Liquid having been so close in the first 2 races. Game over speeding just a little bit too much going into that third checkpoint, that left-hand turn. We saw him saying in chat as well that he did attempt to try to do the turn and burn, and I think he kind of decided against it halfway through and just wanted to turn back and just didn't have enough space to correct there and just went straight into the rings. But that is the struggle of zero G, and that is the discipline that zero G kind of forces you upon, where you have to commit and you have to make sure that you commit in a speed that you're comfortable controlling. Right, we've seen this in Liquid's perspective as well. In all of the tight turns, he drops himself down to a speed anywhere between the 150 to 300 range, which is insanely slow considering the top speed that you can get. But it's a speed that no matter what thrust you apply, the ship's going to react to, right? Because even though the M50 having 31 Gs of force, if you're going at 1500 meters per second, it's going to take a much longer time changing direction than you would with 200 meters per second, right? So it's all about controlling your speed, especially in the ship that you're in. And we've seen this as well with Ricky, right? In the Razor, we just said having a little bit slower. On that second or third lap, overspeeded a bit too much and tried his hardest to turn in, but just wouldn't have it. Because the faster you go, it's irrelevant how much thrust you have. It's 0G, there's no drag. And that is where the muscle memory starts kicking in, is that a lot of people who spend a lot of time in Atmo tracks getting comfortable racing and then practicing a 0G track forget to cater for the drag element. That in an Atmo track, the track itself is helping you slow down. In 0G, it's all you. So yeah, it's tough to see these racers try to transition from 0G to Atmo. But as Tin said, the experience coming in from Liquid really knows his limits and pushes it. In fact, we got a fastest lap of 1:49, which is over 10 seconds faster than what anyone else was doing today. So really great stuff from Liquid.
Yep. Yeah, well said there. And, results for this race number 3, where, we had Kim and Paper Hands, unfortunately, hit the checkpoint a little bit in that first initial term, and then Paper Hands kind of missing that checkpoint, coming back around, and then unfortunately hitting the checkpoint as well. So, but Liquid Prime landed, which was the only finisher of this race, with 5 points total. And then Ricky Tiki, who did get some laps in, still, got past that lap number 1, didn't fully finish, but still landed 4 points overall. So I wish all these groups were filled, but it's okay. We're still getting some great racing so far. And some very exciting challenges that I feel like in round 2, it's only going to get a lot better, which, as they experience this stuff. So, but one thing I'll say about the racers is that, hey, get together, race, practice for the next 2 weeks and come back for round 2. And hopefully we can get some great racing, practice with other people from other groups, right? And kind of mix it all up. But excited to see a little bit more. So going into the last race for group number 2 is going to be, of course, Caplan Circuits. Where that downwind took him, took some people. We saw Liquid Prime kind of got drift a little bit away, hitting one of those pillars. But Tint, break it down for us, man. Caplan Circuit, what happened there?
I had a brief moment of thinking to myself, what year is it? When both Team and Paper hit the slalom in a full corkscrew. I have not seen that in so long. And it's fascinating that the developments in the flight model have kind of led us to a point where that is certainly it's a viable approach, but what we I think saw from both of them is it's one that is much more sensitive to desync and to sort of the little slips and changes that you see out of racing live versus racing offline. It does keep you a lot closer to the rails. It keeps you a lot closer to the pillars on the slalom. So, I would have loved to see it work out for one of them, but I'm also honestly just kind of excited to see things coming back to the forefront that haven't been valid or useful racing strategies in a long time. We also saw again here, I got to give Ricky, I think, the medal for most improved. We're going to have to see what happens with our last group and with how Sam's doing. But Ricky absolutely managing a lot more speed than we saw out of last year, a lot more comfort on the track, looking a lot more assured of himself as a racer in the way that he's tackling lines. And then, of course, Liquid just putting on a show, giving us a lesson in how this track can be run. I do want to highlight the strategic choice that Liquid made to take the tunnels rolled 90 degrees, where we saw Dirk previously flying through on a flat and level plane. Having it rolled up 90 gives kind of an interesting difference because the ship is more easily pushed in that vertical axis, but it also has less thrust capacity available to resist being pushed in a lateral direction. So it's a little bit of a hoping it takes the edge off of the initial push, gives you a little more time to react, and also sets you up really nicely for the next chicane.
We just need an option to turn that thing off if we can soon. Hopefully DM soon. Jacket and
like racing
Caplan Circuit. Oh man, Jacket and your way, man. Group number 2, Caplan Circuit. Break it down for us, man. But yeah, I Tint real quick. I agree with you, Ricky Tiki. Yeah, definitely Mr. Consistent here so far. So and he got that first place spot there in that last race, which can benefit him very, very well going into round 2. But yeah, Jacket in, go for it. I'm sorry.
No, it's absolutely fine. I mean, on the topic of Ricky Tiki, I mean, after having gone through all 4 races, he did end up with 14 points total, right? Which puts him on par with Dirk and Neojet from the previous group, right? So the consistency does pay off, even though we mentioned it already. He is in a slower ship. He is playing the safer lines, but all you need is one mistake from the guy ahead, and that's a free spot for you, right? So, and we've seen that play out today, and yeah, secured Ricky the points that he needed. Yeah, I absolutely loved seeing the corkscrew on the slalom. I was very sad to see that the corkscrew was done in an M50 though, because man, the M50, we've said it time and time again, it does not like rolling. So to do a maneuver that's all about rolling in a ship that hates to roll, my God, what a challenge that is! And unfortunately, no one could pull that off today, at least. Not throwing slack at their skill. They flew beautifully today, but to roll the M50, a ship that already doesn't like to roll in windy conditions, it's just such a challenge that probably not the best call to make for today. But still beautiful to see. As Tim said, it's a maneuver that hasn't been done in so long, so it's nice to at least have it being on display for today. And yeah, but
I'm
Liquid.
actually. Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
Go for it.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay, just last point. Liquid, beautiful control from the M50 in turn 1. I was keeping my eyes glued to his screen just because I wanted to see. Turn 1, the atmosphere is very thin coming out of the tunnels and into the slalom, and it's a very tight hairpin down towards the slalom section. So you got to get a really nice clean line, and just a single pitch up just went straight through, caught enough drag to be able to slow down and keep that momentum going. Did not need to make any external adjustments, no strafing, no tricording. It was just one smooth turn. It was beautiful to see. And then, yeah, really clean, consistent run all the way through. We saw him keeping insanely good control in the shoots. Even the commentators noticed that it felt like the wind wasn't even affecting him that much because he had such really great control over the wind. And it's just unfortunate that he got caught out after turning in a bit too hard coming out of the chicane after the shoots, and tagged the beginning of the small shoot before the last turn. Would have been an absolutely perfect clinical run from Liquid, first place and fastest lap all the way through up till that point, just 1 point away from his perfect day.
Yeah, that was Caplan Circuit was a good one, and one thing I was gonna say is that it was more about the semifinals and finals, because that's all going to be taking place in one track, and that's going to allow people to really get consistent. But one thing that I was going to say is that while we're not, most of our tracks are all going to be atmosphere. I know that the last finals one is fully 0G, so that's going to be interesting to kind of see how people improve through the rushes, through the semifinals, through the finals as well. So I'm looking forward to it. So we got group number 3 coming up. We have a little bit of time before we start our next race and our last group of the day. But we got Shacknu, TTV, Jake Rizzi, Rook, Sam Tastic, and Zero Trace. I'm going to give it right back to you, Jacketed. Anybody in this group that lights up your soul that you think is going to do really, really well here?
I mean, we gotta highlight Shacknu, right? I mean, Shacknu, he joined Gravity Rush last year. Beautiful performance all the way through from him last year. Came back again this year, and we've seen Shacknu. He's become a lot more active in the racing scene lately. Last year in Gravity Rush, he kind of joined for Gravity Rush, whereas recently, we've seen him compete in 24 hours. We've seen him compete in the XGR division races. So he's back as a racer. So, having gone through all of this experience and all of this training already recently, this is going to be a year to watch Shacknu for sure. In this group in particular, it's his to lose. It is objectively, he is the most experienced racer in this last group. Having said that, though, we have a lot of people who came in with a lot of fire, I guess, and passion to actually do really well. So we have Jake Rizzi and Rook, Zero Trace, and Santastic. Actually, all of these guys really passionate about racing. We've seen Santastic already last year and came back again this year in the same ship, which is going to be an interesting thing to watch, because the P72 is not exactly up to par with the other racing ships at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see how he fares if he chooses to try and push it, to try and bring that disadvantage down, or try to play the safer line and hope the people ahead of him make some mistakes. Yeah, Rizzy and Zero Trace, relatively new to the scene though, but have a lot of passion. I've spoken to both of them. I've seen them race. They're really trying to make sure that they get up to the level where they can put on the show that we want to see here today. And Rook, of course, racer for Frontier. We've seen him perform really, really well. So not expecting anything less from him today. So.
All right, well, throwing it over to you, Tint, quickly here. Group number 3, who you think you got coming out? You know, I mean, I heard Frontier, so I'm guessing we're going to be a little biased.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Shaq obviously one of, like, our all-time top 10, for sure. Like, nobody's going to contest his placement on that list. And, of course, he's also one of the XGR racing instructors with me and Jacko. So, like, I do have a lot of love for the guy. Do I want to see Rook beat him? Yes. Am I more hoping that Rook remembers to race his own pace, not get sucked into chasing, and just, you know, focus on survival, holding the lines with the Razor? Yes, I am. Like, at the end of the day, this is a group that I think has a lot of potential to have good, clean races where everybody kind of holds their own line. And especially Sam, I think, is in an interesting position where if, you know, the other racers are playing it a little risky, the P72 may actually force him to fly the more conservative style where he's not able to overspeed in a lot of sections. He may actually get an advantage on Stanton Pyro there because the ship will, in a lot of ways, kind of protect him from that deep instinct to just bury the throttle.
Oh wow! Well, I mean, we're gonna see it here soon and see if Sam Tassa can pull it off. I know last year there was a lot of P72s, so we'll definitely see how that goes towards the end of the race. But let's take a look at Group 2 total points, and we're about to get our next race group started here on Lorville Outskirts. But Group number 2, we got Liquid Prime leading with 19 points, Ricky Ticky with 14, Kian with 8, and Paper Hands with 5. So again, we still got round 2 in a couple of weeks. So this can be literally anybody's race currently, still anybody's lead right now. We still got the semifinals and finals to go. So there's still a lot more racing to go. With that being said, I believe our next group, Group 3, and our final group of the day is ready to go. So we're going to shoot it over to CyberFox and Lens Nation, who's going to break it all down for you guys here shortly.
Oh, welcome back. And it looks like the coin toss of weather has set us back into rain and clouds. So we had a very nice clear environment for Group 2. And now we're back to sort of Group 1 environment, Group 1 atmosphere. So they're going to be more comparable to what we saw at the start of this event. Lens, welcome back. Are you looking forward to any particular racer's performance on this Lorville Outskirts track?
Definitely Sheknu. He's the one. I have had a great chats with Sheknu during.
He is the one.
Yeah, he's
like
the
Matrix.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, so he's the one. And I'm actually looking forward to Samtastic because he was pretty good in the last year. Like he was improving through the races, and I remember Tint saying that. If he puts more time in the seat, he can see him improve. So I hope Samtastic has done more practice and has come prepared. I'm going to look forward to that. And Rook 37, we have decided in the chat, we are going to root for Rook 37 because Tint wants Rook to beat Sheknu, even if he loves Sheknu quite a lot. But here we go. We're going to root for Rook because Rook is what? Rookie 37? I don't know. And TDV Jake, Zero Trace are complete unknowns, unknown unless you know about them, Sabre?
No, I'm afraid not. But you know, just going through the pilots, of course, it's great to see Samtastic back. Legacy Fleet rep there, one of Splen's proteges, I believe. I am expecting a lot out of him, but he's got a very interesting ship choice. Everybody. He's got a P72 here, and with the P72, it's going to be difficult, I feel, with the tracks that we've got. So Sam's a more relaxed racer. He's a very fun guy to talk to. He doesn't really take things too seriously, but he's an absolutely fantastic pilot. And, you know, I think perhaps that he might not have been up to date with the flight changes, having made this choice. I don't think throughout the entire tournament of Gravity Rush, the P-72 is the smartest choice. And yet, you know, what a great pilot to try this out and to challenge my thinking here, to prove me wrong. So we're going to start in the next 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! So Samtastic with the lighter ship taking an early lead, of course, because there's a lighter ship, it gets a lot of acceleration, and he's going to cut through that atmosphere like a knife. So this is a great track for the P-72 to showcase on. But of course, he's got to manage his speed. He's already blacked out once. He's missed the checkpoint. So the new G-forces have made him a little bit surprised there around the first corner. Rook 37 and Shaknu unfazed by this and piling on ahead. So it looks like we've got another blackout by Samtastic, unfortunately, but he is managing to keep it on the bleeding edge this time. And just trying to figure out, it looks like Shaknu is in the lead, followed closely by Rook 37. So Shaknu coming through these very tight, what's the word, letterbox checkpoints. Rook colliding with a letterbox checkpoint, unfortunately, getting a DNF. And it looks like TTV Jake Rizzi is also DNF'd. So now it's just Shaknu versus Samtastic. Sam's got to fight this P-72. I realize I've spoken through this entire lap. There's a lot going on, Lens. I'll let you. I'll throw it over to you. Good. There's been a lot happening, and you know I'm just pleased to see them surviving. So yeah, your thoughts on this first lap, Lens?
Oh no, that's all good, and that happens when the energy overtakes you. There was a lot happening in this track. Shaknu and Samtastic still in the race. Samtastic really struggling. He had such an early lead, and I also saw when the race started, TTVJ, yep, he's gonna survive it. It's all good. He's gonna survive it because I knew there was a right-handed current coming up, and he was gonna survive it. This is where we're gonna watch it, where he gets into the Skyway. If he's blacks out, no, he's gonna
he's 27
manage that
Gs
as
around
well.
these corners, 28 Gs.
Yeah, he's gonna manage that as well. Yeah, I saw TTV Jake had a little bit of a hesitation, starting a little bit earlier than stopping, and that gave him a huge disadvantage at the race start. That was something very interesting to watch out for. Samtastic had such a good lead, and now he just gotta survive this race and finish for the second, for the 5 points, basically. He's holding it. He's holding it well. He's definitely put some practice into this. Meanwhile, Shaknu just racing his own race.
I was going to say, of course, Shaknu is the one in the lead, fighting for these 5 points, of course. So it'll be Samtastic with 4 points if he survives.
Oh yeah,
and doesn't black out. And so it's again the update to 4.8 and the flight model changes. We had the G safety changes, the flight suit changes, and the flight velocity changes as well. And so Samtastic, I think, is just pushing the ship and the character to new limits that were previously not tested and, you know, not in the previous patch. So a little thing that, you know, a new thing that he's got to adapt to. We see Shaknu checked his rearview mirror again, and I remember saying, hearing the analysis desk saying that Liquid was doing the same in Old Vanderval in the previous round. So Shaknu just making sure that he's got enough space, making sure that he can take it home, and finishing the race in the M50 with 3 minutes 20 seconds. Samtastic still alive, still awake, not blacked out, gotten used to the P-72 now, very comfortable now, and just taking it nice and smooth around the final turn.
I mean, there were a number of pilots last year who were using the P-72. It was quite formidable. And but this year, only Samtastic in the 72. All we have is M50 and the Fury. That's the only thing I want to see changed in the Gravity Rush. Like, we want to have different chassis of ships, but I understand the pilot. This is like the Formula One of Star Citizen, so we will have the most competitive ships racing in Gravity Rush. All right, we are done with the first race. This is the last round of the day, and we just have 3 more races to go, and that will be it for our this stream. But well, 3 more races to have some action, we're going to be moving over to Old Vanderval with the Aurora at this stage. And well, I'm already looking forward to Caplan in this round. I don't know what's going to happen this time.
Well, in Old Vanderval last time, we did see that the pilots were pushing the Aurora to the limits and to the G safety limits as well, redding out, and I've not seen that in the Aurora before, pushing it that hard. That goes, that's to do with pilot skill, but it's also to do with the changes, and it's to do with the fact that the pilots can actually fly the ships on that razor edge, so that they're pushing it as hard as they can without losing control. So it'll be interesting to see how many pilots are comfortable with these changes in the Aurora. It's a lot more of a cushion, I think, a safety cushion or a safety net. I don't know if that's the right term, but the Aurora doesn't have 27, 30 Gs like the P72 does. So I think we're going to see a lot less of the blacking out, a lot less of the redding out that we just saw on Lorville. But yeah, I do agree. I think the P72 is an interesting choice compared to the last round. Last year's Gravity Rush, it was a competitor. Snub ships were at the top level. I'm interested to see whether they can compete at this top level all the way through. Lens, talk us through the points that we have so far.
Okay, yeah, something very interesting. Before I read the points, well, okay, let's do the points very, very quickly. We have Sheknu with 5 points, obviously. Samtastic finished the second with 4 points. Rizzy, Jake got 0 points. Rook got 0 points because they DNF'd and did not finish a single lap. Okay, I want to point out very quickly to you. So, do you think we had a clean race, clean weather, or was it like a little bit rainy on Lorville this race?
Yeah, it was rainy on Lorville, wasn't it?
It was rain, right? Okay, I want to point out to you, Sheknu's...
it
was clean, I think, yeah. It was clean, I think. Sheknu's fastest lap was 1 minute and 6 seconds. Samtastic's fastest lap, 1 minute 7 seconds. Liquid's fastest track, 1 minute 5 seconds. Dunk, 1 minute 7 seconds. Good on you, Samtastic, my boy. That is look at that, right? I mean, we can see the comparison here. Dunk, Liquid, Hiem, Sheknu, Samtastic, they're comparable. I mean, let's see how this unfolds in the coming races because this is very tight.
Yeah, and it's to do with the fact that it's a short circuit track, isn't it? So that the snub can survive that sort of length. And yeah, apologies, I did get confused between the rain because I think it's our overview video that has
It's because you're from Britain.
Rain in it, perhaps. I'm just so used to wet everywhere. It's just so
sorry.
I came back from Australia and it was just so rainy. You have no idea. You had literally just described my life to me right now. It was so cold and so wet. Yeah, so I was comparing it to the first round, saying that it was going to be a wet race, and it turned out to be clean. And I just completely didn't even notice that when it happened. So yeah, thank you for pointing that out. But yeah, so I think the P72, it got the same lap time, 1 minute 7, 1 minute 6 seconds around Lorville, which is a fantastic lap time for Lorville in a live race, but only because it's a short circuit track. When we get to longer tracks like Stanton Pyro Jump Point, we're not going to see the P72 survive that sort of length of track. It's going to run out of boost, and then it's going to have to refill its boost. Zero G, it's not got the nav speed modes without the nav speed velocity without using the boost as well. So it's going to drop to SCM speed every time the boost runs out. Admittedly, the deceleration in space is a little less because it hasn't got the atmo drag, but there still is, it's not full Newtonian physics, is it? So they are going to lose some of their... Oh, no, in decoupled, they're not going to lose some of their velocity. I don't know how it works in 4.8, but because the snubs can't reach... They can reach the nav speeds, but then they have to drop back down, don't they? You tell me.
No. What I was going to say is, but we still got to acknowledge Samtastic's lap time at 1.7. So imagine if he did not miss that checkpoint. We would have had a battle at our hands between Sheknu and Samtastic, right?
Yeah.
So, Samtastic, between this race and the next round, mate, I'm giving you homework. You're just going to practice every single day, okay? That's all you're doing. Forget about grinding in the PU. You just got to practice, come back and challenge. Yep, that's it. This is Lens Nation's homework for you, mate.
Forget about your family.
It's really good. Yeah. So I mean, I'm happy. This is the only 72 we have, but of course, come semifinals, they're allowed to change the ships if they want, correct?
For this, I think they're stuck with their ship for the entire tournament, so there won't be any
Oh,
ship
no, no.
changes. It's their chosen
Oh,
ship, and
even
there's the Aurora, and that's it.
okay, even for the semifinals and finals. Okay. So, okay. All right. This is my first year with Gravity Rush proper, so I apologize. Okay, but that's very interesting. Yes, Nefty, I am assigning homework. That I'm very much known for that. I pick my favorites and I make them work.
Yeah, and that's why I'm
Uh,
talking about the P72 ship choice making so much of an impact across the entire tournament, because the
yeah.
P72 has to survive in all of the 0G long races as well as the Atmo races, and we know it's a short course Atmo racer. We've got 20
Yeah.
seconds to start this race. So do you want to call this one in 15 seconds?
Sure thing. I'm gonna root for Samtastic in this one, and Samtastic is gonna make me proud in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Auroras, you are a go. I love this
Okay,
camera
so
angle.
we've got a nice
Shaknu is right
quick
there. Very comfortable.
start by all races. Yeah,
Oh,
they're
three,
very
four,
tight in the
three of them
pack.
going
All
side by
three of them
side.
through. Yeah.
3 of them going side by side. That was very, wow, that was tight. Shaknu is very safe right
Oh,
there. I think some people have DNF'd already. Samtastic was going extra wide coming to the second checkpoint. From my understanding, Rizzi has DNF'd, Rook has DNF'd. Shaknu and Samtastic are still in the race. And if we know anything from our experience, Shaknu is going to take it easy and going to put it in the bag, and Samtastic is going to miss the checkpoint. I'm just looking at the 6-point POV right now, and Samtastic has just missed a checkpoint. Shaknu is just going to take it easy on this race. Over to you, Cyberfox.
yeah. It's a shame. I think they all just crashed into each other at the start, bounced off the
Yeah.
checkpoint, and hit each other because they were all tight through. Now we saw at the start of the race, of course, Shaknu take a little bit of a lead, but this is down to the grid positioning, right? Because the setup of the
Yeah.
grid at the start of the race gives all of the pilots enough spacing to prevent this from being an issue. They've all got the same ship, so they're all they've all got the same amount of acceleration available to them. And what just happened is, I guess, when you count down, when you go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, perhaps the ones at the front clicked the go and pushed forward a little bit later than the ones at the back, so they ended up together rather than separated. Whereas Shaknu just got off the line in a nice clean fashion and just stayed ahead. So yeah, Shaknu and Samtastic 1 minute 40, 1 minute 47. So Samtastic only losing 7 seconds from missing the checkpoint and from flying a little bit wide. This is going to be nice and smooth now. There's
Yeah.
I don't want to say there's not much to say about the rest of this race. I'm looking forward to seeing how they pull around the Aurora, because again, I love the Aurora. I love the way it flies. It's very consistent, flies very much like the Razor. It does well in these atmospheric tracks. Of course, this is 0.4 to 0.6, so kind of a light atmosphere track. That's possibly contributed to some of the incidents earlier. And he's checking his rearview mirror to see how much space he's got. But 7 seconds is a huge amount of distance. It's got to be, he's got to be at least 10 kilometers behind, maybe even further. So yeah, this like you said, Shaknu's got it in the bag, but I'm looking forward to seeing how they fly these ships.
Hey, you know what? Exactly what you said right at the start of today's stream. Not the lap 1 chaos, but the checkpoint 1 chaos. That came true for
Yeah.
this race. 3 of them side by side and just took each other out. 2 of them, Rook and Rook and Jake, they took each other out. And we're just seeing the repeat of the Lorville Outskirts right now with Shaknu already finishing, gonna take all the points back home. And Samtastic is gonna do that right now. Well, I'm very proud of Samtastic. I think second place finish behind Shaknu, very good consistency. Definitely, Samtastic has learned from last year's experience.
Yeah, well,
I'm good.
Samtastic, I
I'm very
remember,
happy
is
with
more of a
that. Yeah.
drifty racer, and seeing him in a
Hmm.
P72 means that he can't use that drifty flying style as much as he normally does. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see, later tracks when we come around to things like Snake Pit, where he'll be on the 90-degree and possibly even dolphin diving, because those sorts of short course tracks really favor the P72. So, yeah.
Fantastic will have
Three.
to do the jelly. You know, he will have to do the jelly in the next race for the Stanton because he kept up with Splend so well, and there's a lot of time improvement from Fantastic. So he needs to bring up that same skill level with the 70. If he has chosen 72, there has to be a really strong reason, correct, for him to bring that ship, bring that confidence, and put up a challenge. But Shaknu at this stage
Well,
in this group is extremely strong.
yeah. I again, I'm still not sure about this P72. I'm really not sure about it. We'll see how the tournament plays out. You're saying it's deliberate. Is that what you're saying? Like, of course, the selection is deliberate.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. I mean, he knows Gravity Rush format. He's not a newcomer, and he knowingly is choosing the 72. Maybe there is some skill that he feels more comfortable with the 72 in this 4.0 4.8, and that he's doing. By the way, he's missed a checkpoint, so he's just doing this lap of the old Vanderval again until the timer finishes. So he missed a checkpoint. So up there, so old Vanderval race is over. Well, we shall see. We have 2 more races to go, and let's see how Samtastic performs. Because Rook is really good. He's just being unfortunate, just like Kiem. They're just crashing out. That lap 1 side by side action, 3 people together, not a good recipe. Just like I said, on old Vanderval, you have to concede positions. You have to cut your losses. You like crashing is not a good strategy. You know, just survive a little bit to come back another day, right?
Yeah, it's like real life racing, isn't it? You have to give each other space and room, and it's not like a time trial. You have to use your head tracking, use your Tobies, look around, observe the position that you are in the field and in the grid to be safe around other pilots. I did say in round 1 that the Aurora can take a little bit of a knocking, but it sounded like from our production crew that the ships bounced off each other and then into the checkpoint. So it sounds like they came together, collided a little bit, survived that, and then just didn't survive the result of what happened. But yeah, so it looks like we've got Stanton Pyro jump point coming up, which is gonna prove me right or wrong, isn't it now? Because now we're gonna see the P72 against the M50, against 2 M50s and against the Razor, and we're gonna see if the P72 can keep up. Yeah, well, I think it will struggle, but it's like how much?
Yeah. How much? Exactly. You're right. It's going to be on the back foot, but by how much margin, of course, comes down to the pilot skill. So I have faith in Samtastic, but I also want to see Rook perform a lap, and we also want to see Jake perform good, because I remember in the chat there was a lot of supporters for him previously that, hey, go Jake. So hopefully we get to have him finish a lap. Matic, I think, is referring to reason is hamburger. Why the crash happened on old Vanderbilts? 10 Tower analysts are also having fun with Ricky. Thank you to the chat, and there's been a few subscriptions coming over to Atmo. There have been a few cheers coming over to Atmo. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Keep watching racing. Keep supporting Atmo, and so that we can all keep racing, keep pushing, and keep bringing these awesome events to you. We have just finished System 7, and now we're into Gravity Rush.
Yeah, and to get comfortable with Stanton Pyro Jump Gate, let's go to Jacqueline's video to talk us through how this race should be flown.
Stanton Pyro Jump Point, one of CIG's own making, is a track that was designed as a testing ground for racing with the new Master Mode flight model. It can only be raced in Arena Commander, and it uses the Rings checkpoint system. Now, this is a 0G track, so we'll test pilots with speed control on the first half of the track, as well as fine maneuvering through the tight turns in the last half of the track. As with all 0G tracks, head tracking can be a huge asset here, so if you don't have a Tobii or a Track IR, consider using a webcam to help you track the TVI better. Starting the lap, racers will have a long straight shot through the first 3 rings, followed by a slight left and then a sharp right. Common techniques used in this corner are either braking earlier and making the slight left to right adjustments needed via thrust, or more commonly amongst top-end pilots, a 360 turn and burn maneuver that allows you to maintain speed and control the vector quicker. Getting to the end of this section prepares you for a gradual left turn as you climb up to the higher section of the track, where you have another set of straight sections, where speed management is once again important to make sure to not overshoot the rings. Coming up to the last right-hand turn starts to drop into the tight section as we start looping around the structures. Finding the right groove of pitch, yaw, and roll whilst maintaining disciplined throttle control is the key to getting through this section as smoothly as possible. Exiting through checkpoint 22 opens up the space and sets the way for a long bend through the final 6 rings towards the start finish. Remember, this is a 3-lap race, so setting yourself up for the next lap is very important as you get through the start finish. One wrong checkpoint can set you back a lot, so make sure to stay in the speed range that you're comfortable controlling, and fly safe and happy racing.
Well, I don't think we're going to be seeing the 360-degree spin and turn and burn Newtonian sort of flying style in a live race, but I'll be thrilled if we do. Be hilarious to see if Sam can do that in a P72. Or
yeah,
if
and
the
Ninjetti
M50s
did
can
that
pull
last
off.
year. Ninjetti
Yeah,
did that last year really well. Oh,
it's
here
a
are the
risky,
points.
it's a risky trick. But yeah, take it away, Lens, with the points.
Yeah, well, Sheknu, no surprise, 10 points in the bag. Samtastic with 8 points in the bag. And Rizzy and Rook37 still haven't opened their account. They were the opening batsmen, but they have been knocked out at the first ball. I'm just doing this for you, Sabre, because you're from Britain, the cricket references.
Absolutely. And, you know, this isn't to say they won't score some points in this round, in this race. We've got 2 more
hopefully.
races to go. And we did see this as well previously with Mars Eyes, DNFing in the first 2 races and then scoring some points in race 3. And it all counts towards the end as well. So, you know, we have round 1 and then we're going to have round 2 as well. So it all adds up. If they score points here, then great. Let's just keep them on the board, to be honest. I don't think having 0 points earlier on in this tournament is going to make too huge a difference, because they can always pull it back in the next round. Pyro jump point, Stanton Pyro jump point, Caplan Circuit left to go. Only halfway through this group 3, and it sounds like the grid is just getting set up and we are nearly ready to launch.
Yeah, and Pyro Stanton jump. I tried to race on this one. This is the latest addition to the Arena Commander, the latest racetrack to make it into the Arena Commander. And from what I understand from last year, listening to the analysts, this is more challenging than the Miner's Lament, apparently. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't really...
that's a very sad... Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really have as much... what's the word? All over the
reference
place
points?
as Miner's Lament. Well, yeah, it doesn't have many reference points, but I just remember Crucian just doing the sort of spaghetti arms all over the place when he was describing Miner's Lament, because it is a very confusing track, whereas Stanton Pyro is easier to remember. And I'd say the challenge doesn't come from navigating the track. It comes from the velocity control. It comes from the possible mode switch. It comes from, you know, the slow slalom and the high speeds. So I'd say yes and no. The challenge is slightly different for Miner's Lament. And yeah, I'm not sure I would say that one is more challenging than the other. It's just that they have a different challenge and a different flying style, even though they're both 0G.
Miner's Lament is, I think it's it feels more formidable because geometry is very close to you, and the threat is always there. There's also a caterpillar in the middle of the track in Miners
Yeah, so
Lament. You don't have that here. Yeah.
there's always the risk that you're going to collide into more items because of all the asteroids in Miners Lament. But we've got 18 seconds left until we start this race. So again, we've got Shaknu in the M50, Jake in the M50, Rook in the Razor, Samtastic in the P72 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And away they go. Beautiful trails, cinematic camera. I do appreciate the third person point of view. At this stage, looks like Shaknu is very solidly performing right in the front, and he's got a really good technique with the 50. And Samtastic is, well, slow, but he hasn't made to the section where he needs to show his skill with the 72. Rook, look at Rook's flying in the Razor. He's good. He's got the technique down. And he is in the second position. He's chasing Shaknu. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, it looks like it. I'm wondering what the text is on Rook's screen as well, saying
It is Shaknu.
that
It is Shaknu.
pilots are another ring cleared. What's going on?
Oh, subtitles. He's got the subtitles on. If you do some of the don't Rook, don't control it.
No!
Yes,
We got a downed M50. Shaknu is out.
The great
Shaknu
upset.
is out.
Wow,
Unfortunate.
That is a very rare opportunity for the rest of the grid to make some points over Shaknu. Shaknu can always
and this
come
is what
back,
I was saying, like the 0 points doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. You can always come back. You can always compete. Jake Rizzi going through sideways. 16 out of what is it? 28 checkpoints in this track. A little bit tight on this one. Putting it a little bit sideways, a little bit overshooting. Elevation changes up and down and up and going around. But chasing the heels of Samtastic, I think. Is that correct? So Sam is
Samtastic
in the middle of the pack now.
Yes, Sam is in the middle. Rook is in the lead. And Rook, if he just keeps a measured approach, he will be able to bring this to the home. Samtastic also has the skill, which is nice.
POV? If we stick with Jake's POV, we might see him accelerate. If he takes this turn well enough, coming into 26, 27, 28, we're going to get into the long straight. He's got to pull into the checkpoint. He's clipping the corner of the checkpoint. Just made that. He now should catch up and overtake Samtastic. I can't see him in the POV. There's a lot going on. Samtastic's one checkpoint ahead. Can Samtastic
No, I don't think that's
arrive
going to happen
at the slalom?
Yeah, Samtastic's got it good. Sam is doing really, really well. He's not taking any risks. And if we shift our view to Samtastic, let's have a look how the 72 is faring on this track. He's not doing anything extraordinary. He's just keeping it safe. He's just doing it well.
Yeah, but he has been overtaken. He has been overtaken, hasn't he?
Has been overtaken? Oh wow!
I think so. I think Samtastic is now in third place. So checkpoint 6.
Oh, I saw the pinger and I thought the target was. that Samtastic has crashed.
Oh, no, Samtastic DNF. Oh no,
that is sad for 72. Samtastic sponsorship from Kruger is under threat with that. So now it's between Rook and Jake.
And who needed the point, Lens? Who needed the points?
Yeah, Sam.
Who's going to get the points for this race? Oh no! Jake Rizzi has just overcooked it a little bit. Oh my god.
That was the commentator's curse. You got greedy there, Sabre. I don't know what happens if everybody DNFs. I mean, Rook still gotta bring it home. Come on, Rook, you got this, bro.
Oh, he's rolling his eyes.
That was very close. That was very close, dude.
That was very good control by Rook. But if they DNF after completing the first lap, they take the points for the position that they were in. So Samtastic, Jake Rizzi, and Rook will all have points. I don't think Shaknu's going to score any points for this because Shaknu did not complete the first lap before he DNF'd.
Keep it clean, Rook, and good job. Rook finishes, takes away all the points. That's good redemption for Rook because he didn't have any points so far. Third race finally gets the points. So nice. So the subtitles that
Yeah.
you saw, some of the tracks have commentary on them. So you have
Do they
these
really?
pre-recorded lines. Yes, some of the race tracks have
Oh.
pre-recorded lines which are randomly repeated, which is extremely funny because you're sometimes going through a corner and the commentator is saying, "What a fantastic speed through that straight!" So yeah, it's like
No,
yeah.
I didn't know that. And the reason I didn't know that is
Yeah.
because I have my in-game ship voices and everything turned off, so I can hear
Oh, yeah.
everything else in the game. I'm not a big
Old
fan
Vanderval
of.
has it. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
Old
know this.
Vanderval has it. Yeah, they all have it. Okay, so now Cyberfox, we usually have this kind of upset happen in Caplan, but this group just has escalated everything. They wanted to bring the drama in the Stanton Pyro jumpway. What do you think is going to happen on the Caplan circuit?
Yeah, I don't know. So the points are in, and so we got 5 points for Rook, 4 points for Samtastic, 3 points for Jake, and 0 points for Shaknu. So that means Shaknu's got 10, Samtastic's got 12, I think, and Jake has got 3, and Rook has got 5, and Jake has got 3 overall. So the pack is still spread. And so what I'm hoping for Caplan, is that Rook and Jake will catch up. But for now, let's jump to the Caplan race video from Jackaden.
Caplan Circuit is set among the floating platforms of Orison on Crusader, weaving through the Cloud City's industrial infrastructure across 30 checkpoints. This track will have racers navigating a technical slalom, powering through long trench run straights, and also threading tight chicanes, all while constantly fighting the heavy turbulence that Orison is currently notorious for. Straight from the get-go, a straight shot through the Caplan tunnel will immediately start throwing you off balance as the wind picks up. Keep it steady and start preparing the right-hand turn down towards the slalom section. As you make your way through the slalom, prepare for 9 weaves and pick your preferred technique through. It's recommended to fly by yawing into the turns and feathering throttle. The reason being that keeping your nose more level allows you to fight the turbulence more effectively, giving you better control and consistently lap over lap. If you're confident, you can do a dolphin dive, which means that you pitch up and down through the turns and allows you to carry more speed. Exiting the slalom, make your way towards the cargo alley. Find a nice wide line to get a better entry point so you can ensure to stay within the checkpoint limits whilst also coming into the alley safely. Once you're clear, you have a nice wide open space where you can start dumping some boost, mark your entry, and fight the turbulence as best you can as your TVI is going to start bouncing everywhere. Be very careful if you're racing alongside someone else, as the direction the wind blows can be quite random. Exiting the chute, you have a sharp left-hand turn as you prepare for the final few set of bends. A hard right around the floating pod, pass through the small chute, and now to the left for the final chicane. Take note of this giant cargo rail sticking out of the exit of the turn, so keep it tight and clean, and now you're in the final stretch. Similarly to before, keep it steady and the finish line is straight ahead. Remember, to start a new lap, you have to do a hairpin turn down towards the lower level tunnels, so keep that in mind and control the speed to stay on track. Good luck fighting the winds, fly safe, and happy racing.
Well, I think this is going to be one where we're going to see the P72 hopefully shine, because it's going to be less affected by the turbulence bug. We can see here the points that I read out earlier. So 12 points to Samtastic, 10 points to Shaknu. So Samtastic here in the P72, he might just accelerate and extend his lead if he performs well with the P72. And Rook and Jake with 5 points and 3 points respectively. So yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting race, which is going to mix things up a bit. Do you have any predictions, Lens?
Not predictions, but I have a hope that Samtastic at least finishes in second position. So he stays very competitive with Shaknu. That's my hope. But I think Shaknu will like to redeem himself in this track as compared to last year. Yeah, I think we're very close to roll countdown, but that's what I think Shaknu will like to not repeat the history and be more formidable on this track. We have 44 seconds to go, and I also expect to see what Rook does on this track because he got really good points. He has tasted blood now, and hopefully he knows and understands that a measured approach and a survival approach is a good approach for Gravity Rush. How about you?
Yeah, I think you're probably right here, but again, we cannot predict what the wind is going to do
Yeah.
to Shakno and the M50. But it'll be interesting to see. We've got 30 seconds before the start of this race. I'm expecting Sam to be very quick off the line. The P72 is nice and light. They're going to use all of their boost up for this first straight, and then they're going to come around to the slalom. So we'll see how this goes in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go! So yeah,
We're
it
gonna
looks like
watch Samtastic's
Samtastic
point of view.
is
Mm.
indeed just full on the boost all the way down, not even using it up by the time they get to the end of this first tunnel. Coming around a little bit
Ooh.
wide, but pulling it in nice. And we can see from the... Oh, no. Oh, we've had an
Samtastic
upset
crashed
already.
out. Yep,
Yeah.
Samtastic is out. This was his chance to redeem himself, but and Rook is out as well.
Oh, no, just
Yes.
colliding with the struts.
Yeah, Shaknu is doing this slalom pretty nicely, and now he doesn't have to worry. He
Shaknu's
just
the
needs to
only
bring
one
it
left.
home. Yeah, Shaknu it
Oh
is.
my gosh.
All right, we can all go home now. That's it. Shaknu's got it in the bag. Sure thing.
It's incredible because I
Very
saw
exciting.
two of those explosions, but I didn't see what happened to. I think was it. I didn't see what happened to one of them. We saw Samtastic go down. We saw one of the other racers hit the struts, and then I have no idea what happened as well. So it'd be interesting
What
to watch the replays
happened?
for this race.
Yeah, what happened, Sabre, was Crusader getting angry. Crusader is not
Yeah.
happy that all these racers coming down, flying around the Caplan platform, just making its anger known. But I'll look at the masterful flying. Let's enjoy the skill that
Oh,
Sheknu has
nice.
on display. That's the 45-degree flying through the trench. Oh no, he's flying it on the wing. Neojet takes it on the 45 in the M50. Here we see, yeah. I mean, there's so much fun watching this and learning different techniques by the different racers coming around here. Fastest lap Shaknu. Obviously, he's the only one racing. I think I can have fun with Shaknu. You know, like what's the challenge there, Shaknu? You're just showing off right now.
Yeah, but he's on the board. He scored the points. Everybody else didn't complete the first lap.
Absolutely, I agree. I mean, I joke about it, but I can't even finish this lap in like 10 minutes. You know, so
Yeah. It is
really good.
again. It's a middle difficulty track, isn't it? It takes, and this is like I'm talking on the expert level. It is sort of a pro-am track. It's not a
Beautiful.
beginner level track. It is the next step from the likes of Lorville and Icebreaker. Shaknu pushing the G's a little bit, so he's not
Yeah.
just resting on his laurels. He's not taking it too lightly. I think
No.
he's probably just going to enjoy the fact going into the precision targeting mode there as well. But yeah, I think it's just going to enjoy the fact that he can take a bit more of a time trial line, doesn't have to worry about colliding with people. It looks like the turbulence has been kind to him through this sort of trench run, and now he's bringing it through the struts.
Wow.
And it was around this corner that we saw an upset in the previous round, so hopefully he'll survive this little
Right
bit.
there. Let's call that pillar the liquid pillar. That's where the liquid crashed.
Yeah.
Man, Shaknu's run on this lap, so masterful. His slalom, drift chaining, just masterful. The way he's executing this is beautiful. Amazing run. And the precision
and he's
mode,
conserving
the
his
entrance to the
boost.
chute. Yeah, the entrance to the chute is it's very confusing. It's not that very visible because of the geometry. So that was clever using the precision mode to just navigate himself. And Sheknu's gonna bring 5 points to home. let's watch the slalom section from the external camera point of view. That is beautiful. You know, this slalom section, Cyberfox, it looks to me, it's the way you tackle it. Sometimes for a rookie person like me, it's like unfolding the ribbon. It's like a radio wave signal. You start very tight, but then the amplitude keeps increasing, but the frequency,
Yeah, you're so right.
right? The frequency
Yeah.
remains the same, but when I fly it, I'm just like, oh my god, I'm just going wide. Not Shaknu though. Shaknu's got it
Yeah.
tight.
It's about velocity
Beautiful
control
one.
as well, because they take a very a very needle thread sort of line, a weave very tight to the struts, but actually it's because they're controlling the velocity. And again, you know, he's using his boost where it is needed the most, so conserving it for these long straights, struggling against the wind there.
Oh, that was very close to crashing.
Very tight.
Whoa, that is
very
an
exciting.
incredible save. He's lost
still
his
lost
line.
control,
He's
but he's
lost his. Yes.
He's
Still
got it
not
back under
given up.
control.
Wow.
The M15
That's
not
like,
taking Shaknu down.
Man, Cyberfox, that reminded me of how Max Verstappen controls his Formula One car when he loses control and he still doesn't let go. He still wants to keep pushing. Shaknu, that was very cool to see. Please. Wow, I want to watch a replay of that when the analysts, of course, we will see the replay of that. That was amazing. Shaknu, 07, I take a bow.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Really pleased to see him fly through the race the whole way through from start to finish. And, you know, it's a cinematic game, isn't it, Star Citizen?
Oh,
it's a really fantastic, beautiful pink skies, pink clouds. I'm going to love it when we get all of the storm walls in there. But for now, let's close up this round.
Watching videos.
Gravity Rush.
He's watching an ad.
With
Sorry,
our analysts to wrap this up. Oh, he's watching. He watches videos on his stream. Let's throw it to analysts before we get something that we shouldn't see.
Those guys too, man. Those guys have been cracking me up all day. But man, Caplan Circuit again, downwinding, upwinding, it don't matter, man. Turbulence got you. Tin Jacketed, man, racing today has been absolutely incredible. But yeah, I kind of wanted that last group to get shaken up a little bit, because when we saw Shaknu go down in race 3 in Stanton Power Jump Point, I'm like, yo, this is the chance for Rook and for these other guys to kind of get their points up. So I was hoping in Caplan Circuit we saw a little bit closer race. But let's jump right into the first race where we only had 2 people finish. Lorville Outskirts. Tim, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think definitely we're just seeing some nerves and some coming in cold, especially being the last group of the day. It's a little bit difficult to jump straight in with it sometimes. So
Yeah.
It's good to see that there was some recovery later on. But Shaknu, I think it's an interesting choice by him to use the yaw bug, and we saw that it didn't really pay off in the times. His times wound up being pretty much exactly on par with Liquid's. I think really just Lorville doesn't have the length of straightaways that you would need to make that practice worth it. But we did see a lot of really good techniques from him, showing his experience, using the precision targeting mode to line up for the mail slot near the end of the track, and checking behind himself in the rearview camera, seeing how much space he had. All just, the kind of racing techniques that's easy to forget when you're new, when you don't have the mental space to kind of hold them and with your flying and the track shape and the other competitors yet. We did also see Sam struggling a lot with the G's in the P-72, and I think this is actually something that is kind of an interesting consequence of how the Krugers handle. Unlike the other ships, which have gotten a lot more tolerant over the years of being thrown around in yaw, the snub Krugers still absolutely resist it at every turn. They will fight you if you try and yaw with any speed whatsoever. And so where another ship would give you the opportunity to roll 90 degrees and keep turning in yaw, but start bleeding off some of those vertical Gs, Sam was being forced to load them all in the vertical axis. And it's a tough thing to overcome. So I'm glad that he was able to survive and pull it through.
Yeah, I'm very, very impressed with Sam. Definitely in Lorville Outskirts. Saw a lot of blackouts going almost 30 G's or getting close to that point. It was pretty crazy. Jacket, throwing it over to you, man. Lorville Outskirts, where we got Shacknu taking it #1 there for us.
Yeah, I mean, Shacknu can always expect him to be pretty much clean and consistent, right? And he just he pushes all the way through. We did see that he did kind of relax a little bit closer to the end. Yeah, utilizing the M50 Obug did not pay out. I mean, Tint's already mentioned this. The straight's just not long enough, but he's very consistently managed to be able to get the Obug to work. It's a very difficult technique to consistently get right. But Shacknu spends a lot of time on the M50 and has been able to get that technique anytime that he wanted it, really. Really interesting to see Sam. Tint has already mentioned the resistances to the G-forces, and I think aside from the fact that the Krugers built in, I guess they force you to black out a lot more just because of the way they fly. The fact that they're also in SCM forces that constant adjustments of G's forward and back when you're on and off boost, and it's constantly pushing you back down. And we've seen a lot of these blackouts happens at the exit of turns, where normally with a ship like the P-72, you would get off of the boost before the turn, so the slowdown affects you on a straight line, and then you would turn and you would start boosting like midway through the turn, and that's where all the blackouts have been happening, and that's partly because of the way the SCM mechanics work, and then just that sudden burst of really high Gs where the Krugers really excel in their speed. Shout out to Rook as well. Had a bit of a slower start, but really pushed hard through the first half of the race, and just unfortunately got caught up by the hanging crane head in the mailbox slot. I pointed it out in the video as well. I don't know if you guys caught that. Yep. But I did say careful of the hanging crane heads, and just unfortunately that Rook just went straight through that. He's had a very rough day today, as we'll analyze through it, but performance-wise, really, really consistent and good. Just has a bit of some unfortunate mishaps today.
Yeah, overall great racing here. And to go over the positions, Shacknu going with 5 points here, leading in first place with a fastest lap of 106. Fantastic. Not too far behind with the fastest lap, but got second place with 4 points, 107.5. And of course, Jake Rizzi and Rook did DNF before that, before completing the first lap, so 0 points. I see a lot of good potential though by Jake and Rook. I think they did really, really well in Stanton Pyro jump point. So as again, we keep saying this over and over, this is the first time they're actually, putting in hot laps on their own. Definitely completely different than putting in some laps with other racers that they have to kind of be aware of, because those lines that they're taking when they're racing alone is not always the best line when you're racing with other people, because, it looks like in old Vanderval, which we'll jump into right now, they kind of bumped into each other a little bit there. So, Jacketin, right back to you, old Vanderval, with the Aurora Mark 1.
Yeah, I mean, that turn 1 mayhem is the name of the game here, right? Basically, off of the start, everybody just kind of funneled into the same line, and we just had a lot of tight fighting really early on. Yep. I believe that Jake and Rook had a collision together, or maybe they tagged the checkpoint and kind of got bumped towards each other. I believe Samtastic also got tagged at one point. We saw half of his ship was completely red. Yeah, here we see a complete smash into the walls there, unfortunate. But yeah, Samtastic got tagged, had red damage to his ship for the majority of the race, and we saw him really struggling to fly, that major torque imbalance really doing its thing, but was able to at least go around the track. I believe he actually managed to finish the race in general. Oh no, he got timed out, but did secure the points. So really nice to see that even, taking that damage, was able to get through. Not much comment for Shacknu. Got clinical race, had nothing to lose here. All the mayhem happened behind him, so was able to just carry a really smooth performance through all the way to the finish there. So
yeah, it should be pretty good. All right, Tint, on you, man. Old Vanderval, how do you feel about this one? for group number 3.
I think definitely seeing some nerves still from our newer racers. Seeing Rook take the ring on that first checkpoint, and then Jake and Sam kind of colliding coming into the second one. And Jake kind of got the rough end of that collision with the complete destruction while Sam was just limping it. I mean, kudos to Sam for keeping the Aurora flying with wings missing, because you saw him immediately struggling with that in corkscrew behavior that we see out of the Auroras, where once you start to try and turn them at speed when they're missing wings, they will just kind of spin out. And it takes a lot of control of the throttle to keep that, tamped down and sling it through the rings correctly while still maintaining any kind of speed. So kudos to him for that.
Yeah, it was a good race there. And again, Shackman coming out on top, fastest lap at a 1 minute. Like you mentioned, people racing and using the Aurora, getting these 1 minute laps. 3 minutes total time. They're using their ships like they know it very, very well. So, but Samtastic wasn't too far away though. Did it, didn't finish all of his laps, but still ended up in second place. At least getting a lap or two in before he was wiped out. And then Rook and Jake Rizzi, like you mentioned, kind of getting those nerves in. But I feel like having head tracking and being able to see who's to your left, who's to your right, like before you can make those decisions, it seems very, very critical in these races. So might need to throw a Toby in the price pool, which we'll talk about here very, very soon. So Pyro Stanton jump point here. Let's jump right into it, where Rook came out on top, and then right behind there was Samtastic. Obviously, P72 not the best in 0G, but Tin, right back to you, man. Break it down for us. Stanton Power jump point. That was interesting.
It was. I was really glad to see Rook shake the nerves off, really kind of step into the ship. We saw some commentary in the chat on the way he was handling some of the back half checkpoints. Really just clean, stylish, flying his own lines, finally getting comfortable in the ship. I think I do kind of want to say that my prediction did come true. I think that the P72 did save Sam from the hazards of overspeeding and let him just focus on being consistent in the back half. So it was really nice to see that interplay between the ships coming up there. I was also really impressed to see Jake making it as far as he did through the race. This is, as we've talked about a lot today, this is a deeply technically challenging track. And so for any racer to complete even a single lap on it at speed is an achievement. It's one of those things that you can point at. It's a lot shorter, but it's got a lot in common with the Daymar Rally in that respect, where just finishing it is its own achievement.
Yep. Yeah, the last few turns in Pyro jump point, I think Rook took it like a beast and finished pretty strong there. But those turns and these, the last few checkpoints, the last 6 is absolutely insane. So, Jacqueline, your thoughts, man? Pyro Stanton jump point here for this last group number 3.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I was really happy to see everyone being able to finish the lap. I know we didn't actually see Shaqnu finish the lap, and it's really unfortunate. I think he was trying to maximize the straight on the higher section and used the SCM braking technique. But as we mentioned before, because the M50 has such a long wind-up time, he kind of got stuck in the SCM restricted speeds in a really dangerous corner, and unfortunately just could not recover it quick enough to be able to get past the ring. So really unfortunate. A very slight minor miscalculation can cause these kind of collisions, especially in 0G. But it was really awesome to see. Rook's performance was really, really great. I love the overtake that was done in the first lap off the start.
Yep.
We even saw it on the replay, just went straight under an M50 and just kept going through the 2 checkpoints. Kept beautiful control of the throttle, didn't use SCM brake, and didn't use the turn and burn. That was pure retro thrusters. So knew how much he needed to push to be able to let the retro thrusters gradually bring that speed back down. So it was really nice to see that level of discipline in terms of the speed control, and managed to be only the second person tonight to get a sub 2 minute lap on Stanton Pyro jump point. So really shows the consistency and the discipline in 0G there. And yeah, I think both Fantastic and J-Crazy did really, really well. I saw J-Crazy using SCM mode a lot, used nav mode for the straights, and then you used SCM when they wanted to control the speed. Which, to be honest, was the whole point of the track's design. So it was nice to see it being used as it was originally intended. And it shows that SCM is a really good backup for if you can't control it at speed. SCM will let you get through it. So really nice to see that, given all of the technical difficulties or challenges that you face in Atmo racing, we still have that kind of like safety net in 0G racing to allow these people to get more experience on the track.
Yeah, I mean, and in round 2, we got, we got some other great races. We got Skyscraper. We got some fun stuff. I'm a little sad we're not seeing Icebreaker, because I really like that one that has a lot of turns. But honestly, believe it or not, man, I can't say this is gonna be a shock for you guys, but Caplan Circuit was great. But I think Pyro Stanton jump point, especially seeing Rook take the turns like he did today, I think is that whole course track is really growing on me. So definitely need to try that one out, but it's gonna take some practice. But that's why I have Jacqueline's videos for those to kind of learn on that one. So all right, jumping into track number 4 here for the Group 3, which was Caplan Circuit. Unfortunately, it looks like turbulence, then tornadoes all happening, kind of took some lives. But Tint, let's kick it back off to you, man. I know there's probably not much to say on that one, but still, go for it.
I think I'm going to take the opportunity to notice something about Shacknew's flying, and that's Shacknew has long had the reputation of being the machine on the track. He's the guy who studies every section of the track within an inch of its life, who flies the lines the exact same way every time without fail. And I think on both Stanton, Pyro, and on Caplan today, we saw a little bit of a different version of Shaq that I've been seeing since he's come back to racing. It's a little bit more relaxed. It's a little bit more, free with the lines, and is really just kind of flying a little bit more on feel than he used to. So I'm curious to see how that changes the landscape going forward, and what we see in the next batch of races from him, how we see, that sort of vibe change play out. But yeah, the reality of Caplan will always be that, hurricane force winds are no joke. And we're not exaggerating when we say they are hurricane force. The winds on these tracks do frequently get up well over 100 miles an hour. It's just insane.
No, I totally agree. And then Shackman was taking these turns. This is him right here, just taking insane turns, and just, man, that's that maneuverability right there, especially with this turbulent, kind of put him in complete control there. That was actually great to see him kind of, finish the race overall. Jacqueline, though, sending it over to you, man, for Caplan Circuit. Before we close out, man, how you feeling about this one? I know, Shackman was the only one that finished, but what do take it away, man?
Yeah, I mean, Shackno, I mean, I heard Lenz talking about it in the commentary booth. It's pretty much the Max Verstappen right now, levels of control on the M50, putting a really wild ship with a racer that really knows how to tame whatever ship he's holding onto. So it was really great to see that, all of these really wild movements that were happening on the screen, but they still managed to keep it under control. We saw him brush up against the wall several times, but still managed to come out unscathed. So beautiful stuff from Shackno. Disappointed that we saw another corkscrew that unfortunately could not get past the slalom, because I saw Rook there trying the corkscrew. Was actually in a really nice flow. Just unfortunately might have been the wind that pushed them a little bit too close to the pillars, but just could not get past the middle part of that slalom there, which is really sad to see, because Rook had a really fantastic turn 1 dive into the slalom section. Everybody kind of overshot it a little bit and went super wide, and everybody just kind of went straight into the slalom, whereas Rook had that really nice flow going into it and was able to carry it through immediately into a corkscrew. So it was very nice to see. Sam, unfortunately, immediately got hit by such heavy turbulence. You could see it in the replay as well. The TVI was just bouncing all over the place. There was absolutely no way to control that ship. So really sad to see he couldn't even make it into the slalom section. But that's the unfortunate situation that we have to deal with Caplan here. But yeah, overall, Caplan has so much potential. Just the wind just throws such a curveball here that it's really difficult to get a nice solid race here.
Yeah, overall, great racing so far. Before we go into the rest of the results for all of the day, I need to ask you guys because I'm interested here, and I'll give you guys my thoughts too. But I'll throw it to you, Jacketin, really quickly. What was your favorite part of the day, and who was your standout? You know, who was your standout racer?
Oof. I mean, standout racer. I'm gonna have to say that like MVP of the day has been Liquid Prime. I think overall between all of the performances, he had the most solid, consistent, clean performance. But I do want to give like my props to Akeem as well. Not only for keeping up with Liquid, but also having such consistent performances throughout. You know, like again, Liquid is one of the top racers in the community, right? And Keem showed that they had. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing their name, by the way. Showed that they had really good consistency and speed to keep up. Just maybe needs a little bit more track time, but the performance and the potential is definitely there. So definitely one to watch out for the rest of them.
All right. Then what about yourself? Standout part of the day, and any racer caught your eye that you feel like it's gonna, you know, go do well in round 2?
I'm very much looking forward to the impending 4-way Shaq versus Liquid versus Dirk versus Neo showdown that we all see coming. I am very much hoping to see Keem in that mix. Absolutely, just like novice of the day for sure, just absolutely killing it out there. And as I called out earlier, I think we got to give it to Ricky for most improved over last year. Like absolutely, just a much stronger performance, much more confidence flying. Obvious he's been putting in the stick.
Awesome. I mean, I was gonna say Ricky too, but I mean the way that Rook took Stanton Pyro jump point, he kind of, you know, went a little bit crazy, kind of reminded me a little bit of, you know, the crazy style that Splen he normally uses. And I think Rook, just in that moment, I think really caught my eye. And I hope that for round 2, they can come out strong. But for round 2, we got Skyscraper, we got Miner's Lament, Yardar Valley, and then we got the Snake Pit in the Aurora, which I'm excited for because Snake Pit, that track is so fast. But in the Aurora, I hope that's probably going to slow it down a little bit. And I'm excited to see how that plays out. But that's going to be your tracks for round 2. And let's take a look quickly at all of our standing points for each group, starting with group number 1. So for group number 1, I believe we got Dirk, who's going to be at 14 points. Neojet right behind with 14 points. And then Rain with 11, Herbie with 10, and Mars Ice with 2. So, guys, this group is very, very tight. You know, for round 2, anybody can still, even Marseilles can come from the back and still pretty much, you know, kind of catch up there. But so far, it looks like, you know, Dirk with the fastest lap for track number 1. And then, of course, Neojet taking the fastest lap for the rest of the tracks here for 2, 3, and 4. Let's take a look at our group number 2 now. And of course, we have, you know, Liquid Prime with the most points out of the entire day, 19. Ricky Tiggy with 14. Kim, not too far away, like I keep saying, 8. And then Paper Hands scoring 5. And then, of course, Liquid Prime across the board, all fastest laps. And then finally, our last group, number 3, is going to be Shaqnu with 15 points. Samtastic with 12. Rook with 5, I'm sorry. And then Jake Rizzy landing 3 points. And then hopefully we can get some of those racers that missed today, and hopefully they can come in for round 2 if they want to try their best to still land some points. I think they're still able to. So, but yeah, so far, you know, the full leaderboard is looking pretty healthy. I feel like there's not many people in that top spot that's kind of too far away, so we should be good. But yeah, any last thoughts here? From Mutant, any last thoughts of the day before we close out and kind of go into some you know, close out before we close out the stream? Any last thoughts from you or you, Jacketin?
I'm really excited to see what these guys can do. I think for a lot of people, the level of competition that's on display here may have been a little surprise. I think some people probably thought they were going to kind of have an easy walk through it. And some of our newbies may have not really known the hill they were up against, but now they've got a couple of weeks to grind out the next 4 tracks, to just live in Arena Commander, to hit up the pros for the tips they can get, to come out to some, community events and maybe fly with some other people, get some more practice with that. And I'm hoping to see a whole new swing up in performance next time.
Yep, I totally agree. What about yourself, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, looking all the way to the very end of Gravity Rush, right? The semifinals and into the finals is a 0G track, right? So a lot of these people have the 0G in mind, and in fact, we've seen even the newer folks perform so much better on Stanton Pyro Jump Point, right? You highlighted that is probably the track that you enjoyed the most, and that's, in my opinion, that's more to do with the showcasing the different flight styles in 0G than it is the track itself. We're going to see that again next week with Miner's Lament for sure. Obviously, Skyscraper is going to be probably the biggest challenge for most, simply because of the tightness of the track. There's a lot of really sharp turns. But then we move on to Miner's Lament, Snake Pit, and Yadar Valley, all of which are thin Atmo tracks. So a lot of the experience that people might be practicing, preparing for the 0G finals, will carry over a lot better towards the thinner Atmo tracks than it will with the full Atmo. So Yadar Valley will still carry very similar techniques to what you would normally do in 0G, just with enough atmosphere to help you slow down a little bit more. But I think now going into round 2 and into the finals, we're going to see people transitioning more towards a 0G focused flight style in preparation and getting that muscle memory and speed discipline under control.
All right, awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. I think your Yadar Valley is definitely one of my favorite ones, on top of Caplan Circuit and Stadium. I don't, I like them both. So Caplan is very, very interesting. So I'm sorry, Yadar going up and down, all the turns are great. So definitely looking forward to that. With that being said, let's kind of take a look at what these racers are fighting for. All right, we got the full prize pool in place here. So we're looking forward to seeing, of course, first place getting that trophy that you can put on your shelf. All right, you get that heavy glass trophy that you can bring home for Gravity Rush 2956. We have some, of course, our bomber jacket, which we have some updates on that because we're going to change our bomber jackets a little bit to kind of level it up even more. We got some digital prizes from Star Citizen for all top 3. We wanted to bring some of these newer ships that just released recently, so I think a lot of the racers are going to be excited to at least get some of the newer ships that have just been releasing. And then, of course, our sponsor Virpil Controls coming in and Mustang and providing some gear for these racers to hopefully level up their racing a little bit. So some incredible prizes, and of course the Gravity Rush medal coming into place here soon. So and shout out to all of our sponsors. Thank you so much to the racing community, and thanks so much. First of all, our casters. We had Cyberfox and Lens Nation, who it was probably like 3 a.m. for him, all the way from Australia. So thank you both for joining us. And of course, we got Tint and Jacket in. Thank you guys so much for joining us again on the analyst desk. You guys did beautifully breaking everything down for us, where even I understood it, which is really good. I'm just kidding. I understand a little bit, so we're good. But that just means I need to get it in the box with Tint and Jacket and get to some racing myself. It's just very what do you call it? Keybinds are just time consuming. That scares me the most, man. Putting keybinds together.
Just need movement and boost.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, I believe that's going to be it for us today, ladies and gentlemen. We will talk about some sponsors really quickly, though, so we can pay some bills. But before we talk about sponsors, I want to talk about our apparel, because we have some of these shirts going away soon that we have to pretty much get rid of them. So please, !merch in chat if you guys are enjoying Gravity Rush. Make sure you guys grab your jersey. If not, we got that Peregrine, the Aegis Peregrine t-shirt still alive from EA56. The t-shirts are going to be going away soon, but if you guys want to grab a t-shirt and a jersey, help support Atmo Esports and the prizes we bring to these events, Everything that we make normally goes right back into the community to support prizes and other stuff, especially in-person events. So ammo.se/merch, go ahead and grab something if you don't mind. We would appreciate it. And then, of course, our sponsors here, we got Monster Tech. All right, we got Monster Tech. If you guys want to immerse yourself in some incredible equipment, whether you have dual sticks, whether you want your mounts, whether you want your slide rail, you can use code AMMO, save 5% off on that one. So shout out to Monster Tech for continuing to support AMMO Esports after 5 years so far. So thank you so much, Monster Tech. And then our newest sponsor for this year, we got Pigeon Spaceport, who are bringing ship kit models to life. So shout out to Pigeon Spaceport. Thank you for that. Thanks, production. Appreciate it. Pigeon Spaceport, man, they've been great. We have some online and giveaways in our socials at AMMO Esports. So we're waiting for their RSI Scorpius models to come out, and then we should have some stuff being given away here in our next few events. So shout out to Pigeon Spaceport. And then, of course, Verpal Controls, who is sponsoring all of our events this year. For Fight or Flight, you'll have some pedals. They sponsor some gift cards for Daymar Rally, and, of course, some flight sticks for Gravity Rush. So shout out to Verpal Controls for really bringing the essence and delivering the precision of these controls, especially for racing, for all of our competitors. So top three, I think it's you get some Constellation Primes at first place, and then some of the other Verpal controls. I think the Cadet editions for second and third place. And lastly, we got Corsair. Corsair has came on board this year as well. So if you guys want to save code AMMO on checkout on the Corsair website, you guys can actually save 10%. RAM can be expensive. Save 10%. Code AMMO. That's all I can say. Anyways, that's going to be us for us today. We're going to play some replays. We're going to play some of Jacqueline's videos to close out the stream, and we'll see you guys on the next one for round 2 Gravity Rush 2956 on May 30th, guys. Peace.
Bye-bye. Caplan Circuit is set among the floating platforms of Orison on Crusader, weaving through the Cloud City's industrial infrastructure across 30 checkpoints. This track will have racers navigating a technical slalom, powering through long trench run straights, and also threading tight chicanes, all while constantly fighting the heavy turbulence that Orison is currently notorious for. Straight from the get-go, a straight shot through the Caplan tunnel will immediately start throwing you off balance as the wind picks up. Keep it steady and start preparing the right-hand turn down towards the slalom section. As you make your way through the slalom, prepare for 9 weaves and pick your preferred technique through. It's recommended to fly by yawing into the turns and feathering throttle. The reason being that keeping your nose more level allows you to fight the turbulence more effectively, giving you better control and consistently lap over lap. If you're confident, you can do a dolphin dive, which means that you pitch up and down through the turns and allows you to carry more speed. Exiting the slalom, make your way towards the cargo alley. Find a nice wide line to get a better entry point so you can ensure to stay within the checkpoint limits whilst also coming into the alley safely. Once you're clear, you have a nice wide open space where you can start dumping some boost, mark your entry, and fight the turbulence as best you can as your TVI is going to start bouncing everywhere. Be very careful if you're racing alongside someone else, as the direction the wind blows can be quite random. Exiting the chute, you have a sharp left-hand turn as you prepare for the final few set of bends. A hard right around the floating pod, pass through the small chute, and now to the left for the final chicane. Take note of this giant cargo rail sticking out of the exit of the turn, so keep it tight and clean, and now you're in the final stretch. Similarly to before, keep it steady, and the finish line is straight ahead. Remember, to start a new lap, you have to do a hairpin turn down towards the lower level tunnels, so keep that in mind and control the speed to stay on track. Good luck fighting the winds, fly safe, and happy racing. Lorville Outskirts, aptly named as it can be found just outside the city of Lorville on Hurston, is a track consisting of 16 checkpoints around an industrial excavation site just outside the city. This track will have racers S-bending through cranes, taking sharp hairpin turns, and fitting through tight, dangerous sections. One of the unique features of Lorville Outskirts as a track is the fact that it has dynamic weather enabled, so it can bring an extra challenge of visibility to the racers. Going through the lap, the first set of turns will have you fly a tight weave through the cranes, and at the end of it, make a sharp left turn around the large yellow structure. Coming out of the turn, racers must pass through the gap between the rocks and prepare for another sharp right-hand turn. Make sure to utilize the full width of the track to stay away from the walls. From here, utilize the width of the track and break this next left-hand turn into 2 sections to make sure that you're maintaining straight line momentum. Straighten up and send it. Make sure to maintain the altitude and approach right of the upcoming checkpoint. This next checkpoint requires some more precision as it's a very tight hairpin turn, as you now make your way through to 2 mailbox slots in the cranes. Watch out for the hanging crane heads and be careful not to tag a wingtip as you pass through. One more hairpin turn lines you up for the final straight, and as we make our way over to the start finish, make sure to hit that final checkpoint gate as it's slightly more to the right than what you'd expect. And that is Lorville Outskirts. Fly safe and happy racing. Old Vanderval, one of the first tracks added to Arena Commander. Taking place in the Ellis system, this track has you running through 12 checkpoint rings. As of 4.7, the buildings have been temporarily removed from the game, giving you a lot less obstacles in your way and making it a much more straightforward track. Starting the lap, exiting the tunnel, make your way through the first ring and prepare for a gradual right-hand turn. A sharp 90-degree right through 2 checkpoints, and you start the climb up towards the crossover section. Be very careful as this line does intersect with the start-finish line, so if you're in a race setting, try to avoid collisions by going higher or lower. Getting towards the end of this climb, take note of the directions of the arrows ahead and align yourself for a left-hand drop to the left as you dive down and you start picking up some speed. Find your line and pitch up hard and get that TVI back as quick as you can as you make your way up to the final stretch. Pitch up and make sure to control the pitch to avoid blacking out. And as soon as you get through this checkpoint ring, it's the home stretch. Making your way through the final set of rings and setting up for the next lap. This track is quite simple, but the lack of buildings can disorient you if you don't know where you're going, so keep an eye on the arrows guiding you through to the next turn. And mind your boost strategy to make sure that you have it in the straights when you'll need it. Fly safe and happy racing. Stanton Pyro Jump Point, one of CIG's own making, is a track that was designed as a testing ground for racing with the new Master Mode flight model. It can only be raced in Arena Commander, and it uses the Rings checkpoint system. Now, this is a 0G track, so we'll test pilots with speed control on the first half of the track, as well as fine maneuvering through the tight turns in the last half of the track. As with all 0G tracks, head tracking can be a huge asset here, so if you don't have a Tobii or a Track IR, consider using a webcam to help you track the TVI better. Starting the lap, racers will have a long straight shot through the first 3 rings, followed by a slight left and then a sharp right. Common techniques used in this corner are either braking earlier and making the slight left to right adjustments needed via thrust, or more commonly amongst top-end pilots, a 360 turn and burn maneuver that allows you to maintain speed and control the vector quicker. Getting to the end of this section prepares you for a gradual left turn as you climb up to the higher section of the track, where you have another set of straight sections, where speed management is once again important to make sure to not overshoot the rings. Coming up to the last right-hand turn starts the drop into the tight section as we start looping around the structures. Finding the right groove of pitch, yaw, and roll whilst maintaining disciplined throttle control is the key to getting through this section as smoothly as possible. Exiting through checkpoint 22 opens up the space and sets the way for a long bend through the final 6 rings towards the start finish. Remember, this is a 3-lap race, so setting yourself up for the next lap is very important as you get through the start finish. One wrong checkpoint can set you back a lot, so make sure to stay in the speed range that you're comfortable controlling. And fly safe and happy racing.